Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is it is the ever biggest Age of Mythology Deathmatch tournament right now, so far. Let's see if we can do any better in the future, but £1,000 is pretty good, I would say. We have the playoffs for you today. It's gonna be pretty sick, I'm pretty sure. Playoffs means we had group stage yesterday. Today we have a single elimination next stage. So it's gonna be pretty brutal. And to start off with, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Grass and Groom versus Velit. Today I'm siding with the standard players. I'm not necessarily gonna cheer them on over the TM players. Biased caster, you know. But yeah, two best of threes here in the beginning. Right, and then we'll basically try to cover as many matches as we can. Iron Maiden is here, Boyd is here, it's gonna be sick. And obviously we'll cover the bronze and the finals at the very end. The semifinals, I'm not sure between Maiden and Boyd who's gonna be more around for that, but we'll find out, We've got El Matador, Tiger Boss Legend, Grass and Velit, Vestinlong versus Funny Liquid, Mini Yeti versus Visanji. We got Luki as well. We got Ryuk, Killuminati, Revolt, and Jim Carrey as the players. And here's our draft that's already been done. I'm about to join the guys' game. They're currently on their little cooldown. Ra and Set are banned by Grass. Velit has banned Odin and Gaia. Very unconventional bans, certainly. Especially the Odin ban is very strange through my eyes, at least. We've got Freyr and Loki picks. That's insanely good for Grass. Hades and Poseidon are really good too. Velit picking Uranus as his first god is really strange. You'd think that Gaia or Kronos or literally anything would be better than Uranus there. Anyway, Zeus, Thor, and Fushi are really good, however, so Uranus might just be a little quirk there. Alright, I'll be ready to join their game whenever. I don't see the lobby yet, so we might have a short delay on this one. I did speedrun, to be honest, the beginning of all this in order to get in. But I think we are getting their game URL at the moment. I should be able to find it momentarily. Talking a little bit more about these gods. The very first pick should belong to Grass in terms of maps. So I think he will pick something where you can just go Loki or Freyr, and he's just gonna mass the giants, and Velit is gonna have a tough time dealing with that, unless he goes for either Fushi or Zeus. Yeah, you know, Fushi actually might struggle against Freyr. And to be honest, against Loki as well. Loki, you would want to go for Tyr rather than the giants. Because you just get the super berserks and you get super Huskarl, and China doesn't have a clean counter to those infantry units. So that's a little bit tough to handle, definitely. On the Zeus side of things, Medusa's generally handle the giants, and Zeus's heroes are pretty good too. Whereas you also have the free Myrmidons that you can rely on. Yeah, that's good stuff against both of those gods. You know what? Uranus might actually be a wild card. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it. Uranus might be a wild card. He's typically underappreciated, but in this instance, you could cosplay Kronos, a slower Kronos, without the manners actually boosting up your build speed. And you could just go mass heroes against any myth unit spammer like Freyr and Loki. That could be rather good. Maybe there's hope there. Alright, I can't see these guys' lobby. I'm having trouble. But I'm trying to work on it. Yep, we've got it. And the spectator delay is in effect. Of course, these guys are experienced tournament players. So they didn't forget the spectator delay like some of the other guys yesterday. Which is good. It's good for the competitive integrity. Although, if you can stream cheat in DM, you're something else. The mode is already intense. Imagine having to look at other screens at the same time. With a delay. Anyway, we want to just maximize our... Oh, potential. Okay. We're in. This is going to be a best of 3, mind you. So let's get it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the playoffs of the biggest ever deathmatch tournament so far. Dionysus Delight in the red color. We have got Grass playing as Freyr. His opponent on the other side of the map, our Fushi player in the blue. This is Velit. Great to see him back to deathmatch. Great to see him back in general to Retold. He likes it so much he even put the game in his name. Guys, deathmatch, for anybody just joining in on the live stream and not knowing or finding it for the first time in YouTube. Well, this game mode starts with 20k resources each, 200 favor. You obviously don't get 20k favor. And it's all about advancing through the ages quickly, getting an army out at the same time, and trying to secure your town centers, because you will be needing that extra population. As you age up, you get your upgrades for free, immediately researched, so you don't have to worry about those. But you do have to worry about the economy, because as you spam out essentially 235 population of army, that's what you get on free town centers once you have built them. That will basically cost you a fortune. You also have to build all the buildings to make that army in the first place. It's very important to keep the houses going quickly, because you can already see Grass and Groom is about to be housed here. So that will allow Velit essentially to spam at him very, very hard. Now we'll see how that goes. Anyway, he's got his little training yard attachments, I'm pretty sure, on these buildings. And his Chukanu are printing pretty fast, but he will need some melee units. Right now, we just don't see enough melee stuff from Velit. Definitely need some Dao swordsmen in order to deal with Norse. But then again, we have a lot of throwing axemen. Grass is not actually pumping too many berserks at the beginning. He opened up with throwing axes, which train slower, making his housing situation, it's a housing crisis by this point, a little bit less extreme. Anyway, Mythic Age is reached, and we've got a Xinglong bullying the throwing axeman a little bit. Tao Wu gets surrounded by berserks. It's too much for it, obviously. And I think Velit might have to retreat a little bit, as the 2 fire giants absolutely roast this. So yeah, we've got hell here from Grass rather than going for Fafnir's, rather than going for Inferno. He's happy with what he's got going with the Sons of Muspel. There are going to be plenty of pioneers, and Fushi does have 2 legendary heroes that you can make. We already are seeing the big boy in the middle of that. Neza is picking off 1 fire giant so far. That's 2 fire giant pickups together with the pioneers. Not bad at all, not bad at all. But hey, those Chukunu have to be careful. If Grass unleashes the special attacks on them, they're gonna have a tough time. However, Grass is going to be on at least 3 town centers as far as I can see. Also, having advanced through Bragi was a good choice. It gives him much better berserks. The berserks actually will be gaining him a little bit of favor as they die even, let alone when they fight. So yeah, I gotta say, these Tiger Cavalry are not going to be a good answer to the berserks. And they even have good enough stats to kind of get on top of the ranged infantry. Puskal, of course, straight up countering those. There is an attempt here with the Axe carts trying to smash down the fortress. They might actually succeed, but maybe not. The repair is coming in. There's enough Sons of Muspel here to put a stop to it. But meanwhile, the dragons, they have been putting in value, ladies and gentlemen, from a distance. They're doing a pretty damn good job, if I might say so myself. More X cards are getting pumped out by Velit. He's doing a great job with them, building these machine shops all over the place. Golem Bursty, however, is here, and that's gonna spank these Tiger Cav pretty good. And Golem Bursty does have a little bit of AoE to him, as well as all these kicks, making people bounce around. But gotta say, the X cards have high health. They can take it. And they took the TC down. Interesting. Velit now pushing forward with a bunch of crossbow towers. He's also activated his forest protection god power. I keep forgetting the name of that thing. But basically it does damage to enemies within and it heals your own guys. So it's like an area denial. But you destroy the building it was cast on, which is this ballet in the middle. And it goes away. So, you know, a handful of ramps should be able to take that thing down. Bursty going mad against this ballet might be able to take it down actually. There's not much here to beat it. And with flaming weapons on for grass, actually he has not done a tremendous job, I have to say. The left flank is a nice cleanup, but on the main front he has not won. However, here he comes with 14 Sons of Muspel. What is going on? How did we get that many? That is insane. Dragon falls on the ground. We've got Neza back. He can deliver quite a bit of damage. You know, you guys know that guy. It's John Wick. He's here to try to take everybody down, but this game is actually played on a balance mod to make it fair. So John Wick actually got significant nerfs. His bouncy bounce attack that regenerates him and steals life is still here, but his regular attacks just don't have that insane amount of damage and AoE to it. Only 2 AoE rather than 6, and his damage is like cut by 40%. So now he's actually kind of fair. He's still an absolute giga chad of a tank. Like look how long he stuck around there. That's insane. Alright, the Nidhogg is getting pulled in as well. Oh, those Shukanu are in trouble. I don't think they can take this kind of beating, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, they're gonna melt. Oh, okay, that Nidhogg is just destroying everything. This is insane. Great value. And by the way, guys, in Deathmatch, in this mod, you are able to heal your Nidhogg because he's kind of underwhelming for the conditions of Deathmatch. I mean, you have so many heroes. You have max upgrades. You know, you could take a Nidhogg to the face, basically. Except if it's just archers, then it doesn't work. So technically, Grass could now take his favor, make just a bunch of Valkyries, and heal this thing back up to full. I'm not sure we'll see that. Okay, Sage is here to deal some divine damage. Grass is still in an okay position. Velit is kind of out of resources, guys. The Nidhogg does fall on the ground. We do see a great flood, and with the crush damage that delivers, a lot of these buildings are going down, including the forward town center. Grass is now just on 2 TCs, but he still has resources, he still has army, he still wants to hit back. His flaming weapons is about to come off cooldown, and that's despite Deathmatch taking longer to recharge god powers. It's almost back to back still after a 50% nerf to that, which went live in one of the recent official patches. Before that, it was everybody just making god power casts only. Hey, oh my god, the fire giants are stuck in the buildings. Oh no. Help me, step giant, I'm stuck. Wait, his body got out because the building got deleted. Okay, that's how you gotta do it. That's it, Grass, well done. Free the fire giants. Bunch of throwing axemen getting made. I don't like it, but I mean, what else are you gonna make? He's not got enough heal for it. Would be great to see some more Huskarl, and flaming weapons will be ready shortly. Just need to save up the favor and not make giants for once. The next flaming weapon should be absolute killer if Velit even stays in the game for that long, because man, he's getting hit everywhere. This is a great reaction, however, to the counter raid. Tiger Cavalry are more than capable of handling portable ramps. Grass doesn't really want to engage. He himself is quite poor. Got 1 million people on gold, including caravans who are currently bringing home just 39? What? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's with this TC. Is it really supposed to be that bad? I know the caravans were significantly nerfed compared to the old game, but it shocks me every time I check. Anyway, I guess you're supposed to trade with this TC anyhow. But it wouldn't be that much better, would it? What an epic game. Hey, we got some Herdmen. One of those rare instances where they help. Although, they weren't super necessary, but they have 6x against cavalry, so why not, you know? Unfortunately for them, I'm pretty sure the dismounted tiger cavalry can handle it. That's crazy. Oh wait, Grass decides to go Fire Giants. He wants to finish the game now. He doesn't want to wait for... Oh boy, is this even gonna work? No flaming weapons? Just Fire Giants into the Chinese heroes where they get debuffed by Zhang Zia, and then Neza is kicking their ass from behind. He's got his bouncy rings, he's got his divine damage over time, he's got his fire trail. Man, these Sons of Muspel are getting beaten up really badly. Holy crap. It wasn't the right decision, I think, in hindsight. Grass is an impatient young man. he needs to calm down a bit, I think, here, and build up the TC. Get a flaming weapon set, and maybe then everything should be fine. But he can't afford to keep making losses like this, right? Like, no more Fire Giant business against Mr. Superhero here. X-Card's taking down one more fortress. Valid's holding strong, man. I nearly wrote him off earlier there, but maybe I'm too early to suggest that. He's in fact building a third town center. He's going to be raided by these herdmen. I'm not sure if they're going after the villagers. To be fair, abandoning his gold mine is absolutely on the table. Valid could be just moving over here, and he'd be just fine. I think Grass is more looking for a side build in the corner. He himself is going to get raided by the Tiger Cav, which could be pretty devastating to these villagers. Only the TC is shooting. Wait, not even the TC is shooting? Quick reaction, though. So he gets it under control. Still, we're just lacking any front line from our Chinese player. Valid is only using Tiger Cav. No infantry whatsoever. I'm not sure I love it. Dude, John Wick plus Chukanu are just nuts. They are nuts. Unfortunately, with this minor god, you don't get the, you know, weakening arrows and whatnot, so these aren't even the peak form. Dragon's going into the corner to raid. I think Grass didn't lose any villagers here, just the ox cart. Yeah, all the dwarves are fine for now. But going after the caravans could be a play, or it could cause Grass to fix his trade route to his far TC. That would be probably bad for Valid. Meanwhile, as Grass has built up his hill fort in the corner, the villagers have evacuated here, of course. There's nothing more to gather. Grass has built back up his army. It's looking good for flaming weapons, but he can't afford it. Nowhere close to that. Fire Giant will be, generally speaking, beating any flying units, because flying units just have low hack armor and these guys do massive hack damage. It is what it is. Dwarves delegated to gathering some food from the huntables. TC shoots up in like just a bunch of seconds because, well, builder efficiency and retold is actually not as hard of a fall off as it was in the original game, so you kind of get away with it. Do just surround the TC like that. Goes up so fast. Alright, the back hill fort seems to be getting cleaned up. X-Guards have this under control. There's no more raiders in the back. John Wick and the crew can come back and maybe deal with the front TC. The gold miners are getting raided. Valid does have population, but just not in the right place. Oh, he's vanishing his gatherers. That is so smart. You can just make a new silo and continue gathering. Really good stuff. I'm not entirely sure whether this TC will go down. 400 health is definitely something you should commit to, in my opinion. And yeah, Grass is going to keep shooting with the ballista. He does take it down. John Wick is fighting off the infantry for now. Bit of a Giga Chad, this guy, but you know, even with these nerfs, I'm not sure that without the nerfs he could have taken that, to be honest. I guess you could just run him into the throwing axes. Maybe even now. Oh my god, he's back to half health. That ability on him is crazy, especially with this minor god. He does another bouncy attack. Holy cow. Well, the reason for that is, guys, that he gets Tempestuous Storm, which reduces his cooldowns just by 25% on the DM mod. On the original full game, this is actually minus 40%. So, yeah, you get those together, this hero never dies. Unlike here, he dies. Alright, Grass has significant wood gathering going on. So I think he has basically re-established himself. He has enough wood now to do a farm transition. Shouldn't be a problem. He'll probably do it too. But for now, he's still pumping some vills. Just checking on the numbers. So it's 90, so he has 10 more to make. Velit is already finished. He's got 100 vills. Well, 100 population of vills. He's not started marketing yet, but the marketing strategy is about to kick off. Just needs to hire a team. I'd love to see some raiding with these dragons, but Velit is certainly not out of this game. Ooh, nice fire giant. Nice fire giant ability. But hey man, if Velit can set up here, if he can secure the next gold mine with like 2 fortresses or something, he's safe. His army is made of Giga Chads, so he can handle himself just fine, especially if he gets back John Wick. Speaking of, where is he? He's not on the map. He's not being made. Oh my god, those fire giants just wiped out half his army. Jesus Christ. If Grass can keep doing that, things will change very quickly. Doesn't need flaming weapons if he has flaming fireballs. Counter summons of fire giants now. There's only 3 of them left. And these stages can certainly do a number to them. Excuse me, what fire giants? They're all gone. Nazav once again getting in the middle. I don't like him as a core part of the army, you guys. I think he would be so much better just going around raiding. But yeah, Velit has just taken down all the fire giants again. And he's hitting the TC with X cards. I think he might be able to take it down. Grass struggling to keep population going. He's now got 24 people on food and probably climbing. Let's see how high that goes. But right now he does have a little bit of eco, just not enough to entirely replenish his losses. It's difficult to do. And with the dragon count growing, they will soon be able to handle Myth units themselves. I mean, they might do pierce damage and, you know, Sons of Muspel have 70% armor. But there's so many of them. Oh my god, Velit might actually win this game. Especially if he takes that next gold mine. Wait, where did his workers go? Excuse me. Where are they? Huh? Velit? Velit, sir, where did you send your people? Are they all farming now? What is going on? Gotta add some siege crossbows. I'm not sure I like them over X cards right now. X cards seem to be doing the job. Dude, Velit's pretty good at this, isn't he? Grass and Groom just doesn't have what it takes to handle the 5 Xinglong. And John Wick is back, ladies and gentlemen. He's here to bonk everyone. He's still got 5.5x against Mythians. That also got a nerf, by the way. Because he was just going around two-shotting everything. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but something like that. Well, the Goldie are trying to go after the dragons, but Velit just micros them back and keeps shooting them with everything else he's got. Lots of X cards collapsing on Grass's base. His caravans are getting disrupted. His reinforcements are not sufficient to hold back the tide. And I think the dragons might just punch through. This is absolutely sick. Velit making an incredible comeback and spanking Grass real hard. He doesn't like it. Grass doesn't. Oh, he's gonna have to start thinking about next game already, I think, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, the counter attack. I missed it with the 2 Rams. How did that happen? Oh my god, Valit has no response to that, but doesn't matter. He's got the big blob up front. He's on the houses. He's in the trade route. Grass is not gathering any gold anymore because, well, there isn't any. Well, there is. Right here, they're going to it, but will it actually save him? He's dropping in population so significantly. There's all the houses. How is he gonna rebuild everything? He's gathering gold up there. Down here, it's about to expire. This is a very juicy shot for the Dragons if they can get it. Oh, they're garrisoning. Oh my god! They're garrisoning into Valhalla, I guess. They're all gone. All the dwarves are toast. Grass down to the blessed number of villagers. And here comes Valit. Taking a front town center. Another sneaky hill fort coming up. By Grass, Valit doesn't have a whole lot of gold, but I think he can just keep selling and buying. He's got the standing army to take out Grass, guys. That's the thing. When you have such a high population cap as retold, once you snowball, once you go, you go. Great control in the Dragons. You know, guys, when I play, I'm having great difficulty just targeting these things because they swivel around so much. It's like... I don't know. I don't know how to accurately click these things. They just go into each other. They swivel. How do you accurately click this? Can't focus fire the weak one. All the houses are getting wrecked as the prophecy has foretold. And the siege crossbows just take the TC down from a distance. Yeah, that's definitely got to be game, especially once these guys are found. There is a hill fort next to them to garrison into, but I'm sure Valit is paying attention to that. Wait, he's gonna get the villagers on the wood line, maybe? That's a good idea, because they won't have the hill fort to go into. I don't think Grass is looking. Oh, here comes the Wombo combo. All of them are gone, basically, just a handful left. Now we're on 61 villagers. Grass is trying to make him back. He's trying to hold on to dear life. Trying to get the houses back up. It's all happening at once, though. I'm not sure that's going to be easy. He's got some farms here that Valit could steal, in fact. Doesn't even have to spend the wood on it. He has plenty of farms back home if he wanted some extra. And these trees getting generated from the houses. I'm not pronouncing that. Whoever did that tree name, you should have made the Centimanus Hecatonchires, okay? I will fight about this until my dying breath. Markets are getting taken down. Grass is doing a great job with that, but unfortunately there is nobody looking to trade there. Going for the last of the town centers. Grass hasn't internalized yet just how screwed he is. 9 Xinglong dragons, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, they are only 4 population, so that's pretty wild. Maybe there's an argument to be made that they should be 5 population. Oh, if you only use that on the villagers. Well, these special abilities do stack, of course. Grass's last town center is getting destroyed. He's trying to make another one. But at this point, he's just hiding his last stuff in the corner. I don't think this will last very long at all. Valit can do whatever he wants to him at this point. He may not be rich himself. He is having struggles affording all the things. But hey, dragons, do you know what they cost? That's right, wood. And these trees keep getting generated by his houses, so he has wood for days. And they gather faster. That's gonna be game. Grass did gather more resources, but not by much. So as long as the KD stats are in favor of Elite, which they are, then, you know, he's just done a great job. He's killed 94 villagers. So that's significantly cut into what Grass could have gathered. I think he's done a great job, and just getting that many dragons out as well was absolutely sick. Score is now going to be 1-0 in favor of Elite. It's a best of 3. And next up, we're going to be going to Savannah. So this is the Gods Leftover. I think Grass is going to be going Loki here. Elite doesn't have any more China left. Funnily, he didn't bring Nuva or Shenong to this one. But I guess Loki would be a difficult one to face anyway. So for that, I think it's a good time to go Zeus. But maybe Grass is expecting it and he would like go Hades with Super Toxotes. I do think Zeus can handle that, right? Like you've got your Medusa, which are technically just better archers, which cost favor. We'll see how that ends up going for him. But I actually like Zeus against Hades. As long as you go Ceasefire and make sure to absorb the damage that Pestilence can do to you, everything should be fine. Okay, we already got the next game. It just didn't want to appear for me. Well, let's cover it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with game number 2. In the red color, this is Grass. He's going Loki. And on the other side, Elite will be picking up Thor. So we got ourselves a little bit of a Norse mirror. Not many mirror matchups in this tournament in general, but they are still existent. Just not the same god versus same god. Right, at least same Civ versus same Civ, that's still happening. I think my colors are the right place, but the scores aren't. So let's flip those. Yeah, sorry about that. So Norse Wars. Here, basically the mission should be to get very quick town centers. Because if you can overwhelm the other guy with the bigger flaming weapons, then you're probably going to have a great time. Although, that's not going to be what Elite does. He's going to fight fire with ice. Turning the flaming weapons army frozen is, of course, a strategy. You can rely on that. He's gonna go quad tempo, so we might be seeing a little bit of tier play here later down the line. But will it be that? That would have been better with Bragi. Because it will give you faster wolves that slightly regenerate at least 0.3 health per second. At least he's going to have the healing spring, however. And once you have 2 healing springs, they stack their healing. And we did make them a little bit cheaper to enable that strategy. So they are 100 favor for the recast as opposed to like whatever it was in standard 200 something. Grass has a sneaky side tempo and he might be going for the big boys. I think he might do it, guys. He has the heal for it. Oh wait, he already has gone for hell. He already has. He's making Sons of Muspel back home. No big boys. No mutton giants here. I mean, the fire giants are still big boys. Oh no, Elite! He's spending so much time walling this off. This should be barracks so that he can train more units. Because look at his population versus Grass's. He's got no population. This should have been long houses and great halls. So that he has this walled off. Plus can train units at the same time. To get a faster town center. But now, Grass is going to be on 3 town centers. And have the ability to pressure Elite's back here. That's extremely terrifying. Grass is doing a great job here. Roughly speaking, we can say 3 minutes, 3 town centers. No, not just roughly, exactly. So that's a decent time. Oh my goodness, he's gonna prevent the front town center entirely. The back will come up for Elite. There were a lot of hearse here on the job and they built town centers significantly faster. And Grass will want to take this over. Nearly made a village center. Sometimes the snapping is a little bit iffy, but he's figured it out. Why are we making so many trolls? Is Valit trolling us? He might be. The Hersiers do get a decent flank here on the Sons of Muspel. They are hurting. Maybe Grass should consider a healing spring up front, but there are so many throwing axemen, he's just able to deal with all this without too much issue. What is going on with the cave trolls? They're not that good. These guys are good on the other hand. Oh my god, Valit. Have we made the wrong unit? Did he want to make... No way. There's no way he wanted to make Fenris Wolves. And ends up with that many cave trolls. No way. I refuse to believe that. Well, the throwing axemen can hold the entirety of this at bay. Grass is going to have 4 town centers. And Valit may as well try to do a little bit of counter harassment with this hill fort coming up. He can make some ramps. Perhaps crash on this TC. But Grass is just going to push forward. I guess he can get frozen by Valit. That's exactly what's going to happen. But Valit can't take this over. It's not going to be easy. He's certainly gonna try. Can't fight the army here because they're basically immortal now. Every now and then they take a little bit of damage. Oh man, Grass is surrounding him. He can't leave. He can squeeze past just barely. Oh no, he's just fighting his army. Oh no, you know what will happen? Grass waits until he falls and then he clicks flaming weapons and then he deletes the entire army of Valites. Valit isn't gonna have a buff. He's trying to make wolves now, which is gonna be great for harassment purposes, but he can't fight the army with them. The fire giants are just gonna be too much. Alright, here come the flaming weapons. Throwing axemen. And Valit's army is disappearing. 90 population and lower. Falling to 80. Holy cow. That was not how to do this. That was certainly not how to do this. Grass is kicking his ass right now. We're moving forward to delete some buildings, I guess. He can go straight for the town center as far as this army is concerned. There's nothing here to stop it. The wolves are getting melted down. Holy cow. They're great for harassment, not for direct fighting. The Nidhogg is being used defensively by Grass. Makes a lot of sense. He needs to deal with all this infantry. A bunch of extra throwing axemen here would be nice too. The flaming weapons is gone, but Grass is just plowing through the main. Nothing can stop him. GG. Well, we're moving quickly here, that's for sure. These Norse wars can be brutal, and this is why I would recommend to just go for flaming weapons yourself, because you know you just have to get a good timing on it and have a great fight with it. Yeah, that was fast. We're probably already in the next game. Steppe is gonna be the next map. And they're already playing. We've got a 1 minute countdown until it starts. Ooh, I get to catch my breath. Sounds like a good deal to me, to be honest. Just a few seconds, guys, and we'll hop right in. In the meantime, taking a quick look at this. This is where we are. So, King Loki. Dead 4. Next up, it will probably be a Greek mirror. I don't think Valit will be picking out the Oranos. I mean, it's not entirely impossible that he would. But I think it should be a Greek mirror. Hades versus Zeus, most likely. On Steppe. You just get to run around so nicely with the hoplites. Although Hades can certainly shut that down with Toxotes, but then you just make more Medusa and Peltast. Oh, it's not the case. Not the case at all. Well, that's unexpected. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a third game in this best of 3. This is the decider. The winner moves on. The loser is out. In the red color, this is Grass playing as Hades. His opponent on the other side of the map in the blue, this is Velit playing as Oranos. We've seen him play Oranos a bunch of times. And what he basically does is try to get out cavalry, but that's not what he's doing. He's getting counter barracks. So what's the plan with that? Grass is going for a mixture of archery ranges and military academies, of course. Nothing surprising there. And he is walling off his side TC. That's an easy thing to secure. I just need a little bit of a wall here, and all is well. Now also making Toxotes. Athena is interesting. You would expect against Atlanteans in particular that it would be all about Ares and, you know, a powerful pestilence push on the clumped up buildings. Velit anyway is going to attempt the mass Cairo Ballista strat. Interesting. He's got his satyrs. Let's see if he pumps some more satyrs. He's gonna be going up Hecate for the 4th god. Nobody likes Helios. We haven't seen any significant use of Helios thus far. Cairo Ballista getting turned into heroes now in very high numbers. They are scary, but Greek does have access to Peltas, so I'm not really convinced by this. There's gonna be a ton of palaces. And then Velit will start building in the back here. He's got sky passages connecting the sides as well, so he can very easily transport his villagers over once he's done. And here come the satyrs. 2 temple spam of satyrs. As long as he has enough oracles, he can keep that going as well. He's got right now 5 oracle heroes, who are automatically turned into heroes, by the way, because of the Hyperion upgrade for them. I hear citizens dying. That's the hoplites doing. They're not hero citizens because, well, we didn't go for Prometheus. They're not building faster or anything like that. Prodromos are not going to be the answer to Cairo Ballista anymore. In the original game, they had a bonus against siege weapons. They no longer have that. So now you want bonus against range, therefore the Hippeus is going to be the better answer. So yeah, don't make Prodromos against this, guys. Handful Hippeus can't hurt. But they're very expensive for Greek, who already spend a lot of gold. You know, gotta be careful with that. Especially when it comes to dealing with the mass satyr. The numbers are growing very rapidly, and we're gonna keep tabs on that. 7 satyrs thus far. Once the Chiron is sniped, the satyrs would be able to absolutely delete the Toxotes, so I think that is what we're going to see in the short term. Just focusing on heroes and using the AoE attacks from their special ability to wipe out units. Alright, the TC is nearly done here. The other one just barely started. They don't build very fast, these Atlantean citizens. Which is why you most of the time want Prometheus. Fire siphons are getting to work, preventing Grass's forward town center, if you can call it that. It's a side TC, really. And it's so close to the lead. But the map is relatively fair. It's kind of mirrored. So all is well. Population versus population is looking good. Second TC will be up for Velit, and he can just abandon this position with the Sky Passage, hop over here, help the others finish this up fast, and then get gold mining in the main and stuff like that. That would be neat. But what do you do about this composition? I think you need all 4 heroes. I don't think you make Chimera against it, because the Chimera don't have much pierce armor, and these guys do triple against Myth units. So, yeah. Ooh, that fire was not bad. Underworld, anyway, coming across. A Chaos attempting to shut this down. The Toxotes poisoning each other because of it, but the TC will still fall. This is just too much stuff. Especially with the Helipolis' backing. Town centers and Rito generally are pretty weak. It's easy to take them down. Not easy to save them whatsoever. And you know what? Honestly, Grass can just leave. He doesn't need to be here. Why is he here? Just leave. You don't need to fight this. Just leave. Oh. Oh, everyone's clumped. The satyrs can get to work. It's a lot of Greek corpses already, and I think it's gonna get worse if the satyrs are allowed to keep doing their thing. Chimeras are falling very quickly here. Look how much damage these guys... I don't even think you need heroes, honestly. Another Chimera dead. Oh my god. Yeah, Grass. Gotta leave. Micro the patrol bus to kill Cairo Ballista. That's also a good idea. That's also good. Even better, you can just target the Helipolis on them because, well, they have crazy pierce armor. So did the Petrobolos, but they only have 110 health. Egypt has the easiest time with that because of single projectiles on the catapults. Yeah, the Petrobolos stuff is an idea. We've got an Earthquake here on the forward base. Grass is doing his best with it. I think Perseus just turned a citizen into stone. Yeah, there he was. It's the raid you never expect. But could always happen. Where is Tartarian Gate? Ooh. Did that destroy a fortress? It looks like it did. It's gonna be some nice harassment. Will it be enough? Elite is certainly going to struggle against an army that's this much bigger. But then again, he has 11 satyrs. Maybe they can handle themselves as long as he snipes the heroes. Maybe even if he doesn't, it's not too bad. Although they have 0.25x against heroes, so they don't do much there. Man, are you telling me Perseus doesn't one-shot a satyr? Bro. I'm kinda not cool with that. Seriously? Come on. Alright, Grass is coming back to handle this. Tartarian Gate significantly buffed in the DM mod. Not the spawns, but the HP on the building itself, as well as the number of spawns is larger than normal. So yeah, it did some damage, it caused some distractions, it nearly destroyed another fortress. It's definitely annoying. And it comes back for much cheaper, 200 favor only, not 350. I believe it's gonna have to come across these sky passages and get this TC rebuilt. This entire base rebuilt. He lost everything here, man. That's brutal. But both players have a good amount of resources left. Grass has significant favor. He's gathering with 14 people on favor. You can just jump to Grass's stuff, please. Yeah, 14. 14 on favor. He doesn't want gold. He has got trade. He's got the mini gold mine back there. It's all good. Use Earthquake on the siege? Yeah, it would destroy them. It wouldn't destroy much else, but... yeah, if you can catch the siege in the middle of their base, that could be pretty good. Zom is in. Looking good. Oh, a bunch of archers in the back aren't shooting, but I think Grass is about to fix it. Maybe. Elite's army holding strong, but he's still got population problems against Grass. He's got the TC back. Grass being very sneaky coming out here. Very cheeky as well, I should say. The patrol bolas are actually shooting down the fire siphons. The siphons need to shoot the polis, if possible. The satyrs are getting to work, trying to take down the patrol bolas. Eventually they will, but their real target should be the Toxotes. Oh man, they keep shooting the siege. Not great. Crazy attack speed on these things. Grass only really has archers left. Is he in trouble? He's got so much population, but militarily, I don't think he's doing better than Velite. Still plenty of satyrs here. Are we gonna see some special attacks in the middle of that? No, doesn't look like it. But this is a significant number of satyrs. Six of them still. Perseus actually used his petrification on the Cairo ballista, not the myth units there, but his normal attacks actually are better against satyrs apparently than the special. That's weird. Guys, Velite's getting pushed back. This is not looking good for him. Grass's villagers can't just leave. They don't need to be here. The fortress can hold long enough for these destroyers to be significantly damaged, so the next one would be fine. Toxotes are now poisoning each other once again. A little bit of damage spread all over the army. But Velite's kind of falling apart. He's having to rely a little on Terma and Cantarius, which, you know, nothing wrong with that. Adding a few destroyers as well would be good, I think. But it's really population that's the problem. Resources are fine, like Velite can pump. But he's struggling to. I think Grass is all over him, and that's a lot of stress to be on your match point, you know. Also, Grass is playing really well. He's pushing now with Patrobolas and buildings. That is some scary stuff. More firepower coming in from the Satyr. But it's just not enough, is it? Grass seems to be tearing down all the buildings. It was such a good start for Velite in game 1, but then Grass just played a devastating Norse mirror. And now I think he's gonna do the same, but slower, in this Hades versus Oranos. I'm not sure, guys, that Velite can make it. He's getting siege left and right. Sure, he finally put together his max army, but now he's having to fight under 2 fortresses. Restoration is in. His TC is being destroyed. He needs to do something now if he wants to come back and not drop out of the tournament. The Terma need to target the archers, the cavalry. Some of it will have to go after that siege. But no, the TC is falling. Grass is building his 3rd fortress now. And these Toxotes are just shredding everything with their poison as nobody is attacking them. Even though there's a perfect army to beat them up. Alright, Grass is going to be slowed down a bit now that Velite's focusing on these guys, but it might be too little, too late, ladies and gentlemen. Grass has a fantastic economy behind this. Velite's farming has been cut off. And his other villagers, I guess they could go hunting and try to somehow get back into this, but he's gonna give up as Grass tries to take the 4th town center. He moves on into the quarterfinals now. What a player this Grass is. Great job by Velite holding on and taking a game off of Grass. Even this game looked kind of doable, to be honest. Like, maybe I'm underappreciating Oranos' aspects here. But yeah, Grass is gonna be our winner. 2-1. All right, that's gonna be that. Next up, Westerlong versus Funny Liquid are still fighting, I think, so you guys could check out the other one, who's currently streaming those games. I'm not sure about what the score is in that series, but it looks to be advantage to Westerlong. So let's see how that goes. You guys go check him out. I'll go on a very short break. And then we'll be back with the quarterfinals. How about it? There is no stream delay. The games are delayed. Yeah, go check him out. He's on Twitch. Alright, gamers. I'll be like 2 minutes. You guys can also sign up to the next tournament. Come on, that should work. No? Why isn't that command working? Come on. Come on, bot. Bad bot. Yeah, I set up the command. Why isn't it working? Hello, bot? Where? Bot. Next. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna rename the command to tournament. Tourney. Or next event. It's probably taken by something else. Now it's good. Now it's good. So go and sign up to the next event, guys. It's gonna be, what? A £200 prize pool for that. Who won the last round? Grass did. 2-1. You can check the brackets. And this is the next tournament, right? This is gonna be £200. It's gonna be July 19th. Hopefully, we don't need to move the date. What has changed is that we're actually canceling the Lightning League because there was just no interest in that. We're rolling some of that back into the Deathmatch League, and some of it we're saving for some standard events that will be happening whenever there's a gap between esports. So yeah, feel free to sign up. You can join right away. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Hopefully I'm not late for the Tiger Boss versus Matador. I just needed a very short break there. Yep, the draft is on. Let's take a super quick look. And here we go. Yeah, sorry, I was having some coughing fits there. Which is why I muted myself in several casts. So El Matador is going to be banning the Chinese while picking Shenong himself. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We practiced that with him. Tiger Boss is banning Zeus and Hades. Picking Freya and 4 is great. Uranus, I don't like it. Isis, you're kind of losing out to Ra there with basically every aspect. Matador having Loki and Kronos is huge. And Ra is just a better Isis. So this is a great draft from Matador. It's kind of mid from Tiger Boss, I have to say. Alright, let's move on to the lobby. I'm sorry, Darth Nox, about the lightning business. It's just not feasible. It's just not feasible. Anybody else would be welcome to host it, of course, but... you know... We can't host tournaments for such low viewership. At least with DM there's interest. Can't say the same about Lightning. Legend, you have too many conditions. Okay, Grass will be needing a large break now, which might be a problem. If these games are very short, we have a problem with Grass being away for a super long amount of time. So if that happens, we'll be casting the Western Long versus Funny Liquid game as well. We'll see. Legend, Jesus. They get a slice from your pizza. Oh my god, the lobby is not working. Okay, restart, restart. Please, game. They've started, but it just doesn't work. Having to restart my entire game for the lobbies. In case Fofuksaki is here, basically what happened is I approved Grass going away for a longer period of time. So like I said, we might be casting what the other one is casting right now. So Western Long versus Funny Liquid. I might cast that to buy the guys some time to get back into this. And then we'll carry on as normal. If that's not enough time, however, and, you know, it takes more than 10 minutes after that for him to come back, then we might have to look at admin Vince, unfortunately. That's what we agreed with him, basically. Okay, our match is up, and I'm not late, which is fantastic. I'm so happy about that. Ooh, that was close. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quarterfinals now of the 1,000-pound deathmatch tournament. Dionysus Delight in the blue color. This is Matador playing as a Loki. His opponent on the other side of the map is Tiger Boss playing as Oranos. So yeah, these standard guys from the tournament scene are now over in deathmatch as well. For any new joiners and later YouTube viewers, deathmatch starts with 20k resources each. Hey, Tiger Boss is well prepared with build orders. This is beautiful. yeah, 20k resources. You advance through the ages within 5 seconds once you have the required building, and you get all your upgrades right away for that given age. So your objectives are to grab the town centers, get high population, fight a little bit over map control, and make sure that you still have an economy at the end of it. Okay, here come the problems though. Tiger Boss is making 1 palace. He should be making 6 or 7 with more military barracks. We'll see a bunch of more meadows from him. Of course, Matador is just pumping forward with a lot of berserks, following up with throwing axemen, as obviously Atlanteans will be going into some more mellow. Just as a solid core unit that trains quickly and has good stats. We're seeing some more palaces now from Tiger Boss, but he still should be spreading the villagers out more to just get more buildings up faster because of the builder efficiency. Anyways, you'll also have to deal with the Sons of Muspel. We're already a mythic and they train instantly because of Hell's Rampage upgrade kicking in. They're also really high health at 840. Throwing axemen are now holding everyone at bay. We've got... We've had a little bit of healing from somewhere. I'm not sure what that was. Well, the Lampades are getting healed by the Caladria, that's what it is. There's quite a bunch of Lampades, and they should be able to turn some of these Acts of Muspel hostile so that they fight each other. From some of the lighter units, they can just turn into chickens outright. It's particularly good to use later as a way to deal with trade, but I mean, how do you stop these fire giants right now with a smaller army? Matador is 185 population, that's maximum without town centers, and he is working on the town centers, albeit very slowly. With just 1 berserk, it will take a million years to build that thing. That is definitely a weakness of Matadors. But hey, if it's met with full force from Tiger Boss, he should be able to deal with it. He's got plenty of Arcus heroes himself. It's just he can't deal with the front line, and that's because of his palace situation. He's not been training much from these palaces, and he's kind of getting pushed back into his base. It's a big problem. Every unit spawning just gets shot down by the throwing axemen. Boyd has raided us with 100+ people, 187 people, and Matador is victorious already. I can't even say anything about the game anymore. Matador's that strong. He's really strong. We've trained a little bit together for this tournament. Obviously, I'm casting, but man, he's good. Man, he's good. So yeah, welcome everyone, welcome. Hope you're having a good time so far with Boyd. Feel free to continue having a good time with me. Us. How strong is Matador really? Yes. Really strong. Answer to Fufuksaki, when will Grass be back? It should be under 1 hour, 20 minutes by now. So it really depends. We will cast that other series to buy some time, but if he's taking longer, then obviously that's a no deal from my end. Can't be away too long. Okay, the next match should be up momentarily, guys. Just 1 minute of a cooldown. The map is going to be Alfheim, and as far as the picks and bans go, this is what happened there. You enjoy my pronunciation there. Anyway, Loki is king. Uranus is toast. And for Alfheim, I would say that Ra is a good pick. Shenong is a really good pick, as you can just have a very powerful one-front army. Kronos, maybe not so much, because there's just not enough room to build, honestly, which might also be a slight problem for Ra. For Tiger Boss, I think it's time to swap to Freyr and basically do what Matador did, but the Freyr version of it. You could be going for Fafnirs, depending on the enemy god. But yeah, that core of berserks and throwing axemen with flaming weapons, supported by some kind of myth unit. It can be fire giants. I think that's a good idea here for Alfheim. It's not what we're gonna see from Metido, what I expected. Let's see. Alright, here we go with game 2 of the quarterfinals. Matador's Kronos in the blue color. And his opponent, Tiger Boss, is bringing the Freyr. We've expected this in the pre-match discussion. It's a really good map for it too. There's enough room. Although these cliffs are huge, he can build. He can definitely build enough here on Alfheim. For Kronos, the special deal is that all your manors are empowering the nearby buildings. So they are built so much faster as a result of that. The manors can also empower the other manors, and then they can stack on top. So yeah, fast town centers, fast palaces is going to be the name of the game. Even the age advances are going to be quick. Because of that, market's up already, and Matador can go for the heroic age. Tiger Boss is getting bullied a little bit by the Prometheans, however. He's trying to wall off, but he has very limited berserks in the very early game, so I'm not sure I'm a giant fan of that. It's just going to be a stone wall, right? Not particularly powerful there. Satyrs are, of course, a really good addition from Matador, and once he has made all his oracles, which are going to be made as heroes, by the way, thanks to the upgrade here, Sons of the Sun. From Hyperion, they're just gonna get more favor essentially and be able to fight as well. The Satyrs have insane bonus damage against myth units, so any myth units that get made by Tiger Boss that aren't fire giants are going to struggle here. Fire giants obviously very capable of resisting the pierce damage. Let's see what Tiger Boss comes up with. Oh, I guess the Bear Greasy wouldn't be a bad idea. We're playing on a modded game here, and their health got buffed a little bit to make them DM relevant. Ooh, we also got the Guardians of Io. Could perhaps we see a bunch of those? Because those also had their ability buff, the Poison Spit. Basically, it explodes at the end, and we just increase the damage of that a little bit. So throwing Axemen and the like might actually just die to that. Especially when you go with two of them. Well, Tiger Boss is getting overwhelmed, ladies and gentlemen. This is Matador's power. He's full population. Tiger Boss is 69, which is not nice in this case. And yeah, sure, he's preventing the back TC for a little while, but who cares if Matador is just running over him? The only hill fort that Tiger Boss had is getting deconstructed. He's having to call in the Bursty, but the Bursty is having to run around a forest. Very annoying indeed. A ton of hero arcs are being created just to snipe the Fafnir, or to at least make it less important. The Berserks are going to have to be the core of all this. We are Matadors turning villagers into heroes, I'm guessing, to build a little bit faster. And because he went Prometheus, they're building 20% faster. It's pretty strong. There's a poison spit, and everything's dead. Great. You really have to respect it and walk out of that thing. Well, the Bursty is getting bursted down. It's a big sad moment. He got the blobs at least. Sorry, Bursty, goodbye. Fafnir's gold donation was reduced in the mod, by the way. It's only 100, not 300. So yeah, they're a little bit more viable to make. They're very strong units, but can they really tank mass Satyr once we see more of them? I'm pretty sure Matador... Yeah, here he comes. He's got already 5. Not even sure he needs Arcus Hero at this point. Your Satyrs are your heroes, okay? Several manors are empowering this settlement to come up. I would like Matador to get rid of these 2 manors and put them somewhere else to allow his army to move a little bit. Arcus heroes are massed anyways, because he wants to get rid of those myth units instantaneously. And Tiger Boss is just barely holding on. Unfortunately for him, he didn't choose flaming weapons, so he's not gonna be able to easily beat this army. I think Tempest, Matador just walks out of it. We're about to see it. Fafnir going after the Arcus heroes, not the best decision in its life, and that life has ended now. Tough stuff. Actually, Matador staying outside to feel the breeze. He's not losing population to this, and there's so much production behind it that even if he did, it wouldn't be that bad. A bunch of the units get frozen, but they'll fall eventually. Inferno is gonna be the next big play, but I gotta say, Implode is coming way sooner than that, so what's Tiger Boss gonna do? He's getting low on resources, much lower than Matador. Especially gold is something I'm looking at as a problem. Sure, the hill forts are generating a lot of gold, as you can see. Doing a good job with that. Matador getting a little bit ambitious and looking for a 4th town center. Meanwhile, the back still has not been built. Matador does need to commit a few more villagers here than he would in standard, as the town centers build like at a reduced speed. Not very much slower for Atlanteans, but still you want to put like 2-3 villagers at the absolute minimum. And what I'd actually recommend is 4 or 5. Alright, the Archers are gonna be sniping the Fafnir. There's more of them. There's more coming, but here comes the suck at any moment. Any moment now. It's ready to go, so just need Matador to decide about it. Maybe he doesn't want to draw in his own units, but he says screw it, let's go. He manages to garrison while it's happening, because it doesn't block yourself from garrisoning. Everybody gets sucked in. I'm not sure any throwing axemen will survive this, guys. Look at that population. It's... what population? It's gone. The Fafnir survive, of course. They're doing a 2,000-degree flip, being the acrobats that they are. I mean, look at their nimble bodies. They can take it. Okay, more Arcus Hero. How many Arcus Heroes does Matador need? The answer is yes. Sniping out the Fafnir one at a time. I'm missing a little bit of Fanatic here, I gotta say. But other than that, everything's cool. Oh, you know, speaking of cool, this is hot. Woo! Inferno blasts the base to smithereens. And Matador's population is suffering for the first time. Does Tiger Boss actually stand a chance? Man, if any god suits him for this one-fronted, all-in push, it is gonna be Freyr. But if he just got to the later stages of the game, that would be even better. He could afford multiple casts of Tempest with all these Berserks dying. Each of them... oh, sorry, this is not Bragi. The Bragi Berserks would generate him one favor. That would have been better to go Flaming Weapons anyhow. You saw the Tempest did basically nothing. So, going for Flaming Weapons nets you more favor because you kill more stuff, right? You do more damage. And then your Berserks start dying. They give you one favor back for each death. You have so much favor with that, you can basically just keep rotating your Flaming Weapons and Inferno. Not so true, really, for the Tempest. Sure, you can do another Tempest soon, but once he does, he will have no favor left after that. Much harder to recover. Meanwhile, Matador's all over the place with resources in a good way. At least he has gold coming in, but he really needs to fix everything else. He's working on the hunting situation. He should probably just stop the trade because gold is fine. Doesn't need that right now. He needs to survive this. I think as long as he keeps going, as long as he gathers wood and everything else, a little bit more food as well, then he should be okay. On the other hand, Tiger Boss is heavily reliant on his food income, which is halfway automated. Another Tempest coming in as predicted. But there will not be any more God Powers anytime soon. This will freeze like a quarter of the army, maybe half. So it gives the Huskarl an opportunity to get on top of those Arcus. Some of them will die, but that's a sacrifice Matador is willing to make as he snipes the Bertrisi. The Fanatics are doing their job as well, of course, as they lose some of their health. They should be gaining attack speed, right? Population is remarkably even. But another town center does complete now for our boy Matty. He's still pumping from everything. His economy is slightly better than that of Tiger Boss's, but Tiger Boss is only focusing on gold and wood, whereas his hill forts are the ones gathering, and the town centers, of course, are the ones gathering food. You could even do it with village centers, by the way. Each of them, 1 food per second. upgrades insane. I forget the name though. Feast of Renown, right? Yeah. Is this game 2? Oh. Look at me being so smart to even forget the score. That's right, this is game 2. Matador is up 1-0. The relics haven't been touched so far, but it's been a pretty intense game. Understandable. Are they fancy, however? Let's see. Scales of Echidna for cheaper Mythian. It's not a big deal, but can't hurt. Jade Hair. 5% unit speed. Pretty good stuff. Kui Drum. Heroes get HP back for doing damage. What's this? Armor of Achilles for infantry hack armor. It's a bit hard to read with the tooltips having an aneurysm, but oh well. We tried. I think we succeeded. Matty's back to full pop. Got plenty of Arcus heroes to deal with the Fafnir, but the Fafnir is getting a line AoE through all the Arcus. It hurts. Ouch. Ouch, it hurts. A lot of health, that thing. Okay, here come the blobs. Matty does have gold. See some projectile vomits. Oh, that's not gonna hit everybody, but it's gonna hit them hard. Terra is trying to attack the markets. That's a little ambitious. Tiger Boss holding on to dear life. Much less population, but the economy is starting to be decent actually. Can he maintain the food, however? It's dropping lower and lower as he keeps spamming at caravans and villagers. I think at some point he has to swap to training dwarves, honestly. Just doesn't have the food to keep this going forever. Or at least cut down one caravan, you know, from the queue. He's got enough already, doesn't he? Really, let's take a look. How many caravans is that? 35? I think that will do for now. It's not the best route, mind you. Matador definitely has a better route. And he's gonna be able to work on a 4th TC at some point. His late game is really clean and nice. Matador completely unable to approach high population numbers for now. Actually, Tiger Boss doing more than him, so I think sitting back for a little bit to enjoy that free town center advantage could be nice. But it's only 3-2. It's not that big of a deal. Oh. Hello there. Why are we making herdmen? For the 5 Cantarii? I don't know about this. I think that should be berserks. Oh god. Oh god, the acid. Oh! Oh, so much damage. Beautiful kiting on the Arcus. That's Matador's specialty. His ranged units just don't die. Insane. Well, looks like Matador stopped making villagers. He has enough. He's full population, and as I said, the throwing axemen basically get deleted by the blobs. You have to micro. The caravans are stuck, and with that, Matador will be victorious. 2-0. He's made it. Military advantage throughout most of it, except in this early game, obviously, where Norse doesn't have villagers. And all resources collected also in favor of Matador. He's outkilled Tiger Boss significantly as well. Fascinating. GG. Moving on into the semifinals there. Do I want Ryuk versus Revolt? Oh my god, really? I can have it? Wait, let's take a look. Where are we? Maybe. Yeah, Boyd's already done there. Okay. Okay, we'll jump there. We'll jump there and then we'll jump back up here. How about it? Or rather here, 43. We can do that. Super new, what's the win condition? I'll explain at the start of the next match properly. We were in the middle of a series, so in game 1 I already explained, and then we got the rate for game 2. But yeah, I will explain everything at the beginning of the next match. Meanwhile, you guys can already check out the next tournament as these guys set up. Here's the next event command. If the mods can use it throughout if people ask if there's going to be future tournaments. And the answer is a yes, a resounding yes. The next one is going to be July 19th, unless something comes up. We might move the date, but that's the idea. At the moment, the rules are placeholders, so they will change. Okay, we're likely looking at ditching the draft format for one tournament for variety's sake. Just put a template there for now. £200 will be the prize pool, and it's also Deathmatch in a similar format, minus the draft. I just need to do the text later for that. Anyways, I'll be ready to join these guys whenever they want. Thanks to Tiger Boss for participating, that was cool. And yes, indeed, Ryuk versus Revolt should be pretty sick. This is the draft. We've got a Poseidon and Zeus ban from Ryuk. He knows that Revolt is extremely comfortable playing Greeks, so he doesn't let him. In fact, he doesn't let him to a degree that he picks Hades. So all the Greeks are taken up or banned by Ryuk. As for Revolt, he bans Nuva and Ra, because Nuva is scary. But the guys aren't scared of Fushi and Shenlong, interestingly. They are using them. The Otter, thank you very much for your raid as well. Ra is one of Ryuk's specialty gods, so that's not like a meta ban, but like a player ban. So totally understandable there. Kronos for Revolt is one of his staple gods, so I'm surprised Ryuk not trying to steal that. Instead picking Loki himself. Thor is in the mix, of course, one of the powerful Norse gods. But there is, funnily, no Freyr to be seen anywhere. Freyr, I think, might be up there as well. Isis is a strange choice from Revolt. We'll be really curious to see how that goes. But yeah, China, Greek, Norse is, I think, the core of the games today. Don't see a lobby just yet. But yeah, we can talk about the win condition real quick. As Fufuksaki over there says, yes, it's just a conquest victory condition, basically. But the game mode consists of you getting 20,000 resources of each type at the beginning, except Favor, where you get 200. You'll be advancing through the ages within 5 seconds. It's a very quick process, but you do need the required buildings still. And then from there you get all the upgrades in your given age. Other than that, god powers recharge slower, town centers get built slower. It basically makes for more fighting and less defensive camping. You do get a little bit extra favor for more myth units. That is to keep up with Norse, because obviously Norse will be spamming at you real hard. It's difficult to deal with if you didn't have extra favor. Just a different starting condition basically requires that. In standard, you'll have set up defenses all over the place, so much easier to handle the situation. By the way, can I just thank Joey for playing our sponsor game? He's already completed chapter 2 in Domino Dreams. Thank you very much. That will be helping us out. Some AoE too, folks. The shampoo ad. Thanks for that, Twitch. Thanks for that. AOM casting is fun, I agree. That's why we're here. Okay, so I'm hoping the ad break is now over. It should be. I'll explain everything again at the start of the game. Oh yeah, trading 1v1 is so good. And we still don't get infinite length games. Like, I think that's pretty important to point out. Alright, let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another quarterfinals match here between Revolt and Ryuk in the blue color, playing as Hades. That is Ryuk. On the other side, Revolt in the red will be playing Fushi. The map is Steppe, it's super open. The game mode is Deathmatch. The tournament is the biggest Deathmatch tournament that has ever happened with a 1,000 pound prize pool. That's around 1,300 USD. The game mode is all about expanding, spamming, and making sure you have the eco for it. 20,000 starting resources, except the favor, which is 200. You gotta advance through the ages quick, which is done in 5 seconds research time, by the way. But you need the required buildings, so temple, market, fortresses are all needed. The villagers are spread to one building each because it saves on the efficiency factor. If you build one building with multiple villagers, they lose building rate, actually. As for spam, it's in, and the units come out with full upgrades for their given age, including the special minor god upgrades. Ryuk is rushing up that fortress really quickly because he wants to be safe against any Chinese flood. Tauti has eaten one of the Hippeas. That's gone now. Cyclops coming over to bonk the Kuafu. It probably can't lift him. But yeah, for China, the idea here is, yes, you do spam Kuafus from your initial town center because, well, they might build slower than regular villagers, but they build so much faster. The buildings just come up in basically no time. Heavy fire archers are in for Revolt, and he's gonna have the searing point upgrade. The searing feathers, scorching feathers, excuse me, will be nerfing the armor of enemy units that they shoot, but only for a short amount of time. Wait, does he actually have... He does have Nubai, right? Yeah, he does have that. Special thing about Fushi is that he's got 2 legendary heroes. So we should be seeing those very shortly once Revolt remembers to make the building for them. But Ryuk is spamming super hard into this. His Toxotes count is starting to rise, and he's gone through Ares and Artemis and Apollo. So those Toxotes are going to be as powerful as they get in terms of DPS. And poison on top, of course. Double Chimera right here in the middle of the army, but the Dao Swordsmen do benefit from this Bloodline upgrade, which will make them angry. 18.2 attack! Whenever somebody near them dies, it's insanity. They have really high armor values as well, so the Toxotes aren't absolutely annihilating them. But Ryuk spam together with Pestilence is doing so much work. Pestilence will stop the buildings from shooting, but also makes units train significantly slower. That's despite the training camps being added to all those buildings. So there's a lot to do early here in Deathmatch. They're already grabbing the town centers as quickly as they can, with some supporting fortresses to defend. Ryuk might look for a little bit of a raid back there. If he catches the Kuafu, they'll have to at least garrison, especially if supported by the Chimera Tyrants there. We have a bunch of Helpos coming out, which will be a huge help against any archer-based composition. We're still not seeing too many Chukanu from Revolt, but that is coming. And they have some crazy stats, even though we're playing on a modded game with balance changes to make China fair. Because in Deathmatch, they are certainly not fair. You already have all the tools in the very beginning, whereas Standard basically balances them by not giving them any early cavalry, by not unlocking the Chukanu in the classical age, blah blah blah, by making it cost prohibitive to have the training camps. Well, in Deathmatch you just have everything, so you throw the full power Chinese at the other guys, they have a limited opportunity to kill them. So yeah, we had to basically nerf a little bit of everything. Anyways, for Hades we don't have many changes. We have a handful small ones, but none of them are in effect for this particular match, I think. The raid is really good in the back here. The Chimeras are being super annoying against the Tiger Cavalry, but the Tiger Cavalry are a good way to shut down the Hippeos at least. We should be seeing another fire stream on these guys, but it doesn't matter because the Underworld Passage is through. Very, very action-packed game here from Ryuk. He rushes, he raids, he harasses, he uses his god power timings to put on some more damage, and the Kuafu gets sniped. This is huge. He will be able to also probably take down the Baolei as he locks himself into this location, but Jedi, aka Alt Control, is looking for the counterattack. He's using Drought, nerfing the HP of these buildings, starting with the Underworld Passage. That was a quick takedown with the reduced health. And of course, you can't really repair that anymore in Retold, so there's that. Neza ends up in the middle of the army. His fire trail and bouncy attacks are kind of hurting everyone here, but he's just one guy. However, John Wick might be able to get some more done with also bouncy attacks, life leeching, AoE attacks. He's been significantly nerfed as well, losing almost 40% of his attack and more than 60% of his AoE. Fortress is down, so Ryuk is not going to have an easy third town center. At least Revolt is managing to keep him on 2 town centers. He's significantly hurting Ryuk as well in terms of resources. You can see that because of all this aggression, because of Ryuk donating units essentially to destroy some buildings, to fight under tower fire, he's certainly paying for it in resources. And Revolt probably has a better KD, but Ryuk already here with the next attack. The houses are all gonna evaporate to Earthquake. Jesus Christ, this is insane. The temple is nearly destroyed. The Helipos will finish it off. The Hoplites and the Earthquake together get the TC. Revolt is on no town centers. What you see is what you get, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Kuafus are all that's left. They have to build houses, otherwise Revolt won't be able to build an army anymore. Maybe, just maybe, those Tiger Cav can get on top of the Toxotes. They don't have many supporting units right now, but does it really matter? I think Ryuk can keep... Oh, wait, it does matter. The Yinglong is in. I forgot about this thing. He's gonna evaporate the archers. Ryuk needs to run, but he can't because he's getting slowed down to 2 speed. He's getting zapped. Jesus Christ, everybody's toast. Oh my gods. Where's the Greek heroes? They're nowhere to be seen. Oh no, the Yinglong might be vulnerable himself, but man, is it difficult to actually get the kill on him. All this poison damage from the Toxotes would have been great. Yeah, there was 0 pop cap at some point, that's right guys. Insanity. Alright, Yinglong now having to face a Chiron and an Achilles. That's not going to be so easy anymore. He is, however, something you can heal. We changed that in the Deathmatch mod as well. Him and the Nidhogg, both of them can be healed, in fact. Revolt manages to build back both town centers. He's got the houses back. Although this time he is feeling the damage in terms of resources. The Greek heroes are all on the field, all 4 of them, so if Ryuk just has the hotkey to find them all together, then he can chase this Yinglong down. The Hoplites are a little bit more resistant to these attacks, and I don't think the Yinglong will be able to do too much at this point. Maybe a Sage can heal them back up, but Revolt will have to keep running. He can't keep fighting with something on 140 health. The heroes are still here. Oh, they're shooting him. He's dead. He's toast. There was so much opportunity here with the archers, but Revolt just couldn't take it. Ryuk's back to high population numbers, 180 plus. He's doing a great job microing the Toxotes. Revolt holding on to dear life, trying to take down the Hoplites, and then maybe he can get on top of the Toxotes as well. But these Tiger Cavalry are just getting mounted by all the poison, man. He needs a large number of them to actually make this work. slowly but surely the... Oh, these are Javelineers, excuse me. I thought they were Fire Archers, but they look so samey until you zoom in. They're Javelineers. I have to get used to them with my eyeballs. That's why the heroes weren't dying. Makes sense now. Anyways, are we going to gold mine? Yes. 5 Kuafus on the gold mine. That's a good start for Revolt. 8 Kuafus on the gold mine. That's even better. He's got enough of that. Now he needs food. And you know, this Peach Blossom Spring has been accumulating resources. At some point, he should consume that. Because it doesn't transfer the food straight into the bank. It gathers for itself, not the bank. So you have to go and gather it at some point. Well, Revolt's army is kind of getting wrecked under the tower fire. The cavalry can take this all day. The hoplites are now getting on top, and the Javelineers don't do significant damage against infantry, so this is not looking so hot. Ryuk also adding the Peltast, which also will be fielding the poison damage. He just can't get the third TC, but does he really need one? I think he can establish his 100 villager population and get going. These guys were hunting, so that's not so easy to keep track of in DM. I think he might be better off going to farm, but he doesn't have a lot of resources, so yeah, he's got to figure his situation out before Revolt can get his act together and perhaps catch up with Ryuk's villager count. There's still hope in there for him. He's not dead, not by any means. Getting the heroes back would be a big play, of course. He can't afford it. Especially Neza is just gold and some favor. Did you guys know that without the mods on the real game, Neza doesn't cost population, but we made him cost 5. And as a raiding unit, that's still crazy. You just do the fire trail and villagers can't do much about it. Come on, Revolt, remember you have heroes. Remember, Simba. Ah, he doesn't remember. I think Ryuk might just overrun him here. 200 population versus 114. There's not much you can do about that. The Kuafu are getting surrounded by the melee group. Some of them might escape, but unlikely, honestly. Maybe one of them escapes. I don't know. Ryuk killed everything. 90 population now. Very little of that being military. And here comes the siege. If there's more siege coming, if there's some villagers here making a fortress, Ryuk should be able to build a town center as well once he has a little bit of resources. It's not far now. He did make his farm transition happen also. What he's got here is more than enough. By the way, he's ready for additional pestilence cast, but I think he's saving for another earthquake. He just wants to get rid of the buildings. That's pretty far out, to be fair. I'm gonna be waiting for that for a while. It's controlling the gold. Revolt has this, but I mean, it's also not safe, is it? And he's going to tap out of this one. Ryuk just a little bit too dominant here. Let's see if Revolt can turn this around, because it's just the best of 3. 572 kills to 449. That definitely shows that Hades has some power here. In practice, Revolt did really well against Ryuk. So there is still the opportunity that, you know, he can fully turn this around, in fact. As far as the remaining gods go, this is what we've got on the table. So Ryuk potentially could pull out the Shenong or Loki next. I think that's what he would do. Cause Sets is just a little bit gambly, right? It might work out, it might not. Revolt will be choosing the map. He's got himself Kronos 4 and Isis. I'm just gonna have to find out from the lobby, I think, what the map is gonna be. Let's see if we can find it. It's still showing the previous map. How annoying. Hope you guys are having fun anyway. If you are, make sure to hit that follow button. It supports us a lot for sure. We also got a YouTube where all the edited down videos will be going. Feel free to subscribe there as well. There's a parallel live stream. You can like that too to further spread the message. Much appreciated, gamers. And of course, you can sign up to the next tournament, which is what's the I just put it up today. July 19th. That's right. July 19th. So feel free to also hop into that. We're gonna do a different format there. The description is not fully accurate yet. We're gonna work on it. But basically the idea is in that £200 tournament right now. I'm not sure there's anybody signed up yet. Already got Darfnox and Joey Bats. You guys are the champs. Thanks, guys. So yeah, in that one, maybe we'll not do drafts. Let's see. Let's see what we end up deciding on. And then once the Microsoft esports business calms down a bit, we'll also do some standard, of course. Link to the tourney. Next tourney. Nope, not that. Next event. That's the command. There we go. I think I pinned it, didn't I? It went away. Damn it. I pinned it now. And I put it in for the YouTubes as well. Now, where's this lobby? Can't see it. It's up. Next map is going to be Megalopolis, and it's starting momentarily. It should not be the same settings as this one, no. The draft is going to be different. We'll probably just draft maps instead of gods. Something like that. Everyone can play their best. Anyway, game's up. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, in the blue color, we have got Ryuk. He's gonna be bringing Loki to this one. And on the other side, Revolt for game 2 chooses Kronos. That could work out really nicely, actually. If he goes Mass Heroes with Hyperion, which regenerate, he might be able to overwhelm whatever Loki does in terms of myth units. The Throwing Axeman can be handled by Mass Cairo Ballista and Satyrs. And the heroes just focus on the Fire Giants. I think this is totally doable. I like it. He's also building very fast thanks to the manors. Look at them surrounding all the buildings, providing this proliferated buff to speed up construction. He's making tons of palaces. Fantastic build order from Revolt. Ryuk is spamming very frontally. He's not securing the town centers with it, but also Megalopolis is an extremely open map. See what these satyrs can do. We're going for the back town center. The Revolt will be securing the side. I think he's going for the middle though. At least carefully securing it. Of course, Kronos gets the double myth unit, so the double Centimanus now will be able to put on some pressure in this base that Ryuk is trying to build. The only hill fort he has been deconstructed. There's more coming, of course, a lot more. And let's see if we got the myth units. Oh, he's going tier. Actually, Fenris Wolfbrood is out, but I'm not sure that's going to be the unit for this specific matchup. So I don't think he's going tier for the Fenris Wolves. I think he'll have to spam Battle Boars here, or save his favor for God Power spam. A lot of Cairo Ballista are making it onto the field, and we've got the good old Revolt Towers. Absolutely revolting. He's gonna just make all the towers. Here comes the Cairo Ballista spam. Here comes the Satyr spam as well. He's just supporting it with a miscellaneous set of frontline units. Unfortunately for Revolt, he wasn't able to tear down these hill forts of Ryuk. And now he's kind of getting overwhelmed by the concave of throwing X-Men. The towers are helping a little bit. If Revolt just pull back here, he would be taking a so much better fight right now. No myth units from Ryuk. Well, wait, he's making some Anheri, actually. Very fascinating, that. He's got Undermine. Oh my god, he's gonna delete the revolting towers! Holy crap! Everything he's worked for his whole life is gone! No! What is hard countered, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we call that. Oh no! He's broke. That's it. 1,500 resources left in the bank. Oh my goodness. Ryuk has flaming weapons coming up. How are you gonna stop that? No, 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 no. He needs to put everybody he's got on gold. Right, meow. We've got a ton of destroyers trying to take out the side builds, but of course Ryuk responding in kind with throwing axemen. Doesn't need to be kind about it at all. Once Undermine is back, he can delete the next set of towers because Revolt is repeating the mistake. He's lining them up. Oh no. I'm not sure he's gonna be able to afford living through flaming weapons, guys. There's gonna be so many throwing axemen, and you're not going to be able to approach them. These watchtowers, by the way, are also upgraded with the Heimdall upgrades from Safeguard, so they're cheap, they're a little bit tankier, and we've got flaming weapons now. Ryuk is still full pop. Revolt on just 150 pop and rapidly dropping. The fight down here has concluded. There's no more destroyers trying to clean up the side build. And Ryuk is just collapsing on this army. He's going for the towers manually, so he doesn't mind getting some of his units hurt in exchange for taking them down. He does have the resources for it, to be fair. Wait, the Cairo Ballista actually doing a number to these throwing axes. This is not a bad location for Revolt to take the fight. He's doing pretty good, but Ryuk is pumping more. So there will be more where that came from. Great job taking down all of the throwing axes, but then there's this to deal with. A big boy gets summoned in from the void, and Revolt is potentially going to get sent back into the void with just 100 population left. Ooh, Valor is getting cast. He will need some Valor, that's for sure. A lot more of it. Everybody is getting put on gold. What? That is Ryuk's gold, sorry. The UI just does what it wants. A little bit of raid on actually Revolt's gold, and that's getting taken down. Very good timing from Ryuk to hit it in the moment where Revolt is hurting the most already. And if there were ever going to be more towers, Undermine round 2 is ready. Thimble Winter is almost ready, and then another round of flaming weapons is absolutely on the table as the man himself is sporting 620 favor right now. Summons in a Fafnir from the void, and that's going to be just devastating for Revolt. I don't think he can take it. This best of 3 might be over very swiftly as well, ladies and gentlemen. Ryuk having no mercy to show. Error 404, mercy not found. Wolves are getting spawned into the TC. To be fair, the buildings are very capable of taking them down these days. They don't have much health. Probably need a bit of love in Deathmatch, where iron upgrades and fortified TC and tower upgrades are maxed. But here, it's still going to disrupt the villagers a little bit. And if you support them with extra units, well, it's extra stuff that you get in every town center location, including the ones that are unclaimed. But when you have 2 forts, that's going to protect. Anyway, the Rams are going now after main TC. Ryuk on 235 population, 3 TC maxed. Rams destroying Revolt's remaining town center. Another Undermine is getting cast. Another set of Rams. The Wolves are in. Holy shit, everything's happening at once. Including Revolt's resignation. That was brutal. Noodle never even got to use Vortex, one of the really good god powers in Deathmatch, but unfortunately we never got around to it. Yeah, maybe instead of towers, when you see the other guy going Heimdall, I think you gotta build your palaces to the max first and then really spread out those towers, because losing them all at once like that is just a massive, massive cost that you can't afford. Ryuk out killing Revolt just barely, just a smidge. But what really matters is all that building destruction and the villagers not getting to work instead of that having to rebuild. And that's a 2-0. Ryuk moves on to the semifinals and therefore has a guaranteed prize. GG. Yeah, to answer the Otto one's questions from earlier, so basically the rules aren't set right now. Okay, so you can sign up early. It's a very, very early posting. I didn't bother to edit the rules. I just wanted it out there. But we'll be in touch when we properly promote it. I will mention separately that the rules are such and such. So that's still gonna be discussed among the community. Okay, so we might have to hop into the semifinals now, because Grass and Groom is still not going to be here, obviously. Luki and Mini Yeti are still fighting on Iron Maiden stream. And Grass and Groom is still not here. So I guess we'll give him a little bit more time until that other series is done with Iron Maiden, but yeah. Score is there, 1-1. So if we can start at the end of that, I think that would be great. To be fair, he did say an hour ago, a half an hour break. I think we'll fill that with another cast. I think we've got another cast to fill that with. So I'm gonna try to find the Western Long series against Funny Liquid. And we'll just cast those as well. Alright, Western Long, get ready. We're gonna show your opponents what they gotta fear. I know the Otto one already cast these, but we need to fill the void. So preparing those. Give me a moment, guys. I'm getting the info from Western Long about the order of the games. Alright, we have that. Thanks, Western Long, for being on the spot. Alright, so Grassing Room doesn't have to rush, in case he's listening in, while he's doing whatever he needs to do. And we'll just cover these replays, and then he's on. That should give him more than enough time, more than he requested, and then everybody's happy, everybody gets the games as was foretold, and we just buy a little time with the replays, okay? That's gonna be how we roll. Alright. Okay, Okay, first map should be Elysium. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is not it. Reverse order, I suppose. Yes. Okay, Western Long. Funny. Let's do it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some bonus casts here from the early rounds of the playoffs. Western Long in the blue color will be playing as Set in this one. Maps Elysium, and his opponent is Funny Liquid playing as Poseidon here. Cast a lot of Funny Liquid yesterday, but none of Western Long, so Set's interesting here. You can obviously pump out a lot of barracks and get some really powerful army going with the Ptah, Sekhmet, and Horus Godpath, which technically Poseidon should be struggling against, as the Horus Spearmen just basically take cavalry out of the equation if you use them properly, and then the Slingers should make the infantry life difficult, as well as the range units. Monument to Soldiers will be placed right in the middle of the buildings, giving a discount to everything from within. There should be another one here. And Western might be actually crawling forward very bravely to Funny Liquid's forward town center. Ares is going to be the minor god pick, and then followed up by Dionysus. So no fast buildings for Funny Liquid with Aphrodite's upgrade there. Divine Blood makes your villagers build much faster. But he's not going for that. He's instead going for basically super units, you could say. He knows he's gonna need Hippospis to deal with any Horus infantry, right? So makes them the best he can. Dionysus helps the myth units, which Colossi are gonna be, I think, your pick here. Todd is going to be Western Long's choice. He's empowering the Mingdal Stronghold for double elephant production. It's a little bit slower than it would be, you know, to pump out one, but you get two, so why not? And it's free for the second one. Great business deal indeed. The Colossus is getting divine damaged by the priests. You'll need a whole lot more of them to be able to do much. We're not seeing too many Phoenix just yet, but they're coming. They're in the queue. All the set animals are dead, but they did their job with tanking. We've got a bunch of extra Scorpion men as well. Will be able to spread their poison. The elephants are kind of holding their ground here, hoping for a little bit of cost efficiency. And Western Long is working on the back TC slowly but surely. He's got a bunch of idols, something to fix, but ready now with the shifting sands. Didn't even need to use vision for that one, so that was neat. But he did lose the priests, I guess. Oh wait, the villagers are kinda in trouble here. Should be running away from the elephant if they can, but I think this is a denial for sure. Maybe Funny Liquid is in denial, you never know. Oh god, every villager's gonna die! Yikes! TC's down. That's a devastating attack right there. Western Long's pumping hard. But will it be hard enough to beat the Pestilence? Because it's affecting every single building except these four. Wait, is this affected? No? 4 barracks are not affected. Everything else is. You still train units, but it's low. That's why I really like to make like extra 2 Migdos even for my back TC, then it can help out against nonsense like this. Cyclops doing a number to those X-Men there. And Hippolyta sniping the Phoenix is doing a really good job of it too. The back TC area has been cleaned up. Not much else going on here at the moment. And of course, Ancestors is getting caught in defensively. These are Mythic Age minions, but Ancestor still isn't a very powerful god power here for Deathmatch. There's just gonna be so many heroes out. The Myth units counter the minions as well. And there's nothing to combo it with. Oh, even going up against bronze units. Yeah, that's gonna have limited power there. If he had cast it on the villagers, that would be another story. But he's needing it to survive right here. This is tough. Our Greek player is significantly ahead in population. The Petrobolos are sieging down all these towers. Tough situation for Westerlong, definitely. The archers are right on top of his spawn points. Oh god. He's spawn camped. Not fair. Polyphemus ready to bonk anybody daring to take the TC. There's not gonna be any volunteers. TC's being taken by a Greek player on both sides. Meteor will be ready soon. That will be okay as a defensive god power, I guess. I mean, look at Funny Liquid. He doesn't have gold. This is the one opportunity. There's gonna be a market. So that could be a lifeline because Poseidon's market exchange rates are better than the others. There's a lot of X-Men here. I think we're gonna see a big shifting stance, ladies and gentlemen. He's just waiting for it to happen. This is no accident, trust me. They're gonna go after the main, and even though Poseidon will be pumping out militia from all the destroyed buildings, the X-Men will counter them right away. So this could be good. And then there's Meteor, of course, which could be used defensively, as I said, but it could be used aggressively too. Wait. We are gonna shift sands, right? No. No, if we fight the Toxotes and Cyclops, that's not gonna go a long way. Where's this going? Oh, the Meteor actually prevents the front TC together with the catapult. Shifting sands is getting readied up. Or is it? There's not enough X-Men. Oh no. I don't think Westerlong can do it, guys. There's all the missing gold is actually in units here for Funny Liquid. For whatever reason, he's making 1,000,000 Prodromos. It's way too many Prodromos. But it doesn't matter. He's pushing down the middle with 1,000,000 Petrobolas. He's got enough to protect them as well. Shifting sands never happened. Oh no. He had no favor, that's right. Because he only has 2 monuments. With one of them getting destroyed earlier. Yeah, kinda need more than that. Well, Petrobolas could be in trouble, but now forced to use mercenaries. So Love had to pull this, and Petrobolas. Oh my god. Grind versus grind. One option for Westerlong here is to sell all the wood. Not all, but like a lot of it. Enough to buy back some food from the gold. He's also setting up his caravans and trade. Yeah, there's a little bit of hope left, but not much. The mass siege is insane. I've never seen that many Petrobolas at once. Oh, elephants can kill them all. Oh my god, that's why we don't see them. Okay, if they're protected, it should be fine. But yeah, guys, Petrobolas certainly are very fragile if you've got units to deal with them. The Tyros are in. We have 2.5 splash attack. I'm not sure how they do it with the shortest swords of all time, but I'm sure they can manage. Main town center of Westerlongs is dead. I think this game is probably over, guys. We're gonna fast forward at 4x. We don't need to, it's over. As Westerlong does tap out there. And ultimately Funny Liquid just outkills him basically 2-1. Brutal. Let's see the other games. Funniest liquid. Alright, gamers, let's go with game 2. A change of map, a change of gods, a change of even color. Westenong is going in as Oranos in the teal. Going up against the Isis player in the red, in the pink. This is Funny Liquid. I was looking at the heart, that was red. Wow. How did I manage to do that? Anyway, going very fast on the market. Nobody on the barracks just yet. Gotta definitely hurry up with that. And I think we need to flip over the UI at the top. There, that's better. Second monument coming up alongside the Migdol. There's not enough barracks here to sustain against an Orano spam. So let's see what exactly Westenong will be coming up with. Should be just Murmillo. But I think he'd be tempted to get Contarius out, to be honest, against Isis. Obviously, you will have to deal with the Osiris camels in this situation, but it might be worth the try. You can make a whole lot more Contarius than they can make camels early on. Just for the opening. Yeah, it's a more defensive Murmillo and Arcus mix. And we should be seeing a little bit of Chiral Ballista getting added in for any potential infantry, which we're so far not seeing. Funny Liquid is going to be very low population compared to Westenong in just a moment as a few more cycles of Westenong's complete. He's got his palace up and running. His villager was saved against the Anubite raids. Back TC is not being worked on just yet. For whatever reason, Funny Liquid is starting very early gold mining, but his houses aren't even done yet. I would worry about that more. As I said, the prophecy has foretold it. 100 population versus 49 is not the best situation there for Funny Liquid. He's got to really work on that population game. Westenong is doing good, but the only thing missing is the multiple palaces the villagers are kind of grouped up right now. But he's pumping now. Destroyers are coming out, the fire siphons are coming out. Just a matter of having some extra palaces and then working on the back TC as well is happening. And, you know, being Oranos, I like it when people try something sneaky with the sky passages in the corner and whatnot. I think that's great stuff. Maybe we get to see that here, but if the population discrepancy keeps becoming this large and staying this large, that's a different story entirely. What's all this healing? Oh, the monument is getting empowered, right? Huge radius, no god powers allowed here. That's slightly boosted in the DM patch, by the way. Just the base range is increased, I think. So especially increased when you're doing the other stuff. Ooh, nice dodge on the catapult shot there. But there's another. Fire siphons and catapults are pretty equal in terms of the ability to take each other out. Much longer reload on the catapult there, as you can see. So yeah. Quick snipes. Ooh. It's really brutal. Back DC is still not built. The serpents were used defensively rather than aggressively. If you catch some regular citizens with that, they would melt. Because you can, in the DM mod, control the snakes. Funny Liquid's kind of getting overwhelmed, ladies and gentlemen. So many Lampades here. They're regenerating as well. Once Westenong manages to cast his Hesperides tree, there will be even more regeneration or healing, rather, coming in to here. But the monument will need to be destroyed under this fortress. That's easier said than done. It will take a moment. Chariot numbers are pretty high, and while they're defended rather well, they're going to be able to lay down a lot of DPS. I gotta say, these Lampades with their 20 divine damage are pretty significant for even destroying buildings, right? Even better than Siege, because it can't be resisted. So it's better they have divine than that. Really potent units for sure. The Anubis Spears are causing a little bit of trouble for the Quintarius, but not too much. Ancestors are cast somewhere. Oh, the Serpents are now being controlled and could catch those... one of the citizens at least. Wait, is it the hero now? No? No, Westernon keeps pushing. He's got a good economy this time around. A little bit on every resource. No rush with the trade. Gotta fix the idols, but other than that, no big deal. More Lampades are coming around. Let's see if we're gonna see some chicken transformations in this game, and maybe once we're a little bit richer, he could try to do Lampade bombs, which is something we don't see very often at all. We're just getting taken down pretty brutally. Funny Liquid might just have been destroyed here. Look at those regenerating Lampades under the Hesperides tree, getting healed even more. It's pretty good stuff. Wait, are they too far? I think they were. Chickens. Oh, Pharaoh not fighting back against the Lampades might be a small mistake there. The Chariots just camping between the fortresses is a pretty good idea. Once Westenlong can afford a second Hesperides tree, I'm sure he'll be casting that. He loves those trees. Son of Osiris is in. That's a big problem for the Lampades. They need to run. Oh! Their blood damage is causing a little bit of trouble here, but not too much. Oh man, more of them getting taken down. Son of Osiris doing a good job with the focus fire. Obviously, Lampades not really able to do damage to heroes, even with the divine damage. But hey, Westenlong is gonna have a fourth town center. He's gonna have Quintarius in mass. There's gonna be a lot of fanatics. He already has some archers, but could use more. I like the Terma in addition to take care of the chariots, who is trying to dive the Son of Osiris there, but instead just dives the catapults. That's also really good because the catapults are 400 resources each, so taking them out is a huge cost efficiency boon here. For Westenlong, he's got a Fire Siphon out now, 2 of them actually. And it seems to me, oh wow, that Son of Osiris just killed 4 people at once. Westenlong really needs to get on the case with this guy. Taking a lot of damage from him. 4th town center is nearly done. Once that's done, even more villagers will be sent to gather resources, so that should just about add up and support his large population of armies. So many look at the amount of chickens! That's all the units the Lampades have killed. And how many Lampades have died? Not as many, I can tell you that. That's all Lampades chickens. This is crazy. I love it. So good. So good, that upgrade. You just have to really control these guys, ladies, and pull them back to heal every now and then. They'll definitely pay for themselves. Alright, the priests are finally out. And suddenly the Lampades disappeared. Just as Legend in the chat says, Egypt has trouble dealing with myth units. Well, sir, you need some heroes. Like everyone else. Ooh. Funny Liquid just unfortunately hasn't found the priest button yet. Until now. But now that he did, everything's good. Well, everything's not good. He fell behind too much throughout the game. That entire field of chickens could have been preventable, or at least harder to do. He's in trouble now, I can tell you that. Alright, Westenlong will need somebody on wood because he's running low. And as low as he's running, that will be a problem for siege and archers. He won't be able to make them. Even Lampades cost wood. Wait, cost gold. Who costs wood? Huh? Didn't they cost wood at some point? That can't be right. They both cost gold. What happened there? They all cost gold. Okay. Atlantean is the odd one out. Every other civ has like one of the units is costing the different resource types. Even the mummies cost wood. Medusa cost wood. Well, you got the dryads, to be fair. They cost wood. How many chickens is that? Can we select them? Why can't I select the chickens? I'm not gonna count them. You guys do it. It's a large number. Got the village center for Funny Liquid trying to make a comeback happen. The Tartarian gate I've completely missed. Not sure what they deleted. It looks like a tower and some houses. And he's getting overwhelmed now by the destroyers, who will be able to take down the fortresses, and that's gonna be that. Game is now 1-1 here. Westenlong out killing Funny Liquid. It's not me, I promise. I was casting. I have an alibi. I'm going to the decider. Western new king. That's right. Revolt knows. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game number 3, of course. In the red color, Westenlong swapped the color once again. He is playing as Kronos. Let's swap these over up top. Then on the other side, in the blue, this is Funny Liquid playing as Ra. Map is Silk Road, and it's got these trading posts in the middle that you can capture. Right now, it would only generate 0.5 in the beginning, but then you can swap what resource types it makes. It can only make one at a time. And in Mythic, it will be 5 resources per second. So if you have all 3, that's better than a Plenty Vault. Right, Funny Liquid's building up one barracks at a time, but with all the villagers, unfortunately, he wasn't empowering the monument, which would help him build everything faster. I would have much preferred him going this direction, honestly, because there's no town center up here. He is securing the trading post, to be fair. He's got 2 of them already, but if Westenlong builds here, that's gonna become his and stay his. With Kronos, of course, all these manors getting built in the middle of the base are speeding up. The other buildings coming up for Westenlong, including the town center, will be super fast with 5 manors. So that's one of the reasons why Kronos is so good. You get all your buildings up, you get your spam faster, you get your TCs faster. It's great. Look at that, it's gonna be built in 40 seconds with just 3 villagers. That's insane. Meanwhile, the back TC will probably be several minutes. Sentiment is here to cause some trouble. There's only 1 priest, so they should be able to cause some trouble, actually. Oh, wow, they just beat up the Avenger. Let's see Westenlong making some more of those. I love him. Oh, yeah, here they come. Tons of Wardens of Tartarus. He's gonna show you Vortex power, ladies and gentlemen. You just Vortex back and forth. Let's say this is a taken town center later. You Vortex there. You keep time shifting your palaces behind it. You can do 3 palaces while your vortex is on, and then it will be very difficult for the Egyptian to dislodge that. Of course, they could do a shifting sands on top of you, and because fire siphons are much of a fighting unit, they're a siege unit, right? You can basically with shifting sands counter that and just take down the time shifting buildings. That would be the idea, I think. Alright, that is a lot of Cairo Ballista. The Chariots should be well equipped to deal with this, in my view. But the Axemen certainly are not. And this is the opening that the Fire Siphons were waiting for. Are we gonna see some catapults now from Funny Liquid to try and contain that situation? The catapults should be able to one-shot the Cairo Ballista. So if anything can get the job done, it is them. But Westerlong spamming super freaking hard. Wow, the catapult doing great there. It's a 4th kill. One shot, one kill. I like the addition of the slingers. They're gonna do much, much better against all these Cairo Ballista as well. But unfortunately for them, they're shooting at the Tartarus, Warden of Tartarus. So, yep. That's not gonna work. Of course, if Westerlong sends them in one by one, these Wardens of Tartarus aren't that tanky against priests who have divine damage on their side. So, not keeping them on a siege duty like over there would be probably great. I love the addition of the destroyers because they'll be tanking these slingers for days. And of course, the siege towers will just absolutely melt away to the fire siphons. They have 350 health. It's a little better than what most gods get, but that's from the Sekhmet upgrade. Slingers are wrecking each other a little bit, at least distracted for a moment, while Westerlong can carry on with the shooting. Fire Siphon at the moment not shooting as valuable. Oh wait, that was a catapult takedown by the Fire Siphon. They're very similar in this direct exchange, while of course the catapult has more range, so it can start up earlier. But hey, Westerlong is completely overwhelming here. He's got 2 trading posts. That's how he's getting his food. I think he should be getting his gold with that. The front TC and the back TC are both finished. Meanwhile, Funny Liquid only now finished up his back TC. This is tragic. He hasn't been gathering the gold mine. He does not have his 3rd TC. So he's out of gold. That's that. Tornado will be probably saving the day a little bit against the Arcus and the Siege. I think a tornado right there would be ideal. Maybe it will migrate over to the towers and take those down as well. So there will be hope. But selling the resources is the only thing that Funny Liquid can do, because he's getting outspammed, he's getting outkilled. And he certainly can't fight under tower fire, unlike the Atlanteans with their destroyers. Oh, here it comes! Oh, all the Argus are gone. Goodbye. The siege is gone. The towers are kind of getting hurt, but not too much. They can take it. Huh. Meta units are staying alive as well. Westerlong should consider pulling out of this, to be fair. I think he should consider pulling out, but he's got 1 million villagers from gold. In fact, it's too many for 1 gold mine. This guy is just chilling there, watching the others work. How very Eastern European. I am one. I know how it works. I did manual labor. I know how it works. Trust me. One guy works with the shovel, the other guy leans on a shovel. Anyway, now that we've got that cleared up, are we gonna see a big vortex? Ooh, it's actually satyrs. I think Westerlong is just gonna fight frontally then. The satyrs are there to clean up the Vagets and the infantry in general, so yeah, just hide behind the towers. The towers will do half the work, and then you can just lean on the shovel. What? No, we were done with that. Hold on. The spearmen are actually a good answer to the Cantarius. They are Horus spears, so they have significant bonus damage. Really good armor, of course, but the towers are shredding them up. It's not viable there. In the open field, sure. That would be fantastic. Okay, Westerlong pulling back a little bit, letting the towers do the job, but he will need population soon. Okay, he's got a little bit of a raid group. He might be able to hit this front TC location. Obviously, the Axemen aren't a threat here. So if you can carry on with that, that's great. The double catapult is slowly but surely cleaning up. So Westerlong does have to consider all that. He does have a decent army now. He is closer to maxing out. Are we going to see the first vortex of the tournament or what? Not with this army. Oh no, the TC is gonna come up, isn't it? Just 18 seconds. I think it is. This should wake up Westerlong to the fact that this army exists. Maybe there's 7 seconds. Nah, this is coming up. This is coming up. Sapiers might get a big shot off against the infantry there. Oh. They're certainly doing work. But they themselves go down. Canteria's heroes are now in there. We'll be regenerating here, of course. Taking down all the catapults. Taking down all the everything, in fact. The archers are in a massive concave, so it's very difficult to engage them with slingers. But it's even more difficult to engage them with spears and axes. And in fact, Funny Liquid doesn't have any more food to make him, so it's got to be chariots, siege, slingers, and Vagets. That's all he can afford, because both Avengers and Scarabs are actually food units. He doesn't have food. Ezra, which is a big problem. His farming operations are coming online, so he should be able to hit rain any moment he likes. Right now would be good. And then just do it again when it's off cooldown, but I'm not sure he's doing it, guys. Westerlong just happily fighting in the one front. He's got the income that this requires. The gold miners are overdoing their job a little bit. Gonna be a little short on wood, but I'm sure he can fix it soon. Wardens of Tartarus are slapping the buildings down. I think, guys, our Ra player is in serious trouble, and I'm not sure he's respecting the situation by making the wood-only units. That said, he doesn't have much wood to begin with. He's not using the rain. Has he given up mentally? The gold miners are right there. If they get knocked off as well, that's going to be a problem. I think it's time to fast forward this one because the conclusion might be near. Even though it's a little bit dragged out. We've got a second cast of a Citadel Center. That will buy a little bit of population, but nobody is really defending here. And Westerlong is just dealing with the smaller threats. Building up buildings near the trading post to take it over. Even here, he's doing just that. And, oh, we got the Vortex. We've got the Vortex as it has been foretold. And he's got plenty of Wardens of Tartarus to smack down that Citadel Center. If he wants to, he can also time shift here. But, well, actually, yeah, he does have the resources for it. He should probably consider. The second Vortex is going to be 100 favor, however. So that's a little bit further out. But this Citadel Center is toast. That will get the trade as a result of that. All the villagers here are probably toast. The rain has been interrupted by this, and the villagers themselves will be toast. Not great news for Funny Liquid. Great play by Westerlong, a much needed one too in order to win this game. Once he cleans up the buildings here, he has the third trading post. What are these on actually? Gold. Right now it's his least needed resource, but once the gold mines run out, he will need it. Oh man, those villagers are getting wrecked. They can't be here. They need to leave. Chaos getting cast on just the priests. It gets the Wardens of Tartarus to live longer. I guess it works. Got a ton of Cairo Ballista now. And Westerlong takes over his third trading post. Also swaps that to gold. Yeah, you can swap it. It's like this. Got a bunch of idols. I don't think, guys, that this is something that can be reclaimed. If Westerlong just makes more army, then that's that. He's full. He's full pop. I think we're gonna fast forward this again. Just to reach the outcome, because there's gonna be no mining here. Trust me about that. Obviously, Funny Liquid is fighting for his dear life. The Fire Siphon's kind of getting taken down by the infantry here. If they were only guarded by the Cairo Ballista, that's gonna happen momentarily. And then we are looking at a much stronger army all of a sudden. Westerlong is basically maxed on villagers, so that's why his army is a little bit smaller, whereas for Funny Liquid, he has citadels, he has a small trade, but also not maxed villagers. So his army right now is kind of able to handle that of Westerlong's. Also, we got a bunch of idols. Okay, losing a handful of villagers here is actually a great thing for Westerlong. Hopefully he doesn't remake... Oh, he remakes them. The auto queue is staying on even after maxing. We might fast forward some more. Cairo Ballista are not terrible against buildings, but they're not good either. They have burning pitch at least. 4x against buildings. Man, the villagers shanked them real good. Building forward now. And another raining attempt is coming through. Westerlong is just using all his economy to aggressively build towers and fortresses forward. And that, I'm not sure, is stoppable by Funny Liquid. So we're going back to normal speed. Fire Siphons and Wardens of Tartarus now. There's no temple up close, is there? They're coming from the main base still. Very long walking time. And some additional buildings here for Westerlong would be great, but I don't think it's needed. Not at this point. He's still got a decent amount of population. Really good sieging group here. And eventually this TC should be going down. Avenger is avenging. Yeah, I could just time shift the buildings, but it's good to have them in two places, so making some new ones never hurts. Alright, DC's knocked down once again. Funny Liquid's basically out of resources. He's losing a ton of villagers here as well. With Westerlong taking them down using Contarius. The frontal push is... It doesn't matter, it's immaterial. There's nothing important here except the trade post. And it's not that important even then. Westerlong should be able to just go for the main TC at this point. I guess he's fighting off the army somewhat. There's no more gold mines on the map as far as I can tell, so trade is becoming more and more important. He's trading with his TC here as opposed to using the full route from here to here. It's a little bit weaker. Let's see how bad that is. It's 48 gold. You could probably get like 60 or 70 gold from this. Fourth town center is getting grabbed by Westerlong. That might just spell the end for Funny Liquid here. The destroyers are in. The siphons are in. There's more Wardens of Tartarus. And if these siege weapons just attack the citadel, it will be going down, definitely. Not enough repair here. Not enough resources to remake a good army. For Funny Liquid, he's just 130 population. Sure, he might catch the villagers, but Westerlong can take it. He's got another TC now. 225 population versus just 130. The cap being much larger as well. And that's that. Westerlong is advancing. And he's going to be going up against Grassingroom now in the semifinals. 879 kills to 561. So it was just a matter of time here until he put it away. Yep, GG's. And it's great to see that Westerlong and Grassingroom are already ready to go. So we can basically jump in right away. It's not the semifinals. I'm sorry. It's a round 2. It's just a round 2, but we've got... Yeah, I won. I won the game. That's right. We've got the draft now between Grass and Westenlong ready to go. Got the bands of Kronos and Fushi. Westenlong bans Numa and 4. And the god picks are going to be Poseidon, Zeus, Freya, and Loki for Grass. Westenlong gets Gaia, Oranos, Hades instead. So let's see how we can deal with the 14 fire giant style that Grass seems to be doing. He just queues as many fire giants as the temple will allow. That's why it's 14. Also start the game already. Any particular new patterns? Not in particular, no. People are getting better at it though. Yeah, Helios for late game is great. You just vortex around and siege them down hard. Okay, the match is about to start in a second. Guys, I will actually refill my bottle while this countdown is going because it's about to be empty and dry throat. Not good. Okay, I got my water. This is so much better. And we're ready to go for the game as well. Let's do it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a quarterfinals match of our 1,000 pound deathmatch tournament. We've got in the red color, this is Grass and Groom playing as Loki on Savannah. On the other side, Westenlong, blue, Oranos. And to any new viewer joining, Deathmatch is the game mode that starts with 20,000 resources each and 200 favor. You advance through the ages in 5 seconds, still needing the advanced buildings like the temple, the market and fortresses. And then every time you advance, your upgrades will be completed automatically for free. Then you spam, spam, spam. Try to get full population with all your houses done. Get your town center safely. All this will exhaust your resources though, especially with the heavy fighting that will happen over territory. And you'll have to figure out how to get an economy going at the same time. You got Power Storm cooldown, but the first ones are now coming off, followed by each ages. Bunch of Murmillos here for Westenlong are going to attempt to take care of the front. Grass and Groom will be pumping out heavy berserks for the most part, followed by throwing X-Men. And he's Mythic through Hell. Stance of Muspel ready to go. Hecate will be the choice for Westenlong. So the idea is you use your Lampades to deal with the Fire Giants and your mass regenerating heroes from Hyperion to deal with the Fire Giant spam. And with Prometheus, they also transform faster. Let's see how many we're gonna see. Grass and Groom very quickly grabbing this town center. But no additional Fire Giants just yet. He's making sure to max out on infantry first, and then he will add them. Westenlong more or less able to keep up, but he did need some more Chiral Ballistas sooner. If he can really mass them though, as he is, it should be dealing with all the infantry pretty well. There are a bunch of towers here that will make his approach a little bit more difficult. And there come the Fire Giants. Just a handful for now. Westenlong is also pumping out a lot of Lampades to be able to deal with this. We'll turn some units into chickens. First you're trying to flank to get on top of them, but easier said than done, as the Chiral Ballista are right here to handle the situation. The Lampades are trying to turn the Myth units on their master. Fafnir at the moment roasting Westenlong's army pretty badly. The population for Westenlong can't seem to keep up very easily at all. Does get the Fafnir kill, however. Lampades are getting to work. There are a few of them. Chiral Ballista are having to work overtime as well. Westenlong actually getting another TC. He's using his forward temple over there to bring over more Fire Giants that will destroy a palace. Well, the Westenlong is 2 TCs. He's very much boxed in against a 4 town center grass in the moment. Well, let's see if he allows him to get this, because he really needs to stop that. Grass does respect the army because it's full of heroes and Lampades, so the Fire Giants really can't hang out there. Oh my god, he has 13 of them again. It has been foretold. The Flaming Weapons is in. But the mass hero should be able to deal with this for the most part. It's the buildings I'm worried about. Should I be though? Yeah, Westenlong doesn't have the population right now. He will have Chaos unlocked momentarily. And you can use that to get the units to fight each other during Flaming Weapons. But unfortunately caught too many and it will very quickly expire. They're also doing their very best here. And the Son of Muspels are getting thinned out, but so much favor is being given back. Grass will need to somehow try to hold on with the economy. Gold is running low. Never captured the 4th town center, right? So his villager production will be lower. Because of that, he does have a lot of people on wood, which he probably doesn't need right now. He sold a little bit of resources for gold. And that should allow him to keep pumping a little bit longer. Does he have relics for Myth units? No. All 4 relics seem to be on the map. This is just Hell doing her upgrades. So Rampage will be making Fire Giants train instantly, and Petrified, or whatever the upgrade is called. Stone Skin? Granite Blood, sorry. That's giving them extra health. Nidhogg is in. He needs a hug. At the moment, just burning down the infantry, doing a pretty good job of it. There should be some ranged heroes to take it down, and they're starting their work. It's a lot of damage coming through already. Grass is not paying attention. He's allowing the Nidhogg to fight the Arcus. And... oh, Westenong actually resigns because of population concerns. Oh no. Well, that was quick. Grass and Groom also was getting a 4th town center again. Flaming weapons with all these Sons of Muspel are just a little bit much sometimes. You can get overrun, definitely. His pump wasn't all there. They certainly didn't have enough heroes in one place. I mean, it already started with population down, right? So, yeah, Grass just did a great job of managing this. Yeah, use the brackets command. We don't have a schedule command, please. You guys can also sign up to the next tournament already, as it's on the... as it's pinned in the chat. Feel free to hop in there anytime you like. Alright, so... Westenong loses Gaia. Grass gets a crown for Loki. And we're just waiting for the next map pick, which is going to be Alfheim. And the Matador is waiting for the winner of this. Hopefully it's not going to be like that for the next game. Maybe Westenong can fight back a little bit more. But if Grass just picks Freyr, the same outcome might be happening. Westenong will have to manage the mass myth units. Loading in now. Nearly there. Here we are with game number 2. Grass will be playing in the red color as Zeus. His opponent Westenong on the other side of the map. The blue Gaia. Gaia is his favorite and strongest god as well. He practices her the most by far. Just greatly enjoys it. I really like this little creeping set of manners towards the second TC. As you know, they spread lush, make villagers and everything else move faster. Later, this will be very useful for a trade route, although he probably will have to put something in between to connect. For now, the focus should be on getting a lot of military and counter barracks up. Problem for Gaia is she doesn't have access to satyrs, right? No Hyperion, but you do have Theia, which gives you the Hesperides trees. If you can get 3 Hesperides trees and therefore 15 maximum Dryads, you can outspam Greek and snipe their heroes with those pretty powerful myth units to hold the ground for you and a decent army behind it. It's very tough for Greek to get anything done, honestly. The one thing they do have is fortresses, towers, and Petropolis in between. That's tough to break. But that's why we're going Hecate. Because this is on a modded game for balance. And actually Tartarian Gate is made cheaper. There's going to be something that he can use to dislodge the Greek from positions as I described. Anyways, the push so far for our Greek player is pretty good, but it's Athena, not Ares, so we're not going to have a massive pestilence on literally every production building. Westenong should be fine for now. as long as he can maintain the pump. You can see the Greek player has significantly more buildings. That shouldn't be the case. Atlanteans need to get a second set of buildings, but Westenlong just running around with his units a little bit too much and doesn't have enough production. I'm not super sure if he's played just enough retold yet. Especially compared to Grass and Groom, who plays a lot of standard, obviously, but still, it translates. You get that many barracks, yeah, you will outflood the other guy, especially in DM, with these massive population caps, but he's got a really good position here with the choke point, and the range units are just a little bit too much for Greek to handle, especially while he's not in the Mythic Age yet, but now he is, and Hera is going to be picked, which is really ideal here. Sorry, I was talking about Pestilence, but he's Zeus. Why is nobody correcting me? Are you even paying attention, guys? Because I'm not. Oh, you caught me. Anyway, Medusa are a really, really good unit, but she's getting taken down, and guess what? The Lampedes can kind of handle them. But if Medusa are in a nice position way back, then the mass of them, especially supported by healing temples, can do a lot. Fortress is coming up. Both players want this forward town center. I'm not sure it's gonna happen. Grass does have his back TC, and so does Westenlong. They're gonna fight over TCs on both sides. This is exciting. Now, Gaia is able to keep pop this time. Westenlong has added the extra buildings that he's needed so badly. He just needs a few more palaces and then he's golden. That's exactly what he should be working on next. The Larfin does go down. We've got the Hesperides tree up front. That's gonna be healing all the Myth units nearby in addition to their regeneration that Hecate gives. That's some crazy fast regeneration right now. 2 per second, plus on the Lush, of course. It's gonna be even better. Plus, what the Hesperides tree does. And Patey's doing a great job. I mean, they have divine damage. They turn people into chickens. You see all these chickens on the floor? That's made by the Lampedes. They're doing great. Grass is kind of getting beaten up by this ranged blob. Westenlong has figured it out. Bet he wishes he could have done this with Orados. Well, Grass and Groom is swapping over to Peltast. Let's see if that gets the job done. Hey, he really can't get in there with the Helipolis, can he? The Lampedes do divine damage, guys. They are gonna tear these things down. It's not pierce damage like in the old game. Very, very difficult to break this position. And Westenlong is pushing with Siege here. So is, to be fair, our Zeus player. But will it work? If only Westenlong could spread the Lush a little, then you'd have a much, much better time. Especially kiting with the archers would be much better. The Lofren is getting taken down. And Pades continue having a great time. Oh, we got the Tartarian Gate. That would definitely tear down all these Petrobolos. And Westenlong can just kind of ignore everything. With the Fire Siphons, he can come back to the fight. Try to tear down some military academies to make some space. Just gotta be really careful with the Peltas, because if Westenlong allows them to get on top of his army, he's gonna have trouble. But right now he has so much more resources. He's trading as well. Just needs to connect the Lush. As I said, in the back of the base, there is no Lush. They would move faster than on the Lush. And these Tartarian spawns might find the military academies in the end. Anyway, it's a good Tartarian gate to keep here for the longer durations. Grass is not going to break through here, I can tell you that much. And if Veselong can just get another ready, I think the priority should be the second Hesperides tree though. Let's see if we can get that done. For grass, the objective would be to use Lightning Storm and follow up with an Underworld Passage. It would be basically impossible to handle both at the same time. Veselong trying to get on top of him, as even grass doesn't have much population right now, but Lightning Storm is going to equalize that and more. Wait, it doesn't even equalize it. Holy crap. Veselong's pump is that good. Oh, Velarfen is on the Lampedes. They're going to evaporate very quickly there. But once he pumps out his archers and gets some more Cantarius again, this should be okay. He's maintaining his position. All the Greek buildings here have been torn down by the Tartarian spawns. They seem to be ignoring Veselong's towers, which is nice. Look at all those chickens. Somebody tell me Lampedes are not good. That's all the dead Greek units. And that's not even counting the ones they killed with regular attacks. Anyways. Huh? What? What? He's going here. He could have gone there. To take down the Bactis, he's taking down the Tartarian gate. And honestly, the Tartarian spawns are kind of kicking their butt. Well, that was weird. Veselong's not respecting it. He's just taking the front DC. Says hashtag no respect. To be honest, if you're Veselong here, shouldn't you just add a few destroyers? What are the Peltas gonna do? I think they would be able to send a strongly worded message, but that's about as fierce as they could get against that. Helipolis gets absolutely torn to shreds. Holy crap. And the Arcus are opening up. For whatever reason, they weren't shooting for a moment there, but just Age of Mythology things. Larfin gets taken down. And I think Veselong has got this under control now. Just a matter of building up this CC, which will take a moment. But Veselong's on it. He's on the case. He's finally using the Gaia tree. That's the first one he's using. Oh my god. Mass Lampedes are working. He doesn't need his Hesperides tree. He's confident right now he can keep going. Another Belarfin's out. Grass really wants that third CC, man. If he can max out, it could work. But for now, the Underworld Passage is toast. Ooh, imagine the Lampedes in the trade route. They can turn the caravans into chickens, by the way. There's like infinity of them right now. Just gonna get out of there. Ooh, that one's dead. Can turn the villagers into chickens, of course. Just here in the chat says he needs some wisdom. Finally, we agree on something. Anyway, I had to. The Lampedes are shooting the Belarfin. That is ballsy, I have to say. But the man's holding his own. He's got a 4th town center. Holy. He can eat the chickens. Yes. All the Lampedes are dead. Can Veselong still carry on? What is that fanatic doing? I mean, they call him a fanatic for a reason, I suppose. What's Grass gonna do now? He has population, but like most of it is in the trade. And villagers. Some army, but it's not much. Veselong's attacking on all sides. He could be using even Cantarius heroes, which are now good against buildings if you have Lance of Stone. Gotta say, Grass is a little bit better at printing units. He's staying popped as much as possible with the economy he's got. We'll need more food, however, definitely. That's one of the weaknesses of Grass so far. Although he's about to max out on villagers and then he no longer needs to spend food on more villagers. Well, that's a step forward. Got 2 heavy fire siphons. They might siege down this TC. There's no defenders here. Everyone's on the other side. Will Western be able to defend here? These Lampades are getting wrecked. Oh god. Everyone's full health again. The Helipole is getting healed so much too. There's 2 of them. And Grass seems to be recovering, but he will lose this TC. I think they're trading the TCs, to be fair. Oh, these villagers could be repairing. No, Westerlong. He has resources. He's not falling apart or anything like that. Gaia trees are available again. Still don't have Lush all over. That's unfortunate. Trade moves at 5.2 speed on Lush and 4.6 off Lush. So it's a pretty big difference. Atlantean walls look strong in the late game. Oh, you bet. You bet. These Orichalcos walls are 3,200 health versus the Greek one with just 2,000 health. Makes a big difference. Atlantean walls are the best. Even better than Egypt's. Fortress is getting torn down. This Grass and Groom guy is a survivor. He's got his third town center coming back up. Can we see the Lampade bombs? Come on, Westenlong. We're so close. Yes! It's happening. Oh my god. He overdid it a little bit, to be honest, but it's okay. He could have gotten all of them. Those fanatics are finishing the job, maybe. They can certainly deny the TC. They can certainly deal with the patrol boss and Helipolis. Yeah, they'll finish the job. Yes, we finally got a Lampade bomb. That was so good. Western coming forward to try and take this town center. They might swap sides, but if they do, the Hesperius tree will be lost to Westenlong. It's not something he should part with easily. But perhaps if he can just take over this side and be comfortable while holding this, then everything should be fine, right? I think that's the hopes. Really gotta stop making Lampades for just one moment to get a second Hesperius tree, though. Then he would have 10 Dryads he can make. Not just 5. Would make a big difference. Oh no. We're so close to getting Westenlong's buildings cleaned up. There's now a hoplite on top of these citizens. They're taking a beating. They will potentially get killed before... Oh, the Lampades might be able to help here. Yeah, I think they'll take the TC. That's fine. But so will Grass at this rate. I'm not sure the Arcos are preventing it. Maybe if everybody shot the TC, then it might be okay. There's There's a bunch of Dryads coming out. Okay, Vestalong shooting it with everything he's got. The TC is not being repaired. I think it might actually go down 400, 300, 200. Oh, the repair is in, but it's nerfed in the DM mod just to allow for a little bit more dynamic gameplay, and it's showing. Vestalong does get the destruction. However, his own TC might not hold here. He's trying a bit of garrison tricks to hold it at least long enough to get some population out of this. All the villagers of grass are being killed. And the army is destroyed too. Holy moly. Unfortunately for Western, he once again spent all his favor. And he won't be able to afford a second tree. Caravans are gathering 98 gold per trip. 95 here. I'm not sure what the difference is. I guess just luck with this TC being a tiny bit closer. Oh, what? What? A resignation? But we were so back and forth. Was there a disconnect here? I mean, Zeus is scary, I know, but did something come up? That Vestalong can't continue? We're gonna find out, but he has outkilled Grass. He took the Hesperides position. It's still yours. It only gets captured when all the buildings are destroyed. And you got eco. Oh no. Vestalong, I do think you misjudged this situation, sir. A second Hesperides tree, saving up for that. That would turn the game around, I swear. Well, something to keep in mind for next time. Congratulations to Grass and Groom, who makes it now to the semifinals. That was still really good. And Grass and Groom is a tough opponent, man. So, you know, great job making it to the quarterfinals and, you know, holding back the tide. I think next time you can get him good. Next up, El Matador versus Grass and Groom is coming up. And this is going to be our first best of 5 of the day, so strap in, everyone. A lot of room for grass to grow? Come on. I'm sure everybody can improve. It's a fairly new game still. Alright, we're waiting for the drafting process to begin. I'm not sure what's going on with Iron Maiden's stream right now. But there's another series going on there. They have a BRB situation, then good. We're not too far ahead, we're not too far behind. It's within one series. I think we can work with that, right? Drafting process is about to begin. 2-0 for Luki, whoa. Man, Ryuka's a tough opponent, so that's something. So the bans so far are Freyr by Matador. He doesn't want to deal with it. Grass gets rid of Fushi, but Matador hasn't been using that anyway. By the way, this is best of 5, mind you. Zeus is gonna be a ban. Doesn't want to deal with that. And Grass bans his own Loki. Or is worried that Matador gets to pick it. Okay, so he has to reach deeper into the god pool. And Matador can do whatever he wants with the rest. He was never really reliant on any of these gods himself, so... are we gonna see the Nuwa or Shenong? Oh my goodness, yes. Oh no. That's devastating for pretty much every other god. Especially with... okay, you gotta pick 4. You gotta pick 4 into Nuwa. That would be fine. Somebody has to pick up 4. And it's gotta be Grass. Hades is gonna have a tougher time against Nuwa, definitely. Kinda just gets overwhelmed. Because Nuwa, she can build so fast, so many things. Yeah, there's the 4. See if he can use it correctly, though. It's not something that standard players will think about in that matchup. But if Grass watched enough of the streams, then he knows. Alright, Kronos is getting picked alongside Shenong. Holy. Matador is bringing a China-heavy roster into this series. Grass, I'm not sure how much he's played against that, but he's about to find out. Poseidon and Odin getting picked. Oh god. That's definitely mid-tier picks. I don't like it, but if he's comfortable with them, so be it. Odin in particular, I mean, it can be good against the China gods. If you play it right with wolves, but we'll see. Ra getting picked up by Matador. See, if you go Ra or Kronos into Odin, that's a tough time for Odin. So that's why I'm not liking it. It's gonna be good against China, though. Poseidon S tier. Do show us. Do show us. He's not been doing so hot in this tournament. Isis. I don't know about Isis, but like basically all the gods get used up here, right? So it is what it is. There's no set, obviously. I mean, what else would have been available, right? Gaia? Gaia and Isis about on the same page. But you want to pick Ra, I think, before Isis. So that's exactly what Matador did. Oranos can be okay. We'll see. Kind of like Poseidon can be okay. Is a ban for both players? Yes. And the picks take away the opportunity for the other guy to pick. So when Matador picked Nuwa first, Grass couldn't pick Nuwa. Alright, the lobby should be up momentarily. I'm creating a quick ruling for middle of the road servers for these two. Gonna be slightly advantage from Matador. Basically between East US and his European location, so yeah, that's gonna be the UK then. Fina wants to ban people. You want mod? I'll set you up later. But yeah, we don't really ban people very often. What did Nura do? Where's the lobby? Can't see it. Oh god. Okay, now it's working. They haven't started yet, so we're totally fine. The first map is going to be Savannah. So yeah, I do think you want to just go Nuva, get that out of the way. If you end up facing Thor and Odin, it might be a little bit difficult. But I'm not entirely sure that Grass knows how to play it, so we'll have to see. Two minutes until we can hop in. In the meantime, you guys could join the next tournament, which we've already posted. It's pinned in the chat right now. Where is it? I think it's this. Yes, it's gonna be a £200 tournament on the 19th of July. Feel free to join it, as we'll have a similar format, but we'll actually take out... I know it doesn't say that yet, we'll edit the rule set. I just wanted it out there. We will basically get rid of drafting for one tournament. Let's see how that does. Because I don't think there's been a Rito tournament yet that doesn't have that stuff. So everyone will be able to play their best gods. Then you can draft maps, for example. Okay. Nearly there. 1 minute. Yeah, no Nuva ban is really strange. Grass is more worried about Fushi because of standard, right? Like, John Wick is just absolutely insane in that, and here we nerfed the crap out of him, so I think it might be wrong to ban Fushi first. Player wants to donate to it. Thanks for that. That's an option. That's an option. Shenong is also deceivingly powerful. He can do some crazy stuff. Can you not pick what you ban? No, you can't. It's a fully mutual ban. So yeah, Freyr is one of the stronger deathmatch gods, definitely. It's a good idea, alongside Chinese, but if there's Chinese on the table, then you probably want to play Freyr. So yeah, Freyr, Chinese, Zeus are really, really good. Anyways, hopping in. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the semi-finals now of our £1,000 deathmatch tournament in the blue color. Playing as Ra, this is Matador, surprising everyone probably with the Ra opening. On the other side, in the red color, this is Grass, playing as Poseidon. Definitely a difficult one to go into Ra with. Matador will be empowering the monument and building a ton of barracks around it. Right away, getting all these barracks up quickly is definitely a good start. He's pumping a bunch of extra priests out. He's gone Bast, which is interesting. By the way, guys, to anyone new joining or watching on YouTube later, Deathmatch is the game mode where you start with 20,000 resources each, 200 favor. And as you advance through the ages, which only takes 5 seconds here, you'll be getting all your upgrades for free immediately. So that's why you already see Heavy Spearmen in the Heroic Age. Once you're Mythic, they're going to be Champion with Iron upgrades, etc. God Power start on cooldown, so they're coming in slowly but surely. And they'll be recharging slower, and Tile Centers will be a bit harder to grab. This way, the guys will have to fight over map control significantly. You're already seeing that. Matador is absolutely merciless, just pushing forward. Another monument is coming up. He will probably establish another base right on top of here. And we've seen a Centaur from Grass. He's not going to have a Pestilence ready to pestilence his entire base and reduce the production from our Ra player. More Migdor Strongholds, more everything is coming up. Has to be a little bit careful with the chariots running into Prodromos, but as long as the infantry print is good, everything will be well. Matador's gone Osiris as well, so you'll have these life leeching mummies. So you don't see that every day. The Chimera are definitely not going to be great at fighting straight up, as these priests are going to take them down without much issue. And Matador is absolute king at microing ranged units. You will see him just doing really great kiting, pullback micro on those guys. Great focus firing. And meanwhile, the monument is just having a party here. He's also got a second pharaoh, by the way, which I'm actually not sure. He's put it on the houses to help get them up. One of the houses is still missing. I'm sure he'll fix that at some point. But yeah, the second pharaoh's idea is, A, you can make a new base for additional production, which he's working on right now. And then you can help with the other town center as well, at the same time as you do the front one. Matador is absolutely crushing Grass and Groom right now. 75 population versus 175. Yeah, that's an extra 100. I've counted. That's how I know. Eclipse is ready for the mummies to go nuts as well. And the Greek heroes are just getting absolutely sniped out. Oh wait, the mummies are getting sniped out. Nice bonk there for Polyphemus. 1,058 points. Thanks to Bacchanalia. But there's more mummies where that came from, guys. There's more. And of course we've got camels. Ra camels are pretty good. Ra camels with Osiris are amazing. And if he had Sobek on top of that, they would be even better. Did you see that little micro he did with the chariots just to get the meta units off his back? I think that's sick. Back TC getting worked on. Pharaoh's still not on the job, and unfortunately that house is still not done. Hopefully he will discover it at some point. You want to look for 235 population at 3 TCs, basically. There comes the Eclipse. That will reduce the time it takes for the mummies to recharge their special attacks. Ceasefire is getting cast, as Grass doesn't want to deal with that stuff. But yeah, the TC's done here. Matty doesn't really need wood right now. He's got a trade up and running. He can sell some of the wood. He just did. And yeah, carry on printing, carry on printing. The Pharaoh is actually empowering the settlement directly because that will net him more building rate. Oh, the mummies are out of position. All the 4 heroes are here on top of him. That's not good. Matty got caught a little bit. The chariots got wrecked as well. Grass is in with a ton of Hetyros. He's in with a ton of Prodromos ready to tear these things down. The heroes are still chasing away the mummies. And the catapults are not really able to get a shot onto anything they wanted to. So Matty will have to pull back a little bit. He'll have to make some spearmen to deal with this, but he's having to face bronze now. The Toxotes will be melting his spearmen, unfortunately for Matt. And yeah, honestly, just pull back behind the fortresses. There's no need to engage this directly with the army. you know, as long as the Pharaoh is empowering this monument, by the way, all these fortresses will be shooting at overtime rates. The only paying for it is the Pharaoh's time. It's pretty sick. The KD has got to be still pretty decent though for Matador. But he does need to sort out his economy very quickly with a lot of villagers. No wood gathering just yet. Gold more important for now. And the sooner he can get like 40 people on gold, the better. And then swap into farming, get his rain going, then lastly add wood. Son of Osiris is ready to go, however, and the priest has healed up the Son of Osiris. The Pharaoh. You can't heal the Son of Osiris. Stuff is looking good. The Petrobras managed to actually snipe a catapult, but the catapults are technically better at that job. Let's see if they can snipe some back. And yes, it's happening. One shot, one kill, but the Petrobras outnumbered them. Son of Osiris getting to work now. Chain lightninging a little bit of everything, including that poor gazelle. What did that ever do to him? Not a whole lot of proper units here for Matty. It's all chariots, so he could be punished with a Peltas switch and more at Hyros, of course. Son of Osiris getting a little bit caught out, but as long as Matty micros it nicely, perhaps some garrisons into the tower, that could help significantly. Earthquake is coming in, and that will force the Son of Osiris out. The poison from the arrows is forcing him to leave a fart trail behind him. It's very stinky indeed. The Migos strongholds getting torn down by the Petrobolas, which are very nicely positioned on the other side of the forest. Difficult to take on the chariots. One thing they can't do is destroy Helipolis, but damn, they'll try. Son of Osiris still getting targeted, still getting poisoned. He's tearing through the Toxotes, but it hurts so much. Not really sure he's getting great value for this. Matador is running very low on gold right now. He's got a little bit of wood left still, but swapping into camels now might be the difference maker, ladies and gentlemen. He does not have siege behind this, but damn is he able to kill that army. Won't be difficult at all. All the Helipolis are basically toast. But you gotta be careful with the Peltas. Don't send in the chariots to fight them directly. Oh god. Oh god, the Son of Osiris is getting caught. He's not microing it. Oh, he is now, but it's too late. Good catch by Grass. Very nicely done. Okay, Mummy is poisoning these Peltas back a little. It's not enough to convert them. You'll need more mummies, but here they are. It's the good news. Does Matty really need to push this hard? I mean, can't he just get into the trade route or snipe these villagers as they try to gather gold? In fact, he's kind of gold controlling Grass. There's 2 more gold mines. So once those run out, the map will be pretty open. And he's got his Egyptian late game then to power through everything. But for now, the Greek economy looks a little bit healthier. Just a little. More villagers. Looks like more trade to me. 59 per trip. Versus 56 per trip. How is it that low? Huh. I guess if you went from here to here, that would be good, but it's risky. Because what if you lose this position? Then all your caravans die? Yeah, you probably don't want that. The Grass is doing a good job. Even last tournament when these two fought, it made for very, very long games. So we might be in for some of those today. We'll find out. Rain is in. How many farms is that working on? 21 food gatherers, and I think all are farmers, so that's good. Well, not all. Some of them are gathering from goats. Temples destroyed. Those chariots have been alive for forever. sudden full Helipolis push. 5 Helipolis, excuse me. Villagers aren't looking, and there's not going to be other siege weapons to help deal with it. It's just chariots again. It's always chariots. Man, Matador's playing really well, but he needs something other than chariots too. Because these Helipolis are just an absolute pain point. Well, his gold miners got torn up pretty bad. I mean, just imagine a few elephants in this. Would be so good. But now he doesn't have wood, so it might actually happen. Hey, War Turtle against Tuxodes. That's it. Yeah, get him. Neat. Alright, catapult now sieging down the fortress. Can it do so? I think it is. Is this fortress shooting the ball for some reason? Oh, grass misclicked. No, actually it doesn't. It's not in range. It's not in range. Villagers getting pulled in. Ceasefire getting called to deny these camel riders from doing the thing. A great opportunity for Matt to come in and wall off all of this. The trade route doesn't need to be allowed to do its job. Can't just make a wall. He is doing it here. And with that, Grass is securing a gold mine for himself. But now you'll need to deal with the trade situation. Oh, those caravans are wide open to the camels. So a lot of dying donkeys that we're hearing. The chariots are kiting backwards away from the Peltast, trying to snipe a caravan every time their attack is on cooldown. Wow, a lot of caravans just died, ladies and gentlemen. I think most of them are gone. And the chariots might be just able to finish off the rest. Sick. That was a great raid. And it's more. There's more. The camels are coming in. Here it comes. Grass might be 100 population of villagers, but he's about to lose his entire income here. I guess it means he can make a bigger army, but if it's all Peltas, the Matador is just gonna eat him up. Oh, this is nasty. Iron Maiden raiding us with 32. Thank you so much, Iron Maiden. Hope you had a great stream. You'll be very welcome to join me for the rest, if you want. Welcome everybody. Matador and Grass are kicking each other's butts, but Matador's doing a little bit more kicking and a little bit less getting kicked. He just raided Grass's trade and took out basically all the caravans here in this late game. There were some problems earlier when Grass was heavy on Helipolis and it was too many chariots. It looked like he was gonna push through, but nope, didn't happen. Matador held on a low economy. He's still on a pretty low economy. Mostly caravans here. It's still not empowered on the trade, so we're working on that. Hoplites are doing what they can. Same with the militia. They're gonna be very needed. Everything that Grass can put on the table now is gonna be very important. The catapults, of course, are a decent counter against the Helipolis these days. So if Matt micros them, he will be able to take down those without any issue. It's just earlier he didn't have enough. Now he does. Plenty of camels in here too. What's that war barge doing here? I like this with the patrol bolas around the fortresses. They could chip away at the buildings of Matador a little bit. But it's really the front that matters. The catapults are getting microed against the Helipolis, outranging them. Just walking out of their range. Actually, they seem to be pretty kiteable. This Matador guy is really good with kiting using the ranged units. Does grass have the prop relic? No. I think all 4 relics are on the map. Yeah, nobody's touched the relics. Most of the tournament, nobody's touched the relics, okay? So I've stopped checking them because nobody cares, apparently. We gotta do something about that, I think. Like, relic effects doubled in DM or something. I don't know. Okay, not doubled, but like... something. Nobody cares. It's very sad. Makes me sad. I love relics. What is happening with population, however, is citadels. There's already 2 for Matador, and I'm sure he's thinking about that 3rd one based on that 140 saved up, 150 for the next one. We're nearly there. Slow pushing at the moment. What he would really need is to push up with some buildings and actually, you know, have some more security for his units. Step 1, fix the relic tooltips. What, you mean this? Isn't this just fantastic? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's how I like my relic tooltips. It's a feature. Hey, my favorite Karkinos is here. Everyone do the crab dance in the chat, okay? Love these things. They look tasty. Look at those chariots just completely avoiding the army, kiting backwards like StarCraft Marines. Beautiful. The Peltas are a problem, but if the Peltas shoot the camels, they're suddenly not a problem, as it turns out. And Matador's really good at managing his range units, definitely, but he'll need a little bit more than that to win the war. Look at all those fortresses. My goodness, that's some militia generators right there. Eventually the villagers will break through the gates. With the kitchen knives. The best siege weapon. Okay. Why not? There's a little bit much fighting on the open ground. The mercenaries are getting called in. That will definitely cut down those villagers. But still, Matador just needs more than chariots to win. The chariots are fantastic for cost efficiency, but... yeah, what else? Need something else. Well, those towers are gonna tear the ship apart. You can't fight towers with ships. Some of the lightest Egypt play I've ever seen. Grass is doing this correctly. Just spam down your buildings, man. You got the resources. Do it. Is Matador empowering the trade yet? You kind of need that as well for the extra resources. Like right here, the Pharaoh is empowering a fortress, right? That will make the units train faster, yes. But wouldn't it be better to have 20% extra gold? I think it would. Would be a nice change if walls didn't get upgraded. You know the siege weapons have double bonus against them, right? And they do AoE when they target the buildings, the walls. So let's say you want to get rid of this wall. You target this chip, and it will take down all of this very easily with double bonus. So that's the trick for walls. Once the siege weapon targets a wall, I'll be able to show the AoE. It doesn't appear on the tooltip until the wall is actually targeted, so it's a bit hard to show. I think it's like 6 AoE or something. Was it 8? I think the Rams have 8. I don't know what it is for the ranged ones. That's not a DM thing. That's a standard thing. Oh, look, there it is. Come on. Why aren't you showing it? It does have AoE. Why isn't it showing it? Okay. Never mind. You want AOM? Excellent. It was attacking a catapult. Yeah, I clicked on it right after it attacked the wall and I got unlucky. Hence the disappointment in my voice. Matty just keeps killing the units as they come out. Grass actually struggling on the economy front right now. He doesn't have gold mines. Oh, okay. It finally happened. He ate all the gold mines. Now he's all trade. That's all he's got. So if Matador can once again get through, all he needs to do is destroy this one gate or that one. And then flood the units in. Get the trade. And Grass should be basically toast. This is the only relevant gold mine at this point. Oh, I guess that one has a little bit, but it's hard to get. 3 citadels, right? So Matador can do this all day. He himself is on 100 civilian population. So certainly has enough builders to do whatever he wants with. His resources are starting to look pretty good too, so can certainly afford to lose some buildings and villagers if it comes to that. When the chariots carry on kiting, they take out the infantry as well. Okay, why is the catapult not showing the AoE? It's definitely attacking this now. It wasn't showing it, I swear. This time I caught it. That wasn't me. Maybe I'm lying. I don't know. More siege works coming up. And slowly but surely, Matador is going to be pushing into that trade route. I think just aggressively going for a wall over here. Yeah, you'll get blasted a little bit by the tower, but who cares? Send 20 villagers. Matador printing a little bit of everything, mostly Migdol units. The elephants in particular will be a good addition to tank. Grass doing his best to target the Peltas onto the chariots, but Matador constantly leaving makes it very difficult to do so. He ends up having to shoot an elephant instead. Oh, the siege has the passive ability. There we go. I think only the rams actively switch their displayed damage. Right, that's probably what's happening. Okay, this is perfect. So now between those towers, you lodge in your catapults, and good luck approaching them. But when there's that many patrol bolas, they can actually take them down, including the catapults. But the catapults one-shot the patrol bolas, so you gotta be really careful with that. Holy crap, it does so much damage. Oh, 3 kills. 4 kills. What? How did that survive? How did that make it? Well, the others got one shot. Ooh, we were saving favor for this all day. The earthquake will be taking down the towers, it seems. Maybe not the Migdol, but everything else. Honeynut says, seen 20 deathmatch games and nobody's purchasing the tier 4 fortress units. It was literally... We've had Tyroi in this game already. All the Zeus players go Hera, so they get Myrmidons. It's the Gastrofeteros that we've not seen. We've not seen any of those in the entire tournament, that's true. Oh, the chariots are getting wrecked by the towers. Oh god. They outranged them, so they have no business getting shot. And Matador realizes this. He's got burning pitch, so he can burn them down pretty quickly, right? What is this? The camels in the far back. Hey, both Artemis is here. Come on, Grass. You have a temple next to the relic. That's actually a good relic. Reducing ranged soldier costs by 10%. Grass isn't willing to go down. He's fighting back from every which possible angle. Matador is just gonna have to take his sweet time clearing him out. This is why it's a really good idea, guys, to go shifting sands. I'm not a huge fan of this Eclipse business. Look, if you have shifting sands, you just take a few of your siege weapons and other units to go into the trade. A bunch of villagers as well. And you build all over that stuff after you destroy it. It will come off cooldown eventually, and then you can do it again. Or go to a TC. But right now, Matador doesn't have those kind of powers. The towers are slowly but surely working away on the caravans. It will take a long, long time. And until then, Matador just has to support himself with whatever he can. He already has max citadels. So next week he could save up for his Son of Osiris. If he can make multiple Son of Osiris, he's still missing the 5th monument, by the way. That could make a big difference. Grass is working towards some more god power casts also. Polyphemus just being a tank. A good pullback macro on the Mummy. With this many chariots, you just can't make this hero work, really. Especially against someone like Matador. In fact, the chariots are at this point sniping the Petrobolos. Crazy stuff. Grass mostly staying in pop, but I mean, he's just down in pop compared to Matador forever now because of the citadels. He can't do a counterattack and he's just defending, very slowly getting pushed back. This is some pure late game business, and Matador's really good at it. Grass probably will need some more practice, you know, to get some progress done before all this comes together for Egypt. Because he had some opportunities, but he just went full trade, way too much trade, way too soon, and he was floating like 6,000 gold at some point. Yeah, now it's a little late to do something about it, honestly. This is a kill them before they get there situation. Or, alternatively, commit everything to destroying one citadel, so that Meti has to keep recasting that instead of other god powers. Whatever is the weakest spot, hit it hard. Before he gets free, though. Working away at the towers one by one. Matador's trying to get new ones, but now he's had enough. I think he's going after the caravans. There's plenty of camels here to go through them. Lots of chariots also. Oh, but the chariots are shooting at the help all this. Do remember, grass is all caravans at the moment for gold. If he loses them, that's probably it. So perhaps the bronze cast could save him. He does have enough favor for it. Let's see it then. Neither player really making any progress, guys. Do we just save up for a wonder at this point? Maybe that's a consideration. Is that war barge literally shooting at the... It's outranging the fortress in the recent patches. That's right, I forgot. So it can very slowly but surely... what is this? The game is going back to the legacy game now? Just one patch at a time? Eventually we'll shoot down town centers with these things. Yeah, this will open things up. Trade is really inefficient, you guys, so that's why grass has to commit to so many caravans. I think it might be a little bit too many, but not by much. The biggest problem right now is that these peltas keep shooting at camels. That's not their job. So there's no way that grass will ever break out unless he fixes the micro. So Matador is just doing a great job, very slowly pushing in. Now with buildings. This is what I wanted to see earlier, and he's destroyed the wall now. But he's getting greeted by militia, of course. Double pharaohs coming up. Which means he's still not empowering the trade, by the way. Will this be for Son of Osiris? He can afford it. He can afford one. They're healing the war barge. Right, finally the caravans start going down. Maybe Matador is making his way forward. This town center is getting a little weak. Grass barely has resources to repair it, and as the caravans are falling, his population is dropping. The Son of Osiris is wrecking. I don't think Grass has got what it takes, as nobody's allowed to deliver the gold, ladies and gentlemen. This might be it. Matador just delivered the final strike. Taking out the trade was the win condition, and Matador has got it. There's definitely no issue here with a stalemate. It just takes some time. Especially with Poseidon. You clear out the buildings, the militia come, you know, it slows things down significantly. $1,200 kills to 1,070. Ideally, Greek would be ahead here, but as I said, I kept saying it, the peltas, they were shooting everything other than range units. Why no prodromos? That's also a good question, because the prodromos are like heavy on wood, right? Sorry, food. And food is definitely not a problem to get. Caravans aren't a factor for that. So cheap units in terms of gold would be nice there. Okay, let's see what else we can set up here, gamers. Score is now 1-0 in favor of Matador. Okay, we don't have a lobby yet, as Matador is going to take a short break. What we do have is the knowledge that there's no more Ra and Poseidon. Ra gets the crown. And I think it's time to do something to get rid of those Norse gods of grasses. So perhaps going Kronos would be the way to go because, okay, hear me out. You get a core of Chiroblista, Arcus, and what's their face? Satyrs. This is so difficult for Norse to reach, especially when you have mass satyrs. I'm talking like 6, 7, 8, even more. At that point, Norse can't really approach. And because they're ranged, the Goldie are gonna have trouble reaching them themselves. Just because of their own good range. The Arcus will basically fire back at the Goldie. So what does Norse do in that kind of situation? They would have to commit cavalry, which then get melted by the special attacks of the satyr. It's difficult. It's difficult. I think generally the answer to most problems of Norse is to be where the Atlantean player is not, be where the Chinese player is not for the most part, if it comes to that. While the core of the army can take on the core of whatever they're facing, especially with flaming weapons support. That's great for Thor. It's not so great for Odin, who doesn't have flaming weapons. Not easy to do for them. Yes, if Iron Maiden is ready, I'm ready. Do let me know. We can link up. Oh boy, my lobby died. I'm gonna just restart my game here. Fix things up. Just trying to find some information for the guys. The next map is gonna be Steppe. That's the super open one. So for that, what would I do? I think that's where you break out the Kronos, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be probably going up against the Norse because of how open it is. Although it wouldn't surprise me for Grass to take Hades. You should be able to get a huge Pestilence up, but if Matador builds in 2 places, that should be fine and manageable. I'll see Nuva. Nuva against into 4 is tough. All the 4 has got to do is go for Forseti Bragi tier. Then you have Super Berserks. Then it's backed up by Super Huskarls as well, especially because of the 4 armory upgrades. It's pretty wild, and you just run around with your Fenris Wolves around the edges of the map and try to pick villagers, try to pick trade, get into town center areas, whatever. They're so fast, especially with the Bragi Turishas Rune upgrade. And with their recent buffs, they're just kind of borked. Alright, we have a game on Steppe. Let's hop in there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. And in the blue color, we have got Matador playing as Kronos on Steppe. On the other side, Grass is your red 4. Everything is basically as I predicted. 4 is going to be picked here to counter Nuva, but it's not Nuva that you'll be fighting against. It is Kronos, and man, does Matador have a mean Kronos. I think we got to swap these overlays maybe a little bit. Yeah, I'll swap them. Do a flip. Here's the thing about Kronos, guys. Manners speed up construction, right? So even manors boost other manors. Then you can build faster, then you can time shift them. Up to 3 buildings can be time shifted at the same time thanks to the initial upgrade of Kronos. And with that, you just build your stuff super fast, including your palaces and town centers. So yeah, good manners are important. That's why I refer to you all as ladies and gentlemen. But it doesn't always work. It doesn't... Anyway. We've got a bit of a spam of everything. No Arcus just yet, but here comes the thing that I spoke about pre-game. The Satyrs. They're dirt cheap, and you have 200 starting favor, so why not just spam them? The one thing that will have to be done is palaces getting made. And we've got ourselves our Guardians of Io, which will be doing the psh. Oh my god, so many units already dead at the beginning. And that's a pretty fast cooldown on the acid spit as well, so they'll be taking down several units. We've got Defenders Wolf Brutes. They're not going to be a factor in this matchup unless, seriously, Grass can get a Matador out of position. But right now, he's just getting flooded down the middle, and his population is getting eviscerated. What is happening in this game? He's on 90 population. He did not make enough buildings against Matador, who's done such a good job with the forward manors. Now his next job will be to take the town centers over, time shifting the manors again, of course, because you want to boost that. But yeah, this is the problem. How do you reach the satyrs? Yeah, you're gonna want to make a bunch of Godi, but well, the mass Arcus, the frontline units, the Contarius are a problem for this. The Chirobalist does stop the Hersier getting in. So these Myphilids are just having a party, and they themselves are good against Myphilids with a 3x bonus. Okay, one of them gets sniped. Good job by Grass there. But there's plenty more where that came from. Oh my god, the Contarius are getting on the TC. They are not going to be able to destroy it because Grass does pay attention. The other TC somehow completed thanks to that Hersier. Hersier builds really quickly in the on town centers, that is. Oh no. Grass is making wolves one by one. That is kind of pathetic. Oh no. One by one, they are useless, okay? You have to have a pack of 7 or so to make sure that it's actually scary. And even then, you don't run them into the Arcus heroes. You have to rally point them separately and then backstab the Norse, the other Civ. This one by one business with wolves is no, it makes everybody sad. Grass is getting completely overwhelmed. I think Matador will just get to 3 town centers with his manners boosting, and it looks like he's stomping, guys. It looks like he's stomping Grass back into the main base. There's no stopping him. One thing Grass can do, by the way, here is get the Dwarven Mine to get extra gather rate from that. Plop down a Healing Spring to get a little bit of support. Holy crap, look at those Satyr special attacks. They just killed half the army. Sure, Flaming Weapons is in, but these units are regenerating. They can kind of take it for a moment. And Matador has so many more units. He has got Contarius, he's got Fanatics, he's got the Mass Satyr in the back still. Sure, some of them will die, but that's okay. He's killing more than he's losing. This Flaming Weapons is on the tiniest army of all time. And this might just put a point on the scoreboard for Matador, guys. I just don't see a way back out of this. He even has Chaos to absolutely finish off. 45 population and dropping. Matador is just a little bit too strong here. If we practice this matchup with Matador, he knows how to do it. And I think Grass and Groove has not practiced this. You need fast DCs, you need many wolves, you need to backstab, and somehow hold on to dear life against the main army. Ideally under building cover, which he's trying to do, but he wasn't even full pop. How is he supposed to survive against this? He can't. That's the answer. That's the hard to hear truth. A little bit of a backstab is going on with the Rams, but it's not enough as it's already being dealt with. The Siphons can continue. Matador's feeling confident enough to time shift forward these guard towers and probably will be following it up with even more buildings once he has the resources for it. Right now he's got the wood, he's working on the gold. A little bit of food would be neat. Doesn't need the wood gatherers at the moment, but yeah. No biggie. He can just make more satyrs. He already has 10 satyrs, ladies and gentlemen, and these things are cheap, let me tell you. I'm not sure they should be cheaper than Stymphalian birds, to be honest, which see no usage. These guys do see usage, and they're really strong, so I'm not sure it's needed. Well, Matador really quickly cycles through the town centers and presses the garrison button, and it works out. Grass wasn't able to do anything. He's down almost 200 population. Matador stomps. He says, Toro, Toro. He tricked Grass. Brutal business. Alright, Matador 2-0 so far. And that means it's match point. That's nuts. It's nuts. Alright, the next map will be Megalopolis. They're already in. We're gonna hop right away. Oh, it's already loading. Nice. I think they forgot the thing. Ooh. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this might be the last game in this series as Matador is putting Grass on match point. He's picking Nuva here. You'll see immediately that all these houses are building themselves. He actually doesn't need that villager on the job. Could just move that. This is insanely powerful to start this off. On the other side of the map, Grass will be playing as the Red Hades. Does he have a good opportunity here to defeat Nuva? Maybe, but it's gonna be tough. So first off, you would have to have Pestilence in order to slow down the tide, because Nuva is gonna be spamming you super hard. A few extra buildings would be neat from Matador to see here in the blessed ground, because, well, the more you have, the more you can spam, right? Tao Wu is gonna be the pick here. A little bit unconventional and defensive. Usually you get Fey Beast, which would be very nice against Greek villagers trying to build town centers, which you'll be denying anyhow. The ballet are getting built a little bit all over the place. Metal are actually not securing the back TC there. But he's already got his Imperial Academy ready, so he's ready to go with the heroes. And Minotaur gets picked off. Lastly, we've got Gong Gong, so the Qinglong Dragons are in. We should see a bunch more of those from Matador. He's already pumping his Dao Swordsman, which will be very difficult to deal with. Hippospis basically required, which is also a reason to go Ares. Ah, this guy just bumping everyone over there. Neat. The Clay Peasants have been summoned. I'm not sure if it was happening in Mythic. Based on their numbers, I think it might have been in Heroic. I think you want to wait to Mythic to get 8 of them. We heavily nerfed that in the DM mod over here. And most of them already got killed, so Grass is doing a good job. Matador, just not really careful enough. I like them on the back town center because it's just so much safer. And then your Kuafu, who are tanky and can respond well to raids by garrisoning into ballet, can just get the front. But Grass punishing, that's a little mistake. Somewhat. We're gonna have a lot of fire archers. We're gonna have Tiger Cavalry for the front line. Hippospis certainly can't deal with that. And if the Tiger Cavalry get into the ranged clump, that's gonna be great as well. Artemis is gonna be picked for the Mythic Age God, and that's gonna give these archers a little bit of poison damage. That will help significantly against the Tiger Cav. But then this happens with the Qinglong Dragons. They're just gonna pee on those Toxolis a little bit. Yikes. They're covered in the funny liquid. Oh no! Everyone's gone! What Toxotes? Excuse me. Well, that backfired. Or backwatered. The settlement is already coming up for Matador. A little bit slower for Grass. Oh wait, no, not slower. He's done a good job. But yeah, he's getting watered. Oh man. The water burst. The Nuva power. The overwhelming pump, ladies and gentlemen. 210 population versus 100. Hades may not have been the best pick, and certainly without Ares, you can't hold back the tide. All the heroes are out, basically, guys. Even some White Horse Cav is getting added in. Those are a little bit niche in Deathmatch, but hey, every unit counts when you have 210 pop versus 70. These dragons single-handedly took down all the archers. And next up, I think Matador should just follow up with Siege, because he's broken the army. He can break through the buildings next. Bunch of X cards. What are you gonna do? You have to fight the army. You have to respect the army. Can't really tear it down. The fire archers are fine against infantry. They're fine against buildings too if it comes to it. The archers absolutely must be moved out of these water blocks, however. Curse is going to be used. It will convert a lot of the units because that's slightly buffed in Deathmatch, actually. But still doesn't make a huge difference. We are roughly in the same position as we were before. A bunch of siege crossbows are out, not X cards instead. We also got the legendary hero here. Li Jing, he does this pagoda spawn that actually stuns everyone, which is very good to combo with the Qinglings. Oh, hello there. We got the turtle. Oh, I like turtles. You get them from the dock. It's the naval unit, so yeah, you can walk on the ground as well. It's very slow, but why not? Pagoda once again doing the work. Forcing those Toxotes to basically stay back. Oh my god, so much damage from this water sprout thing. Fortified town center is getting sieged down. If the archers open up, oh my god! Oh my god, the reverse Great Flood doesn't hurt your own army whatsoever. And the siege damage from that crush damage will be destroying the town center alongside all the help that there already is here. The fortresses are next. The fire archers, of course, can just target these down. They have pretty good 7x multipliers against buildings, so no problem at all. And guess what? Perseus can't petrify a flying unit, although he can certainly snipe them. Oh, that's a neat wall from Grass. If he can send an X card later to clean up. Oh, wait. He's got his other C-Myth unit, the Chiwen. I'm not sure exactly what they do. I've not seen them much before. They've got a shield. That's nice. We got Protoss in the game now. Don't see them much. Well, the last remaining villagers are getting wrecked. I think Matador's got this. He's finally bringing in the axe cards that will lead to a little bit more destruction than what these guys have to offer. Just because of the slightly faster attack speed, you can see 41 crush DPS versus 31. But then again, these guys are ranged and they cost less population. We actually increased the axe card population to 5 because they're so tanky. So their role really is to be tanky while the army just takes you out. Funnily, from Matador, we rarely get to see any Chukanu. He always likes the fire archers instead. Well, Megalopolis does allow you to get another town center, of course, so Matador hasn't even needed to use his Vanish God power. Imagine the tricks you can do with that. You can walk your villagers into a trade route, put down a bunch of towers or whatever you want. Military buildings, doesn't matter. Even a wall can be built. As long as they don't attack, they don't get revealed. Of course, the buildings they build are visible, so you can take those down. Got the ballet coming up at the front to protect the gold miners, but yeah, this is Grass and Groom fighting to maybe go to the finals, but it's gonna be difficult. The earthquake is good. The building is getting a little bit of regeneration here from... Oh, it's enough to survive. It was enough. You are kidding me, sir. It's a very strong base, to be fair. He gets some extra building hit points from one of the upgrades. What upgrade was it again that gives it so much HP? Huh? What gives it 4,300? Is there a relic? No. Someone remind me, please. Does the god power buff it? When you cast the forest protection? Nuva passive. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. It's not showing in the spectator mode. It's very annoying. I completely forgot that. Thanks, chat. Well, Matador has cleaned up. There was nothing else to add, so... Matador is going to the finals! Undefeated this tournament so far. Can anybody stop this man? 415 to 294 kills. We are first going to go into the bronze round. Let's see if we can get Iron Maiden to join us. Grass is not completely dead. He's got another chance. But that's gonna be a 3-0 over there. It looks like there was another 3-0 over on Iron Maiden stream between Luki and Ryuk. So we got a repeat of last time with Matador and Luki. The standard players are dominating now. Very cool to see. Ryuk, I'm sure, gave a good fight, but he's gonna have to fight Grass and Groom now. That's gonna be first before the finals. I'm riding Grass off. Come on, Rich. He had no population. What is he supposed to do there? Matador's being just absolutely insane here. But yeah. I don't want to lie to you guys when I commentate. That was a foregone match at the end. It's good on Grass to hold on. Maybe Matador runs out of resources suddenly or something. But yeah, onwards to the bronze match. Where's... Can we get the maiden? Yeah. It's great. I mean, DM has changed a lot, so the old knowledge doesn't carry over so easily. It's a quick refresh here in Retold. Matador is performing super nicely. In the meantime, the guys can of course do their drafting process. Yeah, I'd love to see all the big boys coming back, like Yoshi, Volt, and Gang, and Magic. Playing some more Deathmatch as well. Wasn't available for this one. Hopefully next time, or the time after that, or the time after that. I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes high about any of that. I want to manage my expectations, because I've been waiting for years for these guys to come back now. Well, here we go. Another best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. We got Nuva and Fushi as bans for Grass. He doesn't want to deal with this China business ever again. So Ryuk plays Shenong. He gets rid of Freyr and Loki. That's so smart. But then he still has to deal with 4. Hades on his own side is getting picked. Yeah, Shenong versus 4 is still rough, you know, if you do everything right. But if you get flooded as Grass did, that could be problematic. Kronos is getting picked up this time. Grass doesn't want to deal with that. He will do it himself. Ra from Ryuk, he's kind of really solid with Ra. Has really great shifting stance, has a really clean build order with that. Poseidon and Odin. Ooh. Are they better than the rest? I mean, just seeing the other picks, I would be happy with a Gaia over an Odin. I wouldn't want to play Odin against any of this. Poseidon is fine, obviously. What's Ryuk planning here? And there's the Gaia. I'm surprised to not see any Set. Because Set is just budget Ra. He could do that. No Isis. Because probably he thinks Set is as good. With Citadel plays. Zeus obviously great. Yeah. I doubt he misclicked. We have Ra at home. That's what Set is. He's Ra at home. Now we're waiting for the guys' lobby, and then we should be able to go ahead right away. Alright, want to thank Fufuksaki for all the work today. Chad should do the same. She was managing the tournament from beginning to end. Not just today, yesterday as well, in fact. But we're approaching the end now with the bronze round, with the finals coming up after that. Hope you guys are ready. This is gonna be the big ticket items. If there's any other mods, could you please manage the betting process? Would hugely appreciate it. Of course, I'll kick it off here. But for these two, we definitely need to have it. People need to put their points on the line, otherwise it doesn't mean anything. Let me see if I can find the map information. Okay, Tundra is gonna be the first map. And you've seen the gods. Good luck, everyone. Rich will wait with the betting for the finals. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ooh, they're kicking it off, guys. There's a spectator delay, of course. So we're gonna have to wait that out. But knowing that the map is gonna be Tundra, and I think it's for the first time on this stream that it is Tundra, I would like to see Ryuk just hit him with the Shenong right away. I'm not sure if Grass knows that 4 is the best option against that, and I certainly don't think he knows how to play with wolves. Because the last time he tried, he was just making them one at a time with 1 tempo. That doesn't work. You have enough favor to make 4 tempos and quad pump them. You could even argue that you can make a 5th tempo for the initial batch. It's kind of wild. And then you have, obviously, flaming weapons. You run around with your Huskar. I just have never seen Grass do something like that. So I think Ryuk going Shenong, he should be able to manage himself. and Shenong also has the best army out of the Chinese. He's not the fastest to build up, definitely not, but he's in the middle of that, if you go for the right god path. So we'll see exactly what he does. It might not be this matchup at all. Tundra would be still really good for Ra. Just one more minute, you gamers. Alright, I think we might get Maiden in there. Ooh, this is gonna be great. Hello, hello. Wait, they can't hear you yet. Okay, now.
Hello, Naka.
Yeah, you're just repeating it. Thank you. Thank you for that. How are you doing today?
I am full of espresso. I'm full of deathmatch. I'm full of octane. So much octane today. High octane. Yeah.
Very good.
Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. The match is already ready. Are you in?
No, can we do the Discord screen share? Does that work?
It does work. We'll be a few seconds late, guys. Do forgive.
I don't need anything fancy. Just
You
so that
don't.
we're looking at the same thing.
Sounds good. There it is.
Yes.
All right, let's kick it off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bronze round. With me, I've got AOL Iron Maiden. You may know him. He's casting everything these days. And in the red color, this is Grass playing as Kronos. You're gonna do Ryuk. Goat in progress. That's right. But this is a good matchup. So here's the big differences. Kronos gets access to Hyperion. He gets access to Prometheus, right? So he's got these early villagers that build super fast villager heroes, and then you can boost that with your manners even more. Guy doesn't have that, but you do get your heroes for free at the start. And later on, you get Freya. You get Hesperides trees, especially multiple Hesperides trees, and then you print those tree people. There's fanatics in this, so and Cairo Ballista spam is also pretty meta. It's pretty metal, to be honest. Very difficult to dislodge them. Even if you get Contarius on top of them, there's gonna be so many that they kind of tear them down, then you protect them with Catapulti's Fanatic. Yeah, they're kind of gonna dominate. But you get out a few Fire Siphons, then they get dislodged, and that's exactly what Ryuk is doing. Oh, he's went Hecate for Lampedes too. Interesting. Oh, we don't have audio for you again? What? How do we not have audio? For
It's okay. Just do your thing, Naka. Just do your thing.
It's fixed. It's fixed. I do apologize, everybody. That was very bad. All right.
It's all good.
Yeah, Lampedes are interesting here because first they do divine damage in Retold, so just really effective at dealing damage as a ranged unit. They will be regenerating as well, thanks to their upgrades. If they chill under Hesperides tree, they get even more. healing from that. And they turn people into chickens. Also, they turn people on each other.
Nice. Speaking of turning on each other, Chaos is coming in. Not yet. Oh, that was from the Lampades. Dude, this is interesting. Nobody's really... Well, I guess if you look at Ryuk's side of the map, he's kind of going after both of the town centers, right? Yeah, he's got that TC down on that side.
Wow.
Back TC. Nice. Both players on a couple of town centers, right?
Yes, Grass is working on the front, but I mean, it's right in front of a bunch of heavy fire siphons. That's going to be a difficult one to get up. All Ryuk needs to do is sneeze in that general direction, and it's gone.
A fire sneeze, a siphon off a sneeze over yonder, and he's golden. That's a lot of fire siphons, man. That's almost too much, I'd say. You gotta have enough army to protect those bad boys.
It is scary, but you retreat back into the palaces. They will kind of cover for you. And then there's the Lampades turning everybody into chickens. Do you see all those dead chickens? They're just getting started. Like, there will be a field of them later.
Just imagine if they were ancestors' chickens, like mummies. That'd be cool.
Oh, wait. 3 of them just got sniped by, I think, the Pyroballista heroes and the Satyrs. So Satyrs are actually really good anti-myth units with their 3x multiplier. Yeah, you kind of don't need heroes, man. You just make Satyr.
Yeah. They're crazy strong, dude. I also saw the Chiral Ballista in a lot of the games I was casting earlier today. The Hero Chiral Ballista are crazy strong. I was like, dude, there's maybe a reason why those didn't exist back in the olden days.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with that. They are really, really powerful, but they are 4 population and they have nothing for crush armor. So when you have, I don't know, a catapult, a patrol blast, a fire siphon, whatever, they will destroy them. So you have to be really careful with where you put those. But in a direct fight, army versus army, absolutely, they're great. I mean, look at this. Oh, yeah. They're outperforming here, definitely.
Looking good. And dude, exactly like what we said, man, that town center, check real quick if Ryuk has his 3rd town center on that front side. Okay, he's getting there. He's getting there. Fire siphon, though, coming out.
He might have been fire siphoned himself. That's probably what happened.
But still, there's not very much over there. So if Grass isn't careful, Ryuk might be able to sneak it up. Whereas all the action is right here. And so Grass needs to put in a whole lot more effort to try and secure that town center compared to Ryuk on that bottom side.
He does, but honestly, resource-wise, Grass is not doing so badly. He's got all this extra food still. He is, sorry, they're flipped. They're flipped. Let's flip him. So, yeah, this is so much easier. Grass is actually doing great with resources, but Ryuk has more food. He can convert that into caravans very easily. The problem here was that he spent so much on the fire siphons, right?
Dude, speaking of caravans, man, and the Gaia Lush, like that makes nice little TC reset there. That makes Ryuk's trade better in the long run with the better trade walking along the Lush, right? So what is like, dude, I don't really know, honestly. I can't tell what would be better late game between Gaia and Kronos. It just feels like Gaia because of such a better economy, such a more efficient economy rather.
Yeah, so, you know, once you have your Gaia trees getting gathered from, once you're printing from your 2nd Hesperides tree, that is 10 extra myth units that don't cost population. Your caravans are more population efficient because of this extra movement speed that they get. It's not just the caravans, like if you can spread your lush everywhere, your entire army will regenerate and move faster, so there's that too.
True.
I tend
He's
to agree
gonna
with
need
you,
it
like,
here,
Gaia
dude.
is great.
Go ahead, Donka.
Gaia is great, that's it. I'm done.
As simple as that. Gaia is great. Alright, well, what else is great is Chronos Siege at the same time, man. That's maybe why he's doing a pretty good job. Stopping that TC on that bottom side. Now he's starting to take down a bunch of these palaces right here. This is looking pretty decent for Grass, man. Ryuk's kind of getting knocked down here.
Agreed. Agreed. They're about the same in terms of resources, though, for food and gold. So Ryuk can definitely work with that. He's struggling a little bit with wood, but he's getting in his first Hesperides tree. If he remembers to use Gaia Forest, that would be great. Also, another tool he has available is the much buffed Tartarian Gate. They pump out so many more Tartarian spawns in this DM mod that we're playing on, that, you know, it's just actually a mythic tier god power these days. It's also recastable for just 200 favor, much like the third Hesperides tree. So Ryuk might very well make use of that on repeat rather than getting a third tree anytime soon. One thing he's gotta do though is spread the lush all over. Ooh,
Dude,
sneaky.
spread the lush. He needs to stop the town center from coming in. Are you kidding me?
Yep. Yeah, he does. That might be a good use of the Tartarian gate. Just put it right here between the tower and the palace. Most of them will be spawned in this direction. Grass will have to respond to it and deal with it.
Wow. Grass is looking good here. I thought that Ryuk was looking so good because he had all those palaces right in front of this settlement we're looking at. But then, you know, suddenly he just loses all his palaces. He's looking way sketchy now.
Yeah, you're right. Look at this population disparity between the two armies. Grass just suddenly has an extra 20 population. How and from where? Is it the caravans? I think it's the caravan difference, man. Because their villagers are
Maybe.
about the same. But there's like
Grass is
Congo
starting to make
line
his
of
own
stuff here.
caravans.
That's a lot.
Well, the one saving grace here for Ryuk is that he can maybe stop that town center from constructing because it's deathmatch. They're so slow, and he stopped one. Okay, he stopped one. Objective one complete. This other one though is so close.
I have to say, Maiden, even then, even if this comes up, Grass's economy is not looking so hot right now. If Ryuk can just wreck this army one time, he can't afford to remake that. Perhaps he can keep pushing.
Yeah, that is a fair point. And those fire siphons are expensive, man. So, like, Cantarius are they? Thea Cantarius, so...
They are.
They're...
Ryuk's
well, no,
are.
Yeah, Ryuk's are, not on Grass's side, though, but his army in general is a little bit... There's a Tartarian!
Oh, he doesn't want to deal with that. Just using up the vortex. But the second vortex, sir, is gonna cost 100 favor because, well, you remember the legacy game and what vortex was capable of doing with Atlanteans. So here's a fairer approach.
I can get down with that. I'm okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that.
I know you'd be sold on that one. I remember our conversations. Well, this TC is gone.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Ryuk was hoping to accomplish. Grass maybe overreacting a little bit to this. He only really needed to send back the siphons, honestly.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. But even so, he still has a nice position there where it's a lot of snipers. Ooh, that's a lot of... That was huge, dude. Those satyrs are huge.
That's a great combo as well when you get them to fight each other with chaos and then you unleash the special attacks. That's when the Arcus should be disappearing. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't the best. Maybe next time. But the Arcus are still not safe. Far from it. They're not heroes. Oh, there they go.
Dude, Grass's position here is still really nice. He's got this town center coming up over here, over on the other side. He's, you know, he still has all the towers and palaces and everything. He's still pushing here. He's looking really good, man.
Yeah, Ryuk is working on chipping away at this, so it's not necessarily over by any means. A bit of gold selling is probably in order, though. Bit of imbalance is there. The triple printing from the Hesperides trees is now a thing. Up to 15 dryads will be possible. Even better if they are standing on Lush, but Ryuk doesn't do that just yet. We'll see if he changes that around.
Well, so here's the thing, Naka. Like, I know, you know, Grass, for the most part, Grass's eco is pretty low, but as long as he's able to stay popped, he's, you know, he's still okay, right? He's up with the pop cap. He's floating a couple resources here and there. So, you know, I personally would feel more comfortable with a little bit more economy. But again, if he can stay pop capped and, you know, rebuild this TC, he's kind of doing what he needs to do. That's good macro, if anything.
And he's gaining more population than he's spending on these builders, so that's probably an important point to make as well. He's comfortable here, and all these satyrs are wrecking those tree girls. Wow.
I don't know. There's when you get a chance down on that bottom side. Yeah, exactly. What is he? Okay, so we see Ryuk rebuilding some stuff over here. Is that a palace? Maybe one of those buildings? Maybe a palace.
Yes.
He's got to get some siege output. There we go. Okay, he's got to get some siege output over there to try and take that TC down, which is good. But he's got a long road ahead of him, in my opinion.
Well, that is gonna be his one chance, yes, to get some siphons going now, to hit that other side somehow, and to pick up these satyrs. Those are the top missions, and then when the cooldown is done, then Tartarian Gate number 2 would be great. Other than that, I don't have much in mind for Ryuk right now. It's looking dire, but these are the plays available. Hey, great focus fire on those siphons. Good job.
Agreed. Agreed. I think he needs an answer. Dude, I know this. You already mentioned Satyr. He just really needs an answer for those Satyrs, dude. How many are there? What, 7? 6 or so? Those things have been shredding for quite some time. He's got to get an answer for those. And hey, Hero Arcus. He can maybe snipe a couple. Maybe. Ooh, good micro from Grass.
Oh no. 4 TCs! 4 TCs. This is a disaster. Ryuk needs to deal with the situation before this comes up. Oh my god. If Grass can pop out to 260 pop, that's basically spelling out the end.
There it is, man. There it is. 4 town centers in, but
So
I just, earlier we were mentioning his economy. He's, barely able to float resources. Now he's got that much more pop space. Might want to pop out a couple of additional trade caravans as well. And he is, if you look at his global production.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get out some of his own fire siphons so that he can win the siege war. Hey, we finally got the Lush push as well.
Gotta use your bonuses, man. Gotta do what you gotta do. I like it, man. He's got to keep those things going. I think that's more economic guilds he's building, actually.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah.
That's great. Every unit needs to regenerate here and be fast because that's his only real tool available. Okay, are we gonna see another Tartarian Gate perhaps? That'll be quite neat. But I suppose you got all these fire siphons here. It's not the best location to cast it because they'll just immediately get rid of it, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, Naka, think about a lot of classic theories or strategy by using a Tartarian Gate. You use it on the backside of your opponent's base, on their main town center, back town center, something like that, which forces them to react, which means you can push on their front. And so it's like you hit the back with Tart Gate, and then you can push on the front. That could open up an opportunity for Ryuk here, especially since he has palaces, fire siphons, etc., to try and shred down some of these buildings and reclaim a town center.
Well, I'd love to see that. And Ryuk is definitely not giving up. He's fixed the trade. So these guys are not 4.6 now, they're 5.2 speed. And this is actually a location where you can put your Tartarian Gate on the markets. That's very difficult to dislodge. You probably have to use Vortex, at which point the army deals with your front build.
Actually, speaking of Vortex, dude, Grass has 126 favor. So he does have enough to reuse Vortex, but if he starts, for example, spamming out some Satyrs or something like that, and he dips below that 100 pop or 100 favor amount, obviously Ryuk won't know that, but Grass could get himself into some hot water. Yeah.
Wait.
Oh, interesting.
What's happening with Grass? He's got units coming from Narnia and nothing from up close. This could be bad. The fire siphons are working away at the TC. There's plenty of help here. Ooh, Ryuk might be turning it around.
Wow.
It's all thanks to the Narnians.
Chronicles of Narnia showing up in Age of Mythology. It's fairly appropriate in all sincerity. We have Mr. Tomness.
Oh, he did it!
Tomnesses?
Yes, I called it!
Man.
Yes! We
Good
got the
call,
trade
dude.
route Tartarian Gate. That's it.
Now is it gonna react with the what's it called? With the Vortex?
Oh, dude, he's also raiding the villagers at the same time with the Contarius, picking them off. Probably in one of Grass's more vulnerable moments. This is great. The man's still on
It's
4
great
town
if you're
centers.
cheering for Ryuk.
I'm cheering for the longer games.
Town
Everybody's
Center's going
getting
back
healed
up
on this Lush.
in. Well, I mean, yeah, dude, that's so fine. It felt like finally Ryuk is using, that Lush bonus. He's doing what he needs to do, using it on his trade route, using it on the battlefield, etc. He's put himself into a much better position, Kill, and that trade route is so sick. Are you surprised at all that we don't see the Vortex reaction to delete it?
He had the favor, he had the god power, but he didn't want to lose the front. And he gets the base back somehow. But
wow,
just as quickly it should disappear.
3 fire siphons, looks like, 2 of which are going after the town center. Nothing's repairing the TC. Dude, that thing is down right away. Wow.
Yeah, grass is getting broke from the lack of trade. And oh my god, the trade is actually going through the middle of the map. This could be an opportunity in the long term. And at some point, Tartarian Gate will be back, and it doesn't escalate in cost very much. Only 5 favor per extra recast additional on top. So it's always like 200 something something.
Is that not a little bit crazy? I mean, if you look at the Hesperides tree, 325 for another Hesperides tree.
It does give you 5 extra dryads, to be fair. So,
Okay, true.
But yeah, like all the mythic powers have this. I think that they escalate by like 5 or 10, depending on what it is. Meteor, Lightning Storm, they all do this. Maybe that's a thing to discuss for, changing that as well in the mod. I don't know, but that's the way it is.
That's what it is. Good chaos there, good chaos. We see some more Mr. Tumnuses showing up, a couple more satyrs. Doesn't quite have a mask yet, but 80 gold, that's actually not too bad, man.
It's not much worse than Ryuk's, although Ryuk's is also faster on top of that, so... There's definitely a difference here. Now the Gaia tree's getting cast. Ryuk will need all the gather rate he can get. Because, all things considered, he's doing well, but this still isn't enough to actually equalize the game.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, this is such a close game. This is much more of a stalemate than I thought it would be. After Grass got into 4-2 TC position, man, I thought he was going to fly to victory, but Ryuk is putting in the work here. He's doing a great job holding and pushing back even.
One thing he could have done differently, Ryuk that is these Hesperides trees, the capture mechanics in Retold work differently from the old game. So you could just put the trees directly on the front line. As long as you have a building nearby, it can't be taken from you. So the buildings would need to be cleaned up. And if they are there, they will be healing the nearby dryads, other myth units, whatever.
It's not a bad idea.
So I think that would be neat. Every little bit counts here.
Sure. Sometimes you got to take a little risk to, get some type of reward, huh? I guess it's not that risky, but if you lose the position, I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh, if you lose the position, you're screwed.
Well. Yeah.
For sure.
Still, he's looking solid enough that maybe he could actually pull it off right now. Maybe that would give him a little bit more oomph in order to get through this stalemate right here.
Ryuk's running a much lower civilian population because his caravans can do so much more. Plus, of course, let's not forget the Gaia tree improvements. There's some extra gather rates from that. Instead of 2.18, he gets 2.28 from that. Every little bit counts. The heroes get 2.51, so it's worth turning your citizens into heroes in the long term if you have the eco. And Grass?
But plus on top of that, remember the theft of fire citizens on the Chronos side. So economically,
you're right.
It's not, that is something for Chronos at least.
I mean, Grass needs to remember it, not me. He does not. Okay, there's one there. Fair enough. But it's building. It's better at that, to be fair.
All right, there we go.
Oi.
Man, there's another one.
I didn't go in the trade this time, but hey, the farmers can't deal with it. And like I said before, the buff for this building was that it has more health and that there's more spawns. So These villagers are in for a rough one. Oh, they're dying left and right. Jesus Christ.
Well, dude, it's right next to the trade route, actually. Look at those caravans going right next to it.
Why are they going there? What? Where's their market? This market? Okay. That's not the best marketing strategy that I've seen. Ryuk is gonna be punishing that. I mean, Grass is already punished. Now he's able to field a bigger army, so that might help him defend himself. But I think Ryuk just goes to push to take the TC. Economic Guild coming up first, of course. Oh, he's in the middle of the caravans. This is gonna be a llama slaughter.
Lot of dead llamas. Dude, with those Arcus sitting right there, they could snipe so many.
Okay, the Tartarian Gate is getting taken out, but at what cost? So many villagers have died, and I'm not sure they're done dying just yet. They prioritize the Cutaris, it's fine.
He lost a ton. I think he went from 100 citizen pop down to 70. I think. I wasn't paying super close attention, but... That's a lot of dead citizens. Yes. Yes. Wow. Naka, wow. What are we watching? I thought Ryuk was so dead. What a... is...
Ooh.
Oh, indeed. That is a dead trade route, my friend.
Did
Good
villagers
eye.
come in there? What happened? I missed it. Bunch of units must have broken through. Look at that Giga Chat Destroyer going to work on the villagers. Well, that won't do much damage to the villagers, but they're trying.
That's actually really clutch. The Grass, you know, messing up the trade route like that. He's because he's losing ground. He's losing ground. I don't know exactly when that happened down on the bottom side, but still, he's losing ground down, and that TC's maybe gonna be denied. Check it out.
Ooh, nice job by Grass. He's not dead, ladies and gentlemen. He still has a lot of juice left. That's, however, a large number of Dryads to face. And he doesn't have Mass Satyr this time. Certainly can't afford a second Vortex.
Yeah,
this is great.
dude, that's what I was saying. He still hasn't used his second Vortex. He's been hanging on to that thing for quite some time, despite having the favor for it. I guess he's never felt comfortable to Vortex away from the battlefront here. But
That's
still,
it.
now he definitely can't.
Because the cost isn't prohibitive. 100 favor isn't that much. But now Ryuk is also winning on the front. He's kicking the Llamas' butts. And even the Arcus have to retreat quite deep into his own territory. The Dryad's just chasing while regenerating, of course. These girls get quite a bit of regeneration out of the Hecate upgrades. And there's a lot of them, so it really adds up.
Oh.
Dude, those Arcus. What Arcus?
I know. What a back and forth game. It seems like Grass is starting to put, you know, sort of just stop the push, and then Ryuk is continuing it, and then the market interruption and whatnot. This is Ryuk's looking, despite the trade disruption, man. Recon's looking pretty chill here right now. Oh snap!
How many chickens? Bro!
You hungry, Naka?
This campaign has turned 5 people into chickens already. Paying for herself many times over. Good job just sticking her there, honestly. Okay, that's the end. Hero Destroyer now.
It's good while it lasted. Oh my god, dude, look at the military population for Grass. Look at the military pop for Grass. He's down on food. He's down on gold. Barely floating any wood. He's getting pushed super hard.
He doesn't have caravans,
Destroyers
sir.
are getting turned into chickens, man. He's toast.
Oh man. They're club sandwich at this point. I might be hungry.
I know,
Center's
right?
getting destroyed.
Sandwiches and toast and chicken, oh my. Here it goes. Town center down. Oh, villager down, eco down, town center down.
Huge raid here. This was Grass's way back into this game, the economy. It was his only chance, but he doesn't have it anymore. Man, How did this turn around, Maiden? I don't understand. Ryuk just did so well on every front. He basically implemented all the little things we were talking about, and it works. It's crazy.
Yeah. It maybe he was holding. It's like he started getting the Gaia Lush going. He stabilized. I don't know if he changed his army composition or anything, but he kind of stabilized, got the Gaia Lush going, and then he used a Tartarian Gate on the markets of grass, and it feels like that really messed up grass.
And he's almost ready for another Tartarian Gate. Just imagine that.
And still no additional vortex. Well, we don't have a resignation yet, so I guess there's still life in the kid so far. Maybe not a lot of life, but
dude, Grass
he's a
doesn't
young
give up.
whippersnapper.
That's his personality trait. I had to open my stupid mouth. Anyway.
Perfect timing. Ay, ay, ay.
Just looking at the timeline here of civilians. And yeah, Grass was just significantly ahead in that, but as soon as Ryuk started using his god powers, the Tartarian Gates to clean him up, this completely turned around and the man just fell apart. Even though he outkilled Ryuk, actually. That was pretty nice.
Not a huge discrepancy there, but, you know, by all means, that's good. Wow. Wait. Settlements captured 1. What? That's got to be a bug.
Oh, these stats are... I shouldn't even flick through them. They're not good.
Three satyrs. He made 3 satyrs.
Sure, free satyrs. Yeah, we've
okay.
definitely seen exactly 3 satyrs this entire game. That's what happened.
Mr. Tomnos and his 2 buds.
Somebody was
okay,
working
Naka. Well, I mean, what a game. First of all, Grass got himself into such a sick position that was a little bit surprising to me. Ryuk has been such a staple in top-level deathmatch play for quite some time. I know Retold is a different story, by all means. You know, you can't... Retold is a different game. It's a whole different story, right? It's a whole different story. So we can't rely too much on that legacy bias. I can't help it, however. You know, both Grass and Ryuk played Legacy IOM before Retold came out, but anyway, I was surprised that Grass got into that position. You know, Recon pushing back, that surprised me once again because I thought it was a really good position for Grass. That was a pretty good game in all sincerity.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, always a pleasure to watch both of these guys play. Matador, unfortunately, was really brutal when it came to how he treated Grass. So the game 2 and 3 there were just nasty. But the first one, they actually had a really long game. I think you were there for some of it, right? And the back and forthness of that just really showed what Grass is really capable of. But, you know, he still definitely has some stuff to learn. So, for example, you gotta make more buildings in Deathmatch. That's one. I think in this game he got that covered. But what he didn't cover is economy, right? So first he overdid it. First he underdid it, then he overcorrected. And that's what gave Ryuk, I think, the opportunity to push through just having a bigger army.
Despite being a town center down, that's very interesting. Yeah, I guess if you go Dryads, man, being a town center down doesn't even matter because you make all those Dryads. Sure, they're myth units. They have, you know, a brutal counter against, you know, for heroes and satyrs and whatnot, but still, that is population, essentially free population mitigating the extra town center, right?
That's exactly
I guess
what
he was
it
actually
is.
down by 2 town centers.
And Gaia's synergies with her special trees is even better. And they heal, and it synergizes even more than with Hecate. Because of all the regenerations combining. So yeah. It's just that's what makes Gaia so good in Deathmatch, honestly.
Plus, you saw how many fewer caravans he was able to have, like the 10%, the little bit of an extra trade route, a little bit faster. It adds up, man.
That's right. Well, we've loaded into the next one, gamers, so let's hop in. Game number 2, we've got a Zeus player. It is a grass. It is a red player. Wow.
And we have a blue player, Naka, going with, Ra here, Ryuk. I have a little tickle in my pickle that says he's going for triple Son of Osiris.
Yes, exactly. That's literally what he does. You must have seen this. That's what he likes to do. So first he goes Ptah, then he, depending on the situation, might go Sekhmet or Sobek. This time it's gonna be Sekhmet, which means that he will just have more population this way, but slower building buildings. Look, Ra doesn't need faster building buildings from Mudbrick, right? You already got the monument empowering. You're gonna have 1,000,000 barracks, and then spam. Now, let's see if it's Horus or whether it's gonna be Osiris. I think the Osiris call is a good one. Let's see.
Well, he did it against he did it against Luki in the semifinal game. Yeah, and it was with Ra. That's right, it was with Ra, and he ended up losing the game. And so we were kind of talking about it after, and he's all, "Oh, it's so much stronger with Isis, blah blah blah." So maybe he learned his lesson a little bit. Maybe he's gonna tweak his execution or something here. But it was actually this exact. Nope, it's Horus. It's Horus. Okay.
Well, look at him. He's already flooding the absolute living hell out of grass. These are Horus X-Men, and they're gonna wreck this Greek infantry. To be fair, the Hippospis have a chance, but look, the training speed on these people is nuts because the monument empowers them. I don't think Grass can hold. He doesn't have the buildings. I think he's already dead, Maiden. This is the worst kind of scenario. So what you gotta do with Greek is you wall off, right? Your buildings have to touch shoulder to shoulder so that they prevent this nonsense. And then you just very defensively hold on to dear life. Use your restoration if you must, and get out of this pickle. But bro, he's overwhelmed.
Speaking of, what you definitely want to do is save your villagers, Naka.
What villagers?
Yes. He's 10 to 21 already. 11. Ay.
He's gonna try to make some dinosaurs. At this rate, I would say Medusa would be better because you can petrify the elephants at least. At the moment, they're gonna be here to tear down buildings. This is nasty business. If Ryuk does another wave of Axemen, they're gonna tear down the buildings too. Restorations is in. But guess what? These slingers are super slingers. They're not getting any better than this. So first off, they train super fast because they are empowered from the barracks. Then they have divine damage because of electron bullets. Then they have multipliers against infantry because of Slings of the Sun. What do you do?
Well, that's good and all, but it feels like Ryuk kind of pulled his foot off the gas a little bit. I kind of would have liked more Axemen in all sincerity. Sure, mix in some slingers. I don't like the elephant switch, dude. I don't think I like the elephant switch. I think he swapped from Axemen to elephants, and he kind of kneecapped himself. It almost seems like.
Well, to be fair, Grass has his second base going. Maybe he's holding, but let's not forget that Ryuk still has shifting sands as well. So if he can get just a single camel in there, he can cause some serious chaos, especially if it's full of Axemen. There's 25 Horus Axemen. They can shred the entire main base with all the houses in it. So it's just a matter of getting in there.
Yeah.
And because he's so campy, I think he's preparing for that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. In T minus, 5, 4. But at the same time, look at these hoplites pushing in. Those are Zeus hoplites. Those things can shred buildings themselves. So he can shift away, but that opens himself up to getting shredded as well. Ooh.
Bronze dinosaurs. That's it. Oh, shifting sands is in. Defensively? Huh?
Okay.
I'm confused now.
Playing cautious. I can't fault him too much.
To be fair, okay, he had a really good pump early on. He outkilled our Zeus player, and the resources reflect that. Maybe he just thinks, okay, I've done my work, good enough, let's head back home. Let's stop a town center. Let's defend, again, cost effectively, because there's all these migdols. And that's good enough, maybe.
Well, I guess ultimately, he probably just didn't want to fight. I mean, specifically for the Shifting Sands. I don't think he wanted to fight that bronze with 3 bronze Hydras.
Yeah, of course.
He probably didn't have line of sight into the main base, so that wasn't even an option. Going defensively, probably a decent decision in the moment.
And these slingers are absolutely messing up the Toxotes. A ton of corpses all of a sudden, once the targeting was right. And the catapult should be more than capable of handling the Helipolis. A little bit of repairs, a little bit of resource gathering from Ryuk now, and he should be golden. He's the golden boy.
I mean, indeed,
What?
these.
Oh no!
Oh?
What? He got like 6 villagers with that. It's not bad. It's also not amazing. I think if you use Tornado on the army, everything here gets sucked up. So isn't that better?
Probably. You could always get unlucky with the tornado on units, but probably, yeah. Oh, the dino's going down, Naka. It hurts. They're such a cool unit.
Man, these priests are just so strong. Oh god, here comes lightning. Okay, that should be a bit of an equalizer. But will it equalize before the entire Greek army is dead? Probably not. Dude, no population versus no population now. Oh my god, it did so much.
Wow, that was pretty brutal. Those slingers that stayed there, man, those are some valiant little slingers, man. Holy smokes. That was pretty brutal. That was pretty darn brutal.
Hey, good news for Ryuk. He kept all his villagers through this, so he can build up now, and neither player has a lot of population. Meanwhile, Ryuk has so much stuff to pump from. All these buildings are putting the numbers up. It's neat. 22 villagers
Very
versus
neat.
48.
It's a bad dude. That is a huge deal. So it's just plus there's as we saw on that 3rd town center, a lot of the villagers that Grass and Groom does have are super low HP. So he could again drop another 5-10 villagers if he's not careful. Big fight here. Build difference is pretty huge at this stage of the game. Honestly, pretty important.
By the way, everyone, make sure to watch Ryuk's gold. If it's wood. If it significantly drops, you know he's selling at the market. He's got plenty, so I think he's gonna do it.
Dude, Naka, is it viable for a Greek of all civilizations to sell wood first?
Yes. You have to be moderate with it. Like, you just want to ruin the rates, right? You don't want to actually sell too much of your wood.
I'm just looking at it, dude. He's got 7k in the bank. Grass and Groove has 7k in the bank. So if you focus on military or on melee units early, you could maybe afford that. Sell 2,000, 3,000, something like that.
But get in some cavalry if you do, That's the one time where I actually endorse Hippeus in Deathmatch. Other cases, maybe not so much, but hey, you got Dionysus here. They're not gonna do too bad anyway.
Very true. Very true. Dude, I actually like Hippias, man. Like, like an early volley of like 10 Hippias, something like that, to go for some Vil snipes. I like it. I like it.
It can work, but if it backfires, it's so expensive,
I know. I mean, I'm not saying that's your core unit composition, but getting in a volley or so.
It can definitely work. We've seen it even in this tournament. Ooh, nice save on the Bellerophon, but you can't heal. No Apollo.
You can pick off catapults pretty easily with that guy, though. 1
That's
HP or full
well
HP, doesn't matter.
It's all the same. Hey, is actually Grass recovering here? I think he might be. Ryuk has another citadel ready to go whenever he wants it. Ooh, he's got a lot of idle villagers. That's bad. And hoplites are hitting him pretty hard also. Although there's a Migdal here to defend. And the caravans are starting up. Maybe there is hope for Grass yet.
I agree. He's starting a trade route. He's got his 3 TCs, Yeah, so he's starting to... He's up to 48 Vils. He's fighting back. He's solidifying. Ryuk's still in the better position, obviously, here, at least economically or whatnot. It's I don't know if he can ride that to victory, but comeback, I think, for sure.
Peltas are doing a great job of targeting all the range units off Ryuk, but he's shooting back with slingers. They're not half bad themselves.
Yikes, they are. Look at all those dead Peltas suddenly. Boom, boom, boom. Gotta micro those puppies, though. That's the thing, those counter units. You gotta micro them. Divine damage and upgrades and whatnot, yes, sure. But still, gotta micro them.
Come the Myrmidons, they're for free, as long as you have the fortresses, and Grass has plenty. So that's a very nice thing in this low economy situation to just help his numbers a little bit.
It's a form of an economic boost, right, for units?
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you can separate them and use them like for sieging purposes. I think that's great.
Even raiding, dude, at this stage of the game, raiding a gold mine, something like that, could be sick.
Yeah, and like get 10 of those, they'll be able to handle this Migdal stronghold on the side that's protecting the vills. Can't just send camels after them because they'll lose.
Those slingers are putting in work, man. They are putting in some serious work. He's had a nice big clump of them for quite some time.
So many Peltas. I think we might be in that phase of the game where Greek just gets to control. So unless Ryuk comes out with a much larger army, I'm not sure what he can do.
Well,
running away from this would be the worst. Oh,
well, what about the camels? Try and, if we've seen Grass kind of lax in his micro a little bit, drawn some arrow fire or some Peltas fire with the camels while the slingers shred. There's options. And he does retreat. I mean, check it out.
It's working. That shouldn't have worked, but it's working. He pumped some more stuff out. I think he's max villagers. He's got a lot of caravans behind this. So that's the one thing you gotta be careful with. Remembering to use the citadel now would be the big deal. But do you think he's saving up for the tornado? I think that I can't explain it. Like, he already has enough favor to have 3 citadels, but he's only ever used the first. So I think he's saving for a tornado.
That's exactly what I was just gonna ask you, man. Is he saving for it? I mean, he's so close. Why not? At this point in time, why not, right? He came this far.
He came this far. And you know what? Grass's economy is kind of in tatters. I don't even know how, but I guess he's just losing a little bit too many units. His overall villager count is okay. He's got a little trade. So it's definitely not terrible, but it's not fantastic either.
He's got 35 on farms, man. 24 on wood, 21 on gold plus trade route. Or does that count? Does the 21 include trade caravans?
It does.
I can never remember. It does? Okay. Well, anyway. His eco should be decent enough. He's a little bit low as pop cap. That's like what I said in the previous game, man. It's like, it's one thing not to be floating resources, but if you could say pop, then you're at least all right.
Yeah, and it seems to me Ryuk is doing that a little bit better, the whole staying pop part. I don't think he's getting out-killed, but it's okay as long as you can afford it and keep pumping.
Ultimately, Naka, like, they're both making a bunch of slingers and Peltas. It's like, that's not a pushing army. Whereas an elephant is a pusher.
That is a pusher. There's gonna be also other siege weapons supposedly. And taking out the houses itself is a really good little tactic, because the other guy will be dropping in population, probably won't notice for a short amount of time. Even if you instantly notice, you still have to spend time rebuilding that thing. And this gives Ryuk an even bigger advantage, and now with Tornado in just 7 favor, where's he gonna use
those
it?
Peltasts and the talks right there. Ooh, that's a bit delicious. A bit.
Let us have it. Let the chat feast. No! No!
Naka, just shush. You keep jinxing it.
I can't
the non-resignation.
Believe it. That's the second time. Curses upon thee. Okay, anyway.
We can imagine it though. It was nice. It was good.
Anyways, 522 kills. Yeah, he was outkilling Ryuk, but Ryuk just has the bigger economy, therefore he can keep pumping. GG.
Indeed.
You can't do that to me, guys. If you play in our tournaments, please let us take the clips. Thanks. Anyway,
It's like in chess, man. I've said this before. It's like in chess when grandmasters, like they already know, especially the super grandmasters, they already know when a game is lost. But just for the viewers, they let the checkmate happen, and it's for the viewers and for like the education and whatnot. Come on, super GMs, give us the eye candy.
Yeah, that's it. You do know that those chess tournament players actually burn like 15,000 calories in a day, right? Just from
Dude, it's more than that, man.
Yeah.
It's something crazy, like 2,000 or 3,000.
It's stupid insane. Number. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
how about Age of Mythology players
after that? Anyway, moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game number 3 in this best of 5, but Ryuk is currently leading 2-0. Grass over here in the red color, playing as 4, has to come up with something, or he dead.
He very dead. We got over here in the blue, Ryuk. Ryuk is so close to tasting that victory. Very close. Can he do it with Hades? Hades against Thor. That's it's a little, I don't know. It's a little sketchy. He went up through Ares, so he's going to have good Hippospis early on. Right?
That's right, and he's also going to have a massive Pestilence. If Grass keeps building as he usually does in a big clump, that's not going to work. Right? Ryuk just builds a lot of military academies, follows up with some archery ranges, and spam. Pestilence, spam. We'll have to see if Grass can hold that. That's the big mission. You spoke about this in one of your streams, Maiden, actually, that the map reminds you of Olympus. I think it's basically exactly that. The only difference is that there's no gold mines in the middle. And no boars in the middle. But otherwise, it's the same. It's highly open. Hades should be rather dominant here. And Atlanteans.
Well, so that the open in this specific matchup, all those Hippospis in your face immediately. Like you're trying to bust out a bunch of berserks, so you could quickly build, spam, etc. But then they're just getting countered completely hardcore.
That's right.
By those strong Hippospis, man.
It's a super short rush distance, so really the throwing axemen are your only hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi. But if even they have to fight in melee against Hippospis, that's gonna be ugly. In large numbers, they can defend themselves. That's fine, but you have to get there, and to do that through Pestilence is hard.
Yeah, so building so far forward is pretty sketchy. I think I saw Luke earlier today. He kind of built to the side over to his back town center and then tried to just push forward after that. And I think that's one way to mitigate this heavy Hippospis spam, at least for the Norse player. He's looking kind of okay here, though. He's got a nice little enclave of those throwing axemen. Yeah, man. He's got a good number of hill forts. Yeah, it is okay. Things are okay.
But everything is about to be Pestilence in 5, 4. Oh, wait. Ryuk is losing line of sight. He might not click it.
Pegasus?
He's clicking. The Pegasus can see quite far. That's true. He hits every building, Iron Maiden. He hits every building.
Ouch.
The only thing Ryuk is not doing in this game, he's doing everything correctly, getting the TCs even, but he's not making Peltas. Peltas absolutely dumps on throwing axemen, so that's my one addition here.
Dude, indeed. How is he still kind of winning this fight? Those throwing axemen are shredding, apparently.
Oh, they're insane, man. Like, throwing axemen in a large concave in large numbers, they eat Hippospis for breakfast, especially with Battle War support. So that's why you need the Peltas to pick them off. This is gonna be expensive for Ryuk.
Peltas, but on top of the Peltas, real quick, he went up through Artemis, so he's got the Shafts of Plague upgrade. You can see all those little poison glowy dealios. Oh,
there's that too. get a few more, and we're talking. Oh, he's getting Manticores. That's also a decent answer.
Actually, since gold is almost always your first resource that runs out, I actually maybe prefer Manticores.
Oh, the
In a
Chimera are
way.
food, actually, in Retold. But yeah.
Oh yeah!
But that's the same as Hippospist, and they're expensive, so, you know, I agree with the Manticore thing.
Dude, I have so much legacy bias. It's a little embarrassing.
Hey, it happened to me the reverse way today. So I was expecting Lampades to be wood because like Medusa and Mummies are. They aren't. They're actually gold. So it shit happens, you know?
I got some studying to do. I need a pamphlet like the old days. The CD came with a pamphlet. I need a pamphlet. Ooh, I need some more special attacks on the Throwing Axeman.
That was good, but now the Manticores are toast. So Grass kind of using up his flaming weapons to get in here. We do have Sentinel available. That might buy a moment or two.
Is he going too deep, though? Is he going too deep? I guess there's not a lot of towers.
Oh,
There's
he's
your
getting
Sentinel.
zombed. They'll help, definitely. 26 attack apiece. Jeez. And now, I definitely think this is manageable for Ryuk. He's done such a good job getting to 3 town centers, 235 population now against Grass's, what, molten population. There's nothing left.
Dude. He went too deep. He went too deep. The Manticores got their special attack off. At most of his army had like half HP. Look at the Throwing Axeman, dude. Look at that. He runs in with a half HP army. Sure, it's kind of good with flaming weapons, but as soon as flaming weapons runs out, boom! Ryuk just turns around and half the army's toast. He
Absolutely
stayed there way too long, man.
And these are the only boys that escaped. Everyone else is dead. So everything else is new units, which means he's broke. Look at the gold.
Yeah. Don't worry, he's got 4 eco
Dwarves are
units.
being made, but they're not. They're being sent to the regular gold mine, not the dwarven mine, which gives 50% extra base gather rate, which is insane.
Oh, God. Winter. Okay.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Fimbulwinter.
Oh.
These puppies are, I mean, at least forcing a garrison, but they're not going to damage the buildings, really. Let's see what the Huskar can do.
This is so huge. If he's able to pick off a bunch of these units, there's still plenty of resource. Oh.
Ryuk is going to use the underworld to run away. A lot of his stuff died, but at least he got out. Short range underworld.
Well, that was probably worth it. It's hard to say. That's probably worth it, especially considering Underworld is eventually reusable. Like, if this was back in the day with only one usage of Underworld, it's like, you hate to see it that way sometimes. But, you know, sometimes you just gotta escape.
Well, Iron Maiden, it's gonna get worse because Earthquake is ready. Ooh. So he's gonna hit something that's gonna hurt. It could be houses, could be a town center. These wolves of grass, however, certainly have some potential, especially if you combine them together with Huskar. This 26 Huskar!
Wow.
They sneeze at the town center and it disappears.
Yeah, and then the walls pick up vills that may or may not be there.
Yep.
He's going for it. Oh, this could be sick. If he's able to find some vills, man. There's vills on that gold mine. That back gold mine for Ryuk. That could be a sick spot. Ooh.
That's right.
He might be going for it. I think he is. Oh. Nice.
Earthquake on the houses. Woo! They're all going down. What houses? The town center itself is getting really close to being destroyed. Oh, 266 health. Look at this the wrong way, and it's gone. Maybe a Gastrophides can get over there. The fortress is under attack, but the Vills escaped. Perseus is here to manage the situation with all the heroes. Great response from Ryuk.
Wow, and look at all those villagers retreating. That evidently, yeah, look at that. That apparently was an amazing reaction time by Ryuk not to get raided hard right there.
Yeah, man, and even in the front, he's not falling apart. Grass, however, finally figured out that yes, wolves are gonna be the answer. Unfortunately for him, he only has the one temple. He has plenty of favor, plenty of food. He could be getting so much more, but now the buildings are taking them down, and as they get taken down, their speed decreases, making them more chaseable. Oh god, they're all gone.
Oh. Dude, you want to know what else is
Hmm.
gone? Exactly! Grass and Groom is gone!
Oh. Oh no.
Look at his wood. No wood. All of his Huskarls died. All of his doggies died, even though he rebuilt some. All of
I
his houses
mean,
died. Can't rebuild them. He's toast.
he made some, but that's it. There's no more. He couldn't have remade all of them. And that's
Yeah,
not a
right.
good place to be in. Oh man, that's rough. Never got to use some of his god powers there. Grass certainly tried, but Ryuk was in good shape today. Certainly showed him the power of experience, and I'm sure Grass will get there too. This is just all about the amount of deathmatch games played, I think, because mechanically they look similar.
Dude, I mean, absolutely. It's not like Grass is completely newbie in terms of deathmatch. Like, he's played plenty of deathmatch before. I think he's maybe played in a tournament before, actually, Naka. You might remember better than me.
Several. It's
Several?
just
Okay.
Ryuk has more, you know, like, that's all
Yeah.
there is to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
GG's.
But even so, I think that this is one specific matchup. Everything that you and I were talking about early on, the Hippospis spam, this map specifically, where he's building, getting pestilenced, all that stuff. I think that's something you learn with just a teensy bit more experience with deathmatch. You learn it, and then it's one thing to learn it and have it happen to you, but you also have to like figure out how to. You have to play enough to figure out how to counterplay it, if that makes sense.
That's right.
So again, back to the experience, hey?
Ryuk wants to talk about where Legend has placed. The shit talking has begun. Amazing. I think he got knocked out in the round of, what is this, 12? 14. Round of 12. Yeah.
Well, there we have it. Ryuk takes it. Well done.
Okay, with that, we've got only one thing left to do today, ladies and gentlemen. It is the finals, and the mods didn't manage the betting. So I guess I'll refund it because that's all it does. Nobody voted for Grass in the game one bet. Mods, please help me with the... You click the mod manager and then you can make predictions. I keep forgetting it, so I really need you. Thanks.
We need you.
All right.
Yeah, well done, Ryuk. Hey, Ryuk. I know I don't know if you're gonna go back and watch that VOD or what, but that game number one, that was a good comeback, Ryuk. Bravo,
yeah.
bravo.
100%. All right, let's see what we can get out of this next series. I believe they're already hosting. They've done their draft, so we can just very quickly look at that while checking on this lobby. Yeah, they didn't start yet, but they're free to do it. And here is the draft. Maiden, I guess you need it too, right?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go. Cool. So, we've got no bans because it's a best of 7. It works differently from the other tournaments. You get no bans, everything's on the table. Every god is on the table as well. Except one. I think one god is left out. Matador picks Loki, Zeus, Kronos, Shenong, Hades, Isis, and Poseidon in that order. Interesting. Doesn't get a whole lot of China in there. Meanwhile, Luki running away with Freyr, Nuva, Fushi, Thor, Gaia, Ra, and Oranos. The only thing I don't like in Luki's picks is Oranos. Like, if Poseidon was still available at the end, I actually don't know if he's any good with Greek, but I know he's good with Norse. I know he's decent with China as well. So this will be interesting to see. Matador is a bit of an all-rounder.
Yeah. Who do you think... I mean, I think Freyr is a beast in deathmatch.
Well, both are.
I think... What?
Sorry, what?
Both are?
Oh, I was talking about the players. I thought you were talking about the players. My brain is mush. Sorry, what were you saying?
Freyr is a beast in deathmatch. The god.
Right. I thought you said the player. Okay. Anyway. Yes, he is. Yes. Freyr and
It
Thor.
seems like
These two Norses are insane in so many matchups. Loki can be really good because of the mass Myth unit stuff, right? But Freyr can do that too. And these guys have the better army. So if they were facing China, then that's disastrous for Matador. He can't use Shenong into those. Whereas Loki, he doesn't have to worry about Loki too much. So
That one's
annoying,
gonna be
those
tricky,
names.
right?
Yeah, he can pretty much freely use China, right? He doesn't have to worry about what he's going up against as much. But, you know, Loki going with Forseti, Bragi, and Tyr. That is a composition that China honestly can't handle. Because what do you do about the Berserks? What do you do about the Huskar? They don't have a direct counter in China. They don't have a Hippespist.
Indeed. I don't know.
And then you click flaming weapons on them. It's brutal, man. And your heroes are relatively slow. They're great against clumped up Myth units in the army. But handling wolves running around, handling 2 groups of wolves running around, handling 3 groups of wolves running around, that's nasty.
Handling oh, maybe not 4.
If Matador can do 4, then I give him a raise.
I don't know who has the better draft here. I personally, I would maybe lean a little bit towards Lukey's draft. Maybe that might be because I've seen Greek. I know we just saw, you know, a good Greek game just there, but I've seen Greek get punished between yesterday and today. So I don't feel a lot of Greek strength. I have not seen Greek nail Matadors. Jeez. Thor actually today, Loki popped off with Thor against Ryuk.
Right. I think Zeus can handle it. The others probably will struggle. So here's the trick with Zeus. You have Ceasefire to beat any flaming weapons, right? That's just not going to be a factor. Then you get Medusa around healing temples, and you really fortify that crap. The Medusa are basically unreachable from there if you protect them. You get a permanent petrification unit that can siege. And then you add the Petrobolas. So Norse has great difficulty dealing with that, but certainly you can overwhelm the Greek. You can make them run out of resources early. It's just, if it gets there, Greek wins. But only Zeus can do that, so...
You really think Hermes is the way to go against flaming weapons, huh? We were talking about this right after that game.
Yes, because it's cheaper, so you gotta rely on that. But we are loaded into the finals, ladies and gentlemen, so no time for talking. Let's go. The finals is here. It is gonna be a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the score mishap. Fixed. Matty is gonna be playing as your blue Loki.
Up here in the red. Speaking of Loki, we got Loki going for Nuwa. I'm like confusing myself. Going with Nuwa up here in the red. Very nice. And this is an open map, man. It'll be interesting to see how Loki in blue is going to handle. What is the flooding potential of China actually here, Naka? He's building so far forward. It's great? Okay.
It is absolutely huge. So Nuwa obviously doesn't have to worry about the houses. They get done immediately as they're automatically built. Spreading all this favored land as well will help significantly to build more units. But building a second temple, I'm not so sure about that. Anyways, we're gonna have pioneers in order to hold the ground. They can then later auto-deploy their balloons, and that will create a little bit of divine damage on the ground, keeping the army at bay somewhat. What we'll need to see is a lot more buildings though from our Nuwa player. In the Mythic Age, you can then summon in your creation villagers, which for this deathmatch tournament, we've actually reduced their maximum numbers. So you can get 8 of them. And that should be clicked right away. because it helps you build
Yeah.
so much in the early game.
Exactly. Dude, this is so interesting. Matador in the blue, he went up through Heimdall, man. It feels so natural to just always go through Forseti as and there's the creation villagers, largely are they blow? Anyway, but he goes up through Heimdall. Is that a meta thing, Naka? Am I missing something? I know
Yes.
there's things you can play with there, but
So your defensive buildings are going to be cheaper and stronger, right? And on top of that, your units will be training faster, including your villagers. So I think it's just really good for the long-term Norse economy. And on top of that, you get Undermine to delete tower spams.
yeah. True.
However, the Super Berserk stuff with Super Huskars is not going to be happening here because we've gone for Hell. So Matador has a very different idea about this matchup as I do. I'll be interested to see if it works. He's facing so many Shinlongs, but Luki doesn't have stuff.
Fire giants can maybe be good against the dragons, right?
They are good against the dragons, that's exactly right. Where is Luki's stuff, sir?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Okay.
The Kuafus are getting caught. How did this happen? What are they doing out here? You don't need that wall right now, sir. Oh no. Oh no.
He's just going fully into the dragons, man. That's what it is. He's just trying to ride those dragons to victory. Look at this. How many are there? I can't even
Please
tell.
recover. I don't want to see a stomp. Oh, I'm worried. But yeah, the dragons could be one way to do it. Look, you get those special abilities in the middle of throwing axemen, they'll be deleted. There's no question about that. And especially if you get the hero out with the pagoda stuns, they won't even be able to run away. Sorry, what throwing axemen? They're deleted. So actually, Luki is doing good. He figured it out.
Well, but he's got a ton of military population. He's got to be nice. Matador's got to be building stuff around the map, right? Like how many TCs does he has up real quick? There's a fort, okay. Town center, okay. He's not.
That's a mistake by
much.
Matador, just using one unit to build. Deathmatch reduces the TC build rates significantly. It's minus 50% for Norse infantry, so you have to put more of a commitment on that. It's so easy to stop now. Oh, the Kuafu hero is toast.
He's picked off so many Kafu, man.
We've got this forest defense situation coming up. A lot of the Norse units are getting hurt by that, and it seems that with the Baulé spam, Luki will be able to hold on. He's also repelling the other attack. They're now equal in population, and our Norse player is getting really low in gold. Perhaps Luki has stabilized. Okay, this is looking so much better now than in the early game. In fact, we are seeing a switch to mountain giants because he can't afford the fire ones.
Yeah. Maybe he just had a little bit of a brain fart early on, so he's just like, oh, it took a second for the, the espresso to kick in or something like that. He forgot to train villagers or military or something. He just lost like 3 dragons.
That hurt. The flaming weapons wasn't even on. Now it's time for flaming weapons. Look at all the big boys coming out. They're going clubbing.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not.
Let's hit it, boy.
Wait, they're not.
No, they're not.
There's so many heroes here. Oh my god, they're getting caught. The dragons are also pretty good against them. They're falling left and right. Li Jing is in, and he's targeting them down.
He also uses Undermine God Power to help take down that Baulé. There goes a couple of Baulé. That's 2 of the 3 that are on the front line so far. That's pretty. This is looking good for El Matador, but
he's getting flooded into the army of Luki's. That will help him taken down, and exactly in the perfect timing. Flaming weapons is over. This was great.
Delivery. Here's an army to kill. Jeez. Matrius. I keep wanting to call him Matrius because of the mat, but he's El Matador.
Where is Matrius, speaking of? Have you seen him?
I know. No. Yes, but no.
Big sad. Okay, dragon versus dragon time. Not quite summon dragon versus summon dragon. We could do that too, but different matchup. Oh, wait. Vapor dragon, excuse me. What?
Oh.
Goodbye.
What?
Pioneers. And, of course, Li Jing helping.
It didn't do anything. Oh, poor Nidhogg. Oh.
Give it a big buff. Is gonna be what we hear in chat, but maybe don't fly over 10 pioneers. That's another idea.
Paper dragon, seriously. Oh. Nidhogg is a really cool special attack. I wanted to see it. Dude, the game has just flip-flopped so hard. Look. Now Anne. Luki is playing Nuwa. Loki is Matador. Okay, so Matador, dude, his economy is toast. His economy is toast, right? Sure, he's got 34 bills. Uh-huh.
I mean, it's something, but it's not enough to replenish an army. He doesn't have any resources right now. I have no idea how that happened, but he spent all his resources. His second TC is still not up because he's making it with one Huskar. I hope he rewatches this and feels what I feel, because he can fix this so easily. Just send 10 Berserks, whatever. It's a good number. It's a start.
10 is a good number. It is. Dude, 138 is a pretty good number as well. That's the military count Loki's got. He's almost 100 mil pop ahead of Matador right now. Oh, dude. This game literally completely flip-flopped on its head.
Yeah, and, you know, Luke is actually in a decent position here. Like, he can build his front TC when he's ready. There's no rush. Oh, by the way, all these houses are generating him trees together faster from the normal. So that's a thing. But he's gonna have to give up, and Luki wins one. Neat.
Wow, I think we had the exact opposite thoughts, right, everybody? When Luki's losing all those Quaofu, when Matador's picking off Quaofu, he's getting, you know, all these fire giant spawns all over the place. A huge military, etc. It seemed like he was just gonna blast through Nuwa, but man, how that wow.
I don't have to say anything. You guys can see the numbers.
Wow.
That's nuts.
Wait, that's how Matador's first loss to the tournament?
Yes.
2-zip, 2-zip, 3-zip.
And last tournament too. He didn't lose there, I think.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Wow. Bravo. Attaboy, Loki. Attaboy. How do you say that in French?
I don't speak French.
Neither do I.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Bella. Oh, wait, no, that's Italian. Crap.
Someone in chat can help us.
Help
Ryuk can help. He's
Ryuk.
He's Canadian.
That was a pretty good game. I was it the dragons, Naka? Was it the dragons? It had to have been the dragons, right? The water dragons.
In part, definitely. But the other thing is making throwing axemen. So I did preach about this in the beginning, that you need super berserks and you need super Huskars, because they don't have a direct counter. Throwing axemen do. Those archers absolutely destroy them, so you really don't want to deal with that. Also, the tiger cav just get on top of them. With berserks and Huskar, you just get so much more cost efficiency, and especially if you go tier, it just keeps snowballing, and then you have your super flaming weapons. So I just think it's a wrong composition and god path that we've seen.
Okay. By the way, bien joué. How was that, Ryuk? There you go. I think that's good game. Well played.
Good day.
Good game.
Or
good
game?
Day?
Good. No. Yeah, that's good game. Yeah, sorry. I think.
Bonjour. Bien joué. Bonjour, mon chéri. Je suis forcé que les pupilles croissant. That's about all I got in French. Anyways. Moving on, Naka. Come on, Naka.
That was
Moving on,
great.
right? Thank you. And we're moving on.
Moving on. Yeah, man, let's exit this.
Bien joué. I'm digging myself into a Frenchel here. Anyways,
At
let's
some point, we'll need to take some lessons. This is a language worth learning, I think. But I'm not going to embarrass myself like you. So, moving on.
Hey!
Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We've got in the blue color Matador playing as Zeus.
What's Loki playing? Loki? No more Loki, but however, he's going for, what is that?
That's an Oranos.
Okay, yeah. Oranos, that was his last pick, was it not?
It was. I have no clue what's going on. Oranos into Zeus is gonna be a difficult one, definitely in Deathmatch. I wouldn't exactly say I have a game plan for this. You're just not as fast as Kronos, you're not as durable as Gaia. What are you gonna do about something like Zeus, which just spams at you? I guess you could still get your Prometheus Hyperion thing going. But where the villagers are getting caught already by the Minotaur, this is a disaster. Could snowball.
Well, look how close
hard.
these buildings are, dude. Look how close the buildings are. Like, their tips are almost touching. Look at that archer range in the counter barracks. They're right in front of each other. Whoever's going to get the better spam has got to have, be in the advantageous position here.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not Prometheus. This is Oceanus for the Murmillo business that you are so excited about. But I'm not sure that that is that good. Because you're going to be flooded with Hippospists. Athena Hippospists. They're gonna do a great
we'll
job.
Find out. We'll find out how well it's gonna work or not here.
I've seen the standard tournaments. I know that over there, the Hippospists can get beaten up before they gain numbers, but here they will have numbers. Matador has a pretty good build, but doesn't secure any TCs just yet, so it's all frontal aggression. And if there's a lot of Cairo Ballista and Fanatics and Arcus, that should hold him at bay for now. It's a good thing
Western.
Sorry, go on.
Well, Western shouting out the Fanatics though. Aside from the Murmillo shouting out the Fanatics for Oceanus. Fair point.
Yeah,
I still want to see the Murmillo, man. They're all the rage and supremacy.
Yeah, man. There's all these weak citizens now, so that's the one thing that is not going on for Luki right now. Oh, he's getting caught. This is a disaster. Ooh.
Oh! See, Naka, I told you, Hippias are a little group of Hippias to pick off Eco early on. It's sick, especially if you have the APM to handle it.
I agree. It works out great here. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. You just gotta take your chances sometimes.
I believe in it, Naka. I believe in it.
You're a believer. Great.
I'm a believer.
Well, fortune favors the bold, as we've just seen.
Yeah.
We should see a big restoration momentarily, I think. If Matador can get a little closer to commit to the fight, it's a great place to do so. Ooh, Belarfin is right on top of the satyrs. This is the time to restoration, definitely. And all these champion Kaltas can just snipe the Cairo Ballista at the same time. Opportunities there. There it is.
But did he get Bellerophon? He was like right on the edge.
Nice, here, he's here.
Okay, well, that was not, still, oh, that's nice. The restoration was good, I suppose. It wasn't like some huge game-ending, restoration, big advantage gaining thing. It feels, things still feel pretty even-ish right now. The Helipoli, however, are going to challenge that. That's maybe too many. How many? It's like he's got like 7 on the map. Jeez.
You gotta have enough frontline to be able to deal with all this Cantarius business, and it seems he does. The Medusa count is also growing steadily, which is... They're absolute beasts. Very cheap for what they do, with 500 health and sick armor, so... they're the one of the few units that can handle the satyrs, definitely.
Yeah, but still, you want Bellerophon in there, man.
Oh yeah, he died. He died. He didn't get that much done earlier either. I'm not sure if he's coming back. If he's being made, he's hanging out somewhere. The production bar isn't big enough for DM, I have to say. Like, it would be great if they batch them all together. Like, I don't need to know how many times you're making a hoplite.
I agree. Underworld, is this an early Underworld? It feels like it's maybe a little early. Maybe it's perfect. I don't know.
Well, it's hitting hard at a time when gold is scarce. So, I kind of like that aspect. It's gonna stop villager creation when you need it the most.
Sure.
But would it have been better to hit the other side, I'm wondering? Oh, there was no TC to begin with. Okay. The caravans might be pumped out, but then this would have been the trade TC as well. So actually, this was a good Underworld, yeah.
Nice.
You can come back too.
Dude, Loki's not even...
Oh god.
Please.
The satyrs.
The satyrs? Give it to us. Give it to us. They're dying, but not in one big, oomph.
Yeah, he used the ability earlier. Oh, there it was. But too late. They're already gone. Okay, we got plenty of Medusa. They are being healed by the temple. I do want to see a second temple if possible. As the temple healing stacks, all the healing stack, but temple one as well. Got a pretty small aura though, as you can see. That's why you need
Hey, real quick, Naka, look on the bottom side. We had an Underworld on that back TC, but at the same time, we also have Luki building on the back side as well, building into the town center on the very, very bottom corner.
Yes.
Yeah, man. This is nice. Stop and trade corner, stop and town center action down there. Nice.
But can he stop the frontal push? He's out of resources. Matador, if he cancels his Medusa... Oh, wait, he doesn't have any being made. Vortex is going to be used as a last-ditch effort to do some damage, but I don't think he's going to be getting it.
Wait, why would you Vortex back there?
I have no idea. He can't afford to build, so... Is that just game? He's out of resources. Matador will destroy his buildings. What now? Oh, God. I had to ask, didn't I?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Save the satyr!
Zap. Oh, they're all gone, maiden. They're all dead. It's over.
Ouch.
Well, I mean, we're just getting started, really. 1-1.
Yeah.
The best of 7. There's plenty of opportunities. I just don't think this Oranos business was necessary right now. There were better gods in the roster. Why burn Oranos early in the series? It will just tilt you.
Maybe he expected a different god pick instead of Zeus or something like that? I don't know.
I'm not convinced.
I don't know.
Yeah, good guy Loki, letting us watch the lightning storm. That's right.
He was listening earlier.
That's right. He knows how to entertain people.
Okay, Naka, I might only be able to stick around for one more game, okay?
Yeah. That's okay. No worries.
Okay.
We'll go as far as we can. Well, here's the current standings. We've got Matador just winning with Zeus now. His Loki is used up, so the rest will be among the pickables. Nuva is gone because she's victorious. Uranus is gone because he's toast. For Loki. We might see some more Fushi play then. Fushi versus Shadong, our first China Mirror. I've never seen a China Mirror played like outside of practice games. So it could be cool.
Okay. I want to see Frere, man. I want to see Frere. Frere seems like it's so OP. Is it not? Like if you here's the way I look at it, and this is a not very deep analysis here, but it seems like if Frere can get a core or common or successful military composition is heavy wood units, like wood gold, right?
Yes.
Toss in some food here and there, but so your army is wood gold, okay? Your food can go towards a trade route. Your food is also coming in through Feast of Renown. and so that kind of helps out your economy a little bit in general
Well, you
to
can
just
do
get your
this.
economy set up.
You can do this, but you typically go for flaming weapons anyway, because favor is just
Nuh-uh.
so good.
Really?
Yep. Yep. Like what you're saying is a variety that exists, but sorry, flaming weapons is too good. It's about getting favor back from the berserks in particular. It just means that you
Yeah.
get to keep repeatedly doing that thing.
Hmm.
Mephians can't do that. Tempest can't do that. It's
Your
nuts.
greasy are sick though, and it seems like it's an intuitive like flow of your economy into building your economy and like a synergy.
It's not weak,
I don't know.
certainly. It's just flame weapons is even better.
Okay, fine.
People could try it. I think it might have some space in some of the matchups. We'll see. Especially if you deal with ceasefire, but you got the game.
Okay.
Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Kronos is in. Matador's gonna be playing it in the blue.
Thor is in Naka, and Loki is gonna be playing Thor a little bit silly there. Yeah, we got a little Thor action. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. I've seen Thor get beat up today. I need some Thor success in my veins. Thank you very much.
Man.
Give it to me, Loki.
It's hard to get Thor into the right matchups. You really want to face China with that. For the super berserks and Huskaras, but easier said than done. Look at this Matador guy taking all 3 trading posts here on Silk Road. Good start. But on top of that, he's obviously Kronos, so these manners will be speeding up his construction. And he will just do what Luki tried to do in the other game. Mass Satyr. Now, Norse has difficulty reaching those. Because what are you gonna send?
Indeed. Falk spam.
You can do the thing I talked about with the China, anti-China strat works here as well. The thing where you get the Fenris wolves and you backstab where the other guy isn't. Here's the thing. Satyrs are 3.8 speed. And the wolves are like 8 speed. So they can be over there while these guys are over here. Just need enough to hold back the Atlanteans.
This is a really aggressive build up here from El Matador, man. Check this out. He's already got so many palaces around that central, what's it called, trading post. This is pretty aggressive. This is pretty scary. Man.
It's very aggressive. By the way, did I mention to you, Maiden, that these Guardians of Io are buffed? So they're, like, as it spits, it detonates and actually has some impact.
Ah.
You have to.
I know that you're way stoked on them.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everything's dead anyway, with or without. But you get some of that into throwing X-Men. They'll just melt.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Dude, Loki's having to play so careful here. His army's kind of split up from this top side. He's trying to build on this bottom side. He needs to be a little bit careful. Oh, this could be sick.
It's a little raid, but could go a long way if he catches those citizens. Kinda getting overrun at the moment by the core of the Atlantean army. That could be tough, but hey, the healing spring is a good idea. Won't be taken away from him unless he's actively losing the game. Forward guard tower time shifts though are pretty wild. Can you actually deal with this?
Man, I'm feeling for Loki here, man. I remember back when I was first getting into Deathmatch a few years ago. Ooh, that's nice. Delaying that town center. That's super sick.
That is super nice. And the other one isn't even being worked on yet, so there's hope here.
Sure. And actually, Loki's taking his back town center, so he might be up onto two town centers a whole lot faster. But it's going to take him a long time to take this fourth one.
Good job trying to focus down also the satyrs. Not bad at all.
Okay, nice. Still, that Chrono Siege, man.
Ah,
Scary
finally
stuff.
someone. The Dwarven Mine is the ideal first mine indeed. Villagers gather so fast from them. Oh, the back TC being built by just 3 berserks. Oh no, it will take like 3 minutes to build that thing. Jeez.
It's better than one Huskarl Naka. Take what you can get. Ooh.
It's better than one.
Yeah. Oh.
Alright, flaming weapons immediately countered by a chaos cast and a pretty small group too, so that they actually engage for a long time against themselves. But they do have healing spring to fall back to. I gotta say though, you don't want to be chilling while flaming weapons is on. You want to fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no going to Valhalla for them.
Well played by Matador. Really nicely done. Saving it up. It's not the most like genius play, but still really nice.
Well, I'm here to inform Luki that flaming weapons does not affect Fenris wolves. Oh no.
Ooh,
have
he's
to
pushing the top
separate
TC.
Oh my god! Holy crap! He missed that, but this was great.
Sick counterplay back there up there on that top side, man. That is so clutch.
Well
Resetting the town
done.
centers is huge, Naka.
Even this one hasn't had any progress on it since, so Matador is just chilling on 1 TC. He does get the, trading posts controlled. But he's gonna have to fight against a Luki that is on 2 TCs.
Yeah.
There are more resources in Matador's bank, so will that be enough?
Yeah, I mean, true. The Thor player's already up to 18 villagers, so he's working on the eco.
No, the ballista! They're all gone, man. They're all gone. There's no way. The big suck will destroy them all. Oh god.
Oh.
1 of them, 2 of them makes it. 3 of them. Never mind. 2 of them.
Wait, what? Everything is... That wasn't too bad. And then he's healing. Everything is like half HP
Yeah.
or less, and then he's healing.
He's got the double
Yeah.
healing spring, which overlaps and stacks. And we also got a little bit of a raid from the wolves. And he might be able to take this TC with the berserks. Eventually.
Yeah. Eventually,
Oh
yeah.
no, not
Yeah.
again! Can't fight Arcus heroes with those.
Plus satyrs.
Plus satyrs. The satyrs have 3x against Mythians. They might as well be heroes.
That implode wasn't too shabby, Naka. That was really not too shabby. We've seen some nasty implodes, just completely game-ending, army deleting. That was army half deleting.
Well, here's the thing I worry about Maiden. Although that wasn't devastating, Luki already was poor. And he's not getting any richer by the looks of things. If this army goes down, he won't be able to replenish it. So those ballista have to work overtime now.
He does have gold to buy some resources, so I think there's options there for him.
Yes.
I completely agree with you, but I think there's absolutely options for him to, to make it work, to make it happen.
Yes,
Yeah.
get another Dwarven Mine for even more gather rate, then it's okay to sell the gold, basically. Or just save up for the flaming weapons, which is about to come back. It's not even off cooldown, right? And he already has favor for it. See, we talked about Freyr. This is why I'm advocating for the flaming weapons. It's just...
Yeah, but Tempest is new. Come
Tempest
on,
is
man.
new. That's good. I just think that flaming weapons needs a longer cooldown or something, because this is... Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, man, it's your mod.
It is. Well, we're gonna have to talk about it after this tournament.
No, it does not, Utter. No, it does not. Flaming weapons does not affect siege or myth
yeah.
units. It's just only human units and Herseer and I guess Godi
And drag
Human
heroes.
units. And rag heroes. Indeed. Human and dwarf units. Mm-hmm.
Guildford finally getting taken down, and maybe Matador will be able to take a T. Oh wait, he's taking the back one. Empowered still by the manor. It's a quick building process, relatively speaking. Of course, if you shift more manors over, it's even faster, and the shifting itself is free. Just Cross your APM. Oh, now that is how you take a TC quick. But will it work? Ooh, flaming weapons instead. That's good. That's a good use. Matador has to
No
run.
chaos this time.
Yeah, can't afford it. And it's on cooldown.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, wow! The Siphon canceled the whole thing! That was some serious destruction there.
Nice.
Trade route has been up, by the way, for a while. And Luki has 105 per trip. Not bad. He stopped it again!
Man. Yeah.
Wow, I bet
mean-
Luki is regretting not fighting now.
Well, good. Dude, even so, man. He's stopped the town centers. He's killed so many of El Matador's citizens. I'm impressed that Luki's still in this, dude.
He's gonna be in this for definitely a while longer, even if Matador seems to be ahead. These ballista are difficult to engage for Atlanteans. You would need a large number of Contarius, which he is building up. 21 Contarius. He's almost ready to collapse on these. Let's see when he decides to. But the second TC is now up for Atlanteans. They're finally ready to go. I think Matador's about to pull the trigger too. And the ballista are fearing that. Makes sense.
But there's only a couple of towers and like one hill fort back there, barely a front line, so all those Contarius jumping in, everything should go down. He's not going after it though.
He wants to trade. Interesting. Meanwhile, Luki's economy has kind of grown big enough, I think. It's looking good.
Speaking of eco, real quick, Naka, look at the main base of El Matador.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
okay, it's just Berserks. But still, it's Berserks, man. He's still only on 20 citizen pops, man.
This might be falling apart very quickly for Matador if he doesn't get more vills, and he can't afford them really. Those Berserks might be the key to victory right now. As long as the cavalry can be controlled, everything's fine.
Well, here's the thing. Usually El Matador's the one who's causing the havoc, getting the raids, blah, 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 blah. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Ghost build, ghost build, ghost build, ghost build. Darn it. Ghost build. He can still ghost build. Ghost build. Darn it.
Ah, he's not gonna do it. He gets one, but that's not what he was looking for there.
It's better than nothing. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I think he'll take it too. Look, 60 civilian population, that's without the caravans. And then there's 22 for Matador, without caravans. He's currently fighting the ballista without his cavalry because they're trying to take down some random walls that don't matter really. Oh no, this is not the fight Matador was looking for. I'm not sure he'll be able to replenish the army if the ballistics keep working on this.
Man. I'm impressed that Loki's still in this, man. I think it's because of all that guerrilla harassment on the backside. Like I was saying before, El Matador is usually the one that's doing that guerrilla harassment. Now Loki's feeding him a little bit of his own medicine, that's for sure.
Nice. Is being made up there. Could have probably time shifted, which would be free. Every resource matters in this scenario. The ballista have been, however, thinned out by the fire ciphers. Honestly, the ballista are having a tough time with the siege wars. They themselves just seem to miss, and the other siege weapons just bully them.
Plus, in general, dude, they're cheap compared to other siege, but man, they are just so weak.
Oh god, they're all gone, Maiden.
Yeah.
If the cavalry comes back, this is gonna be a tough spot to be in. Matador by the skin of his teeth surviving.
Satyrs are brutal, man. The satyrs are brutal. Still gotta be careful. There's enough, Husker... Are there Huskarls in there? No, those are all Berserks. One Huskarl. A couple Huskarls. Careful with those archers, Matador. Wow. Dude, knock. Apparently Berserker spam is the counter to, Satyrs.
That's a surprise.
Right? Speaking of Contarius, far left corner.
Oh, they're in the farmers.
Not bad, not bad. Ooh. No food in the
Poking them.
bank. That is not bad at all.
Is this enough to take the TC? Eh.
If they were
they're
heroes,
weak.
I think you could go for it.
They're kind of weak.
Oh, healthy battle boars. That's what you can use.
There's enough to repair here, surely. Although they'll regenerate a little bit. Ah, there's a hero villager, of course. And now there's more.
Nice. Well, Naka, I mean, what's working is the ballista spam, so you just gotta slow push this, dude. You just gotta slow push this. This is actually, game one between Mini Yeti and Luki was crazy sick. It was on Megalopolis, so there was this settlement in the center, right? It was kind of the similar setup as this game, actually, this TC we're looking at here. Anyway, ultimately, it was set against Kronos, and ultimately the set won. And my argument is that's because he had the ranged siege. The catapults had so much more range compared to the fire siphons. So I'm gonna apply that to here, and I'm gonna say that Luki's looking pretty sick, man. If he can just continue slow pushing with these towers and ballistae, I think he can maybe push his way to victory here and get this game.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. It always was that way, that Atlantic kind of fell apart in the super deep late game.
Yeah.
And it might be the case now as well, but Matador finally has his third town center up. If he could just get enough economy to fully pump, but it's easier said than done. The battle boars are now in, and they can take quite a bit of a beating.
Indeed. Matador's got his 3 town centers. He's got his market up. I mean, Luki's in a similar. There's the market. Okay, Luki's in a similar boat. Okay, if he sneaks up this town center, ooh. If he sneaks up this town center, that's how you take a town center, man. That's how Norse rushes up a town center. No, the real way you rush up a town center is with Ragnarok. That's how you rush it up.
Yeah, that was quick.
Oh, he got it. Nice.
Hey, he's also taking over the trading post. Matador's relying on that quite a bit, and I mean, this one, there was no reason not to have it, right? He just wasn't looking until just now. See if he can hold on to it. Maybe a building next to it would be nice. Same here. Matador has the map control, so should make full use of it. Wasn't there some unit sent? Did the Chiroblista kill it? Okay. Oh, there's the one Huskar. That could finish the wall again. That would be quite annoying.
I'll be right back, Naka. Hang on.
Well, guys, another big fight coming through. We've got Huskars and Berserks right on top of those Arcus. Population is relatively even a little bit advantaged for Luki, but he's getting also blasted by all these palaces. Is it going to be enough now that he's got the portable ram in this? Maybe he can get a handful more, then he can tear this thing down and just be happy with, you know, the Berserks dying to the Arcus, because they'll be netting you some favor while it's still doing some damage. Now the flaming weapons is going to be ready. Hopefully that's what he's saving for and not the Fimbulwinter, because Fimbulwinter will do very limited damage here. Although maybe he just wants to idle the economy. That could also be okay if he suspects that the game is this close. Chiroblista have been taken out. And there's so much siege here. Oh, there's another implode. Can Luki escape this? He certainly shouldn't walk into it. Yeah, these guys are out. There's gonna be a very minimal implode. It's enough to delete the towers, but that's it. Look, Luki has good amounts of population. He didn't suffer much from this. So now he's ready for a flaming weapons push. Will he even do that? I think he's attacking 2 locations at once. This wall repair is nuts. Even though there's some tier Huskars here, they're just getting out repaired. This is insane. You gotta take some siege weapons with you. Oh, it won't work. Okay, but here comes the Norse army with flaming weapons, and they're ready to tear through this Atlantean one. Will it be enough? The citizens have finished their repair, but how did this Jarl get in through the gate? Okay. The others got in too. I have no idea how that happened, but they're in and they're killing the villagers now. The Arcus are getting roasted and toasted as well by the flaming weapons. Wow.
Okay, I'm back.
I'll come back. Well, we had the big flaming weapons moment, Maiden, and it's snowballing the game hard. More favor getting earned by the Norse, so the next one will be possible to save up to as well.
Wow. Man, I'm really not surprised that just looking at looking at the minimap and all the chaos and all this pushing and everything that's happening, all the citizens dying. Oh, I'm really not surprised, Naka. Once Luki like stopped the crazy scary push from Kronos and he stopped the TCs from going up, got all that action going on. It's like, all right, if I've been in this position as Norse before, I'm feeling confident, baby. And it looks like he's close to bringing it home for, the victory home.
Matador's last palace in the way is getting destroyed. Once he also destroys these military barracks up front, Matador's gonna have some serious trouble with production. For now, he can kinda hold on to dear life a moment longer, but he's running out of res. What then?
You tell us, Naka, what's gonna happen? You make the call.
I like these fanatics defending. They're gonna tear up the Jarls really good. And Matador seems to be surviving just barely, man. But getting walled in? The trade, it's gonna have to go through the fighting units. And that's an easy picking right there.
That's sick, man. Just wall off the trade like that. In the middle of like all this carnage and fighting and everything, just wall off the trade. Nice.
Matador's discovered the Guardians of Io. They are gonna be his only chance to make a comeback happen. They have to be very efficient. It's easier said than done. Sometimes you just spit some acid in the middle of nowhere and it doesn't do anything. Well, Luke is gonna leave for now, and there's a gap left. Matty is somehow alive, Maiden. How? This is nuts. Okay, that's some bigger detonation there. Oh.
Nice.
Wow.
Those are pretty scary looking units in all fairness. Wow.
Yeah, they're kind of eldritch horrors.
A little dip into the eldritch, mythology here. Cool.
These choke points are the perfect place to fight. I don't think Luki is fully aware of how that blob works. You gotta leave it because it detonates.
Yeah. Dude, Naka, what is happening here? It looks like El Matador was completely dead meat. But now...
He was.
He's pushing back. Yeah.
But those
Now
Huskars were just derping, trying to build a wall, and the surrounding units were killing them all. And now Luke is flustered. He can't afford to remake such a big army in a moment's notice. He wasn't that rich. So what he has to do is sacrifice his middle location, right? Regroup by the healing springs, and then fight, I think.
Yeah, I agree. He's got a bunch of battle dwarves. How are those things going to fare against the Guardians of Isle?
They will hold. They're not very good damage dealers, right? Like, they're really good at busting up the infantry, but you can see here, the damage from the Ios is actually sick. Because it's got a massive multiplier against cliff units. So yeah, don't chill at the choke points.
Ouch, man. He's got some Goaty to deal with it, though.
Yeah, the Goldie are good.
Nice.
That's an answer. Now they're gone.
It is. Yo, I thought this game was over. Are you kidding me? Matador holds.
It's never over.
And he's put himself into a decent position right now. It's still fairly even, by all means.
Question in the chat, are the battle boars meta? Well, they're not terrible. They're like a good filler here. Especially if you get to kick the Arcus all over the place. But easier said than done in the middle of the fight against heroes and more advanced myth units like the Argus. They're not going to be good.
Yeah.
I think Luke is just a little bit lazy with how he plays, right? So he has the better option with Wolves. And he could be raiding with them separately. That would do a lot of work. But he just wants to blob. So for that, Wolves aren't as good as the Battle Boars.
Wow. Okay, and the game continues, you know? Wow, okay.
We'll be here all night.
Aha!
You can't leave.
Yeah, I know, right?
you could if you have to, but yeah. Just leaving.
Man, these things are putting in some serious work. They are really carrying Matador in these fights. With the Arcus as the backdrop, right?
Yeah, the Arcus are doing like most of the work, definitely. And Matador is just an absolute giga chad at microing them and keeping them alive forever. So basically, he doesn't have to keep remaking the Arcus non-stop because they'll end up being his only unit. They never die.
Yeah. True.
That's why he's making so many melee units. But somebody has got to do something on the sides, or else. Oh, wait. Matty is doing something. A little something. Leaning up the hill for
Just a little bit. I like Play's idea, dude. Going for some Husk raids. I like that idea. I maybe even like that idea maybe a little bit better than Wolf raids. Wolf raids take a little... It feels like Wolf raids take a little bit more time and investment to pull off. I like Husk raids, man. They're tier Huskarls, so I like Husk raids.
Yeah, they can also go together. So, like, the Huskarls take out the buildings while the Wolves eat the trade or something.
Sure. Yeah, true.
At least I like sending them together. Another flaming weapons.
Yeah.
A little bit of acid blobs. But it's hard to make that work while the Goldie have 19 attack.
Yeah.
They just kind of disappear.
He's got a... man. But we're kind of back to almost where we were, you know, when I rejoined a few minutes ago. Pushing into the main base, just after a flaming weapons attack. Do
you think Matador has enough buildings here? It seems low to me.
Yeah, it seems like he built up so many buildings in the middle. He had like, what, 7 palaces in the middle? Yeah, I've kept my eye on those dots up there, man.
Yeah, this ain't happening. Nice try, Maddie, but you're caught. All these berserks could cause absolute chaos here in the corner.
That's something game ending. Stopping that trade route, that's definitely game ending. And he finished this wall, so okay, it opened up, but still.
Yeah, to be fair, the siphons do finish that quick.
Oh, look, that forest actually doesn't go all the way. It does not go all the way to the edge of the map. So look where the caravans are going. That's a little bit lucky.
Oh, neat.
Very neat. It may not matter. Is Luke able to finish this off? Look at the TC, halfway dead, Naka.
We're really close. Like, maybe this Huskar should just target the TC. It's not much left. Oh, the Rams are here. Okay, everybody go. This is the time.
Can El Matador hang on again? He throws out a chaos. More Guardians.
They
Come
can't
on.
escape.
Ah!
It's too much damage coming in, though. The TC is finally down. Maybe, just maybe, Luki has done it. Matador is holding on to dear life as his trade is getting denied with another wall in. That was great. That's such a good way to get rid of markets. There's gonna be another one. But first, they're gonna go to the TC confused. And then
Yeah.
going back with 100 gold each. That's a lot of resources losing out on right now as Maddie.
Absolutely, man. This is okay. This has gotta be it, right? This has gotta. Okay, there we
You
go.
caught it. You caught it. That was a good time to end it too. From now on, are you sure you can't stay to call the end of the game? Like they let all the cool shit happen and then you call it and then we're all happy. I think that's how it should work.
That's just doing my job. No, man, that was a really interesting game. There's been so many. The people were calling it out in chat, like Thor going into a Kronos, a really aggressive Kronos like this, is freaking scary, man.
It
But
is.
Loki did
It is.
exactly what he needed to. I'm a little bit. I wonder if El Matador, is it getting late for him? Is he, maybe a little bit, I don't know, overconfident? He's not minding his P's and Q's. So he was allowing all of these guerrilla style raids to really work pretty well. His settlements were delayed. That whole thing, man.
Yeah, I mean, he was ultra committed on the one-fronted push. Probably too confident that it will work as is. But it takes more to put Luki away, and he's come back with a vengeance. 2-1 in his favor.
That was a really great game, man. Really great hold. A couple of times as well. That was fairly back and forth. But would you call it a comeback by Loki? I don't think it's necessarily a comeback, but good hold, maybe. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Really good hold in the middle.
Well, next one is about to be hosted. Do you have any more time today, or how is it?
I gotta go, Naka. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem. If Ryuk wants to come in, then that would be great. But Iron Maiden, thank you so much for joining. Everybody should follow Iron Maiden. If you're not doing it, that's a huge mistake, and you're wrong.
Yeah. No, thanks for having me, Naka. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Lots of octane today, man. It's been. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. Between yesterday and today, deathmatch is exhilarating. So it's been super fun. I appreciate it.
Definitely. All right, man. You take care. Have a good one, and I really hope to see you next time, because there is a next time.
Yeah, buddy. All right, I see you, dude.
Bye-bye. All right, Ryuk, if you want to jump in, it's in the MetaPlays Discord. Just jump into any voice chat, and we'll be ready to go almost right away. Hello.
Hey, Naka.
Hey, there you are. How's it going, Ryuk?
Oh, I'm doing good. How are you?
Not too bad myself. I'm just quickly setting up your username link for the title, and then we can jump right in.
Okay,
it's
awesome.
Ryuk buys Ada, right?
Yeah.
Nearly there. Congrats on the 3rd place, by the way. That was sick.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm super happy that I didn't have to go like a super grindy 2-hour long 3-2 against grass. Seems like our previous matches have ended up that way, so I'm happy to do the quick 3-0 so I can eat and relax a bit.
Yeah, I mean, in tournaments it's generally just really satisfying to get it done quick and just be able to relax afterward. But this is here a best of 7, so these guys don't have that luxury. They had to wait for the entire thing, and we're 3 games deep. If Matador wants to win, he has to work in particular very hard. 3 more games minimum. And I don't think Luki's gonna make it easy.
Nope, definitely not. Luki's looking really, really strong.
We're already loaded in fact. That's how strong he is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another game here. This is now game number 4, and in the blue color, this is Matador playing as Poseidon. With me, there is Ryuk, by the way, casting. Hi, Ryuk.
Hi, guys. Hi, Naka. Thanks for having me. This is going to be a really exciting, what is this, fourth match now? I guess so,
Fourth, yeah.
Yeah, fourth. Awesome. So we got Poseidon against Gaia. I actually did really enjoy playing Gaia against Grass there. I do think it has a lot of potential with the Dryad play, and so we'll
Yes.
see if Luki, maybe he was watching, maybe he was inspired, so maybe we'll see some more Dryad play this game.
Yeah, especially with Hecate, I was really oozing about that because look, you sit on that lash, you get 1 HP per second, you get the Hecate upgrade, you get 2 HP per second regeneration. It's just nuts. And on top of that, if you can keep them near the tree, it's even more. But yeah, Poseidon is a little bit of a difficult matchup for Atlanteans, in my opinion, just because you got such a good army. It's so difficult to push the buildings, right? So
Yep.
how do you comfortably choke out the Poseidon then?
I know exactly what you do. So on this map, especially Tundra, I've noticed that Luki's really enjoyed the Atlantean picks. And I don't know if you caught, you probably didn't actually. In our game that we played, exactly, Luki, you see the dock right there? Luki loves going we have Son of Osiris at home, bit on water.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see him pump a ton of those mana wars and take control of the center of the map and likely build around it, right? Utilize the strength and difficulty that Greek is going to have dealing with them because, you know, they only have one ranged hero. Those mana wars are going to get so much value just being able to continuously zap the army of Matador. So I think
is
that
an
there's
insane pond.
Yeah, it's going to come into play quite a bit this game. So I do feel like we're going to have a huge naval battle.
Oh my God.
Or at least Matador is going to attempt.
6
battle for the
jellyfish. That's a lot of jellyfish. That's all the jellyfish there is, actually. Certainly you can't fight it with your Hippos Fist.
Nope.
The 4 heroes might be able to fight it, but I think it's best to just avoid it, to be honest. And that's, I think, what Matador is trying to do. These guys only have 10 range. It's been heavily nerfed. Maybe in 2 nerfed. But instead, their damage got increased, so they'll be owning all these water myth units. Yikes.
Yeah, and conveniently that pond is right in the middle of the map, so Matador is going to have to really play around the sides this map, or this game. But that allows Luki, again, center of the map control, and I think that is more important than side control, especially on a map like this. Yeah.
But look, man, Pestilence is in. The majority of the military population is now basically naval. How is Luki exactly supposed to stop this onslaught right now? The Cyclops, the Helipolis, the army trying to avoid the sea as well.
Yeah, well, I think he can hold this position with the water, or I'll call them pond Son of Osiris, because it's more like a little pond or not even a lake. But Luki is actually grabbing the bottom side of the map, securing a corner, getting that town center. So he's going to kind of control the bottom and the right side of the map, whereas Matador is going to take the top side of the map as his corner. So I do think that Luki, don't discount him yet. I don't think he's quite out. As long as he can hold, I do think he has a decent position.
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of those guys that can come back. He just showed it in the last game in particular. I totally agree with that. This is just looking very, very painful. Matador is going after all the production buildings while he's still fighting the army. He's got just enough siege to slowly tear them down. But he's keeping his advantage militarily. 160 something pop versus just 80 militarily is definitely difficult to deal with. It looks like the jellyfish got cleaned up.
Yeah, I think we missed that, but that's actually pretty big for Matador.
Yeah, good job with Polyphemus there. He actually has some splash damage on this balance mod. Well, a few changes that affect Poseidon. It didn't get too many.
I'm seeing a couple Dryads come out, so I think we'll see maybe a second cast of the Hesperides tree, and maybe we'll see more Dryads get pumped out to help contain this push, which is pretty strong right now. I think Matador is getting quite a good kill-death ratio. I see some Prodromos in there. Going to do really well against the heavy Cantarius army composition that Luki has.
Definitely. Now, there is one toy on the side of Luki's that would help clean this up, and that's Implode, and he's casting it right away. He needs it. So, yeah, the big suck will be probably getting rid of all these Peltas, some of the cavalry. The rest is probably fine.
One thing that I'm noticing right away is pretty glaring is that our guy, ooh.
Everything's dead? That's interesting. All right. I didn't expect that.
That's a bit bigger than I was expecting. I was going to go off on a tangent here.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Definitely a huge one. What I was saying is, I think Luki's already out of food. It looks like he is sending some villagers to go gather it, but running very low, which means that it's going to stop his villager production from going. It's also, we're going to see less and less Cantarius being rebuilt until he can kind of fix his eco there. Man, those pawns, Son of Osiris, are just getting so many shots off. Great.
They're definitely having a great time. And then the shot actually bounces 4 times, or was it 3 times? I think it's 4 still, right?
Oh, I'm not too sure myself.
Either way, it bounces. Multiple targets getting hurt. Polyphemus is going to be fantastic against Dryads if they happen to clump up. Big problem for them if they do.
Those Cantarius are putting in work. I thought they'd get countered by the Prodromos, but it seems like they're holding up.
They're also really cheap, so even if they do get countered, you know, if they manage a relatively even fight, that's good enough for them. They're dirt cheap.
Yep. No. Very right. What's happening down at the bottom? I don't think we've put much emphasis on that bit.
We have not. It's a Petrobolos push. I'm so sorry, everyone, for missing that, but it doesn't look like Luki has resisted it because you can see all the buildings are full HP, so he didn't look at that. Just like us.
Darn. Well, Matador is out of food too, so both players out of food.
Time for the Peltas army.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna see. Is we're gonna start seeing some full-out Arcus versus Peltas versus, you know, kind of a ranged army that takes only wood and gold as these players try to get their ecos in order.
Well, I could definitely say the trees are angry, coming over to slap the villagers. The towers, however, are having a pretty good time against this. And these are not regenerating Dryads, so they won't be able to take it forever. Fire Siphons now targeting down the Helipolis is obviously a nice little move. Every little bit of efficiency that either player can get is important. Ooh, that's risky, but I love it.
How many gold mines does Luki have that are considered somewhat safe? I think that's the safest one at the moment. Assuming that he mined his own.
Until you swap. So here, there's one. This kind of counts, but it's just these 3. There's this, but Matador can keep an eye on that.
He's mining that one. He's claimed it with that single bill.
Second Pestilence. It's targeting a good amount of buildings, but nothing too scary. Most of the Cairo Ballista have been destroyed by Peltas, so that's definitely a problem.
Ooh, Naka, do you see one thing that I see that might help Luki right here?
What?
Look at his favor count and look at what's coming.
Back. Another one. Well, these Helipolis are super weak, so it's definitely a good target here. I think the entire army might be actually destroyed. If it was full health Helipolis, they'd be fine. They actually never get hurt. Ooh, that's a very nice wall by Matador, actually preventing the side from being used. That Polyphemus hunting oracles now. Okay. That wasn't on my bingo list.
Let's see. He can afford it, and he has it at the ready. So, will Implode be coming down now, or is he going to save it? We'll have
I think
to
he's
see.
waiting for the army to be together so he can clean up. It's a good time to use it, though. There it is.
Here we go. Probably going to be a lot of dead Heliopolis here.
Is anyone even surviving? He's adding some of his own units to it. Okay, the Heliopolis make it, but barely.
Okay.
Matador losing like, what, 40 population to this. Now taking his 4th town center. If he manages to do that, I don't think you can deal with Poseidon anymore after that. But he's not gonna let him. That would be silly. By the way, all these divine damage hoplites have been absolute giga chads throughout. They can even kind of tank the Chiroballista a little bit.
Both players are just starting, their ecos are just kicking in right now, so I feel like we don't need to worry too much about one player running out of one resource or the other. However, that being said, Luki does need to secure some mines or regain control of that bottom corner, because I'm a little worried that he's going to end up mining out a gold mine and not having a second backup gold mine secured in time.
Yeah, I agree. The trade route having been destroyed is also a big problem. All this extra lush up front is definitely a good idea, but while he's fighting down in top against units that counter his, that's not so great. And of course these helpless are here to tear it all down again. Tough situation to be in for Luki.
Yeah. I haven't seen Luki's...
Great job with those lions. Look at that chain stun.
So nice.
Sick. Just to get the micro timing on that right is actually not the easiest thing, but yeah, Matador can handle it.
Yeah, you're right. Those Contarius just trade so well into the Greek army. You can tank those hoplites, get to the backline and cause havoc. Such a versatile unit.
Yeah, for sure. And then he's got the hero versions for buildings if he ever needs it. But that's so much later in the game when he can afford it. For now, Matador's still pushing, man. Matador's still pushing. The resources of Luki just about enough to survive and pump.
Yeah, but
Ideally,
for how
he'd
long?
have more than that.
For how long he's running on an extremely small trade, and Matador is running a very long, efficient trade here. So I think the longer the game goes, Matador is going to be happy.
102, wow. Oh man, all these relics just next to the temple this tournament. Wow. Nobody's gonna take him.
There's just too much happening.
There is too much happening, and it's a pain to read the tooltips when they spasm at you, so.
That's very true. Yeah, you can't read them in the heat of a battle, especially like in DM where every second counts. Having to battle that glitch is extremely annoying. And what happens is you prioritize a relic that you don't know what it is, and you end up with 6 monkeys spawning from your temple.
It's something, you know, but yeah, it's not the first thing on my to-do list.
Yeah.
Ooh, did you see? I'm not sure that was an attack move. I think Matador might have targeted individually. That's something I noticed he does with the Peltast. I'm trying to do it myself in my games, but it's so difficult. Because the Peltasts, they absolutely will overkill whatever they're targeting if it's a ranged unit.
Definitely. You need multiple groups of them. Well, looks like Matador is feeling a little bit comfy now. He's starting to float resources. Luki, on the other hand, he's pinching his pennies. He's got very low eco. I think his last mine or two starting to run out.
And choose between eating and heating there. This is not great.
Yeah. Full pop against 145.
chat. Is Artemis Poison stacking? Yes, it does stack. Gets pretty nasty after a few shots. So even the destroyers aren't safe. Eventually the Peltas will get them. All these Petrobolas just going absolutely nuts on that palace. Matador is building up his DC, but with just a handful of villagers, that's one of the weaknesses of his. So if you ever have opportunities, guys, to take out his DCs, you take it, because it will take a while for it to come up.
Yeah, and now it's just a slow push. If Matador can reinforce the sides, maybe Luki will just get choked out of resources, and we'll go to a game 5 here. We'll see if Luki can come up with something. It's looking pretty grim right now, but as long as he has forests, he can continue making dryads, and maybe that's something.
Flying dryads. It's a new unit.
Flying dryads. We got flying dryads before we got helicopter Avengers.
Oh no. Clay in the chat is gonna cry.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Right,
4 TCs now, Ryuk. I think this is this might be a little bit futile for Luki to try and hold on against a fully established Greek player with full population of villagers and trade. What can you do at this point?
Forward buildings coming, so that's usually a sign that yeah, the end is near. Maybe not instantly, but
oh, the granaries. Now that's a sign for GG get out. Oh, yeah.
yeah, there we go. Good game. Well played, Matador.
Yeah, he did super well there. Just solid everything. Didn't need to overcommit to, you know, pushing in early before taking that 4th town center. Once he had that, it's easy pickings with a much larger army to go in there. Luki did outkill him, however. That was the power of the ranged army, really. And the implodes, of course.
Yeah, you can win the KD pretty easily if you sit behind your palaces and towers as the, you know, Atlanteans. However, in this case, no matter how much you can outkill your opponent, if you're not taking the rest of the map, your opponent will slowly choke you out of resources. So I think that's what we saw this game. And now we're 2-2 in the best of 7.
2-2. This best of 7 is going to game 7, isn't it? It's entirely possible. At the very least, it will go to game 6 now.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's very competitive, and both players are having really, really good good games here. So excited to see what the next matchups are going to be.
Well, we've got Alfheim coming up, so that's going to be a thing. Poseidon gets crown. Wait, something else would have gotten a crown. Actually, Kronos died. 4 got a crown. Gaia got a crown. Okay, we've got the choice between Freyr, Fushi, and Ra for Luki. So 3 pretty powerful choices left. For Matador, it's between Isis, Hades, and Shenong. Do you think that Isis might come back to bite him there? If he has to use that against Ra's superior chariots, that might be really tough. The chariot slinger thing that Ra can do to Isis is nasty.
It is. It's extremely strong. Yeah, it's not looking very favorable for the Isis here in all 3 of those god picks.
Oh, sorry, chariots? No, you go camels, I'm sorry. You go super camels with Ra, and then that's really difficult to stop. Because Isis doesn't have as good camels, and she doesn't have super spears either.
Yeah, I mean, the Ra slingers by themselves just deal so much damage. Yeah, so I think Matador might get, you know, he's probably going to favor Hades and Shenong here. Mm-hmm. And hoping he can just finish the series maybe in a 4-2 instead of having to go to game 7 and having an unfavorable matchup with the Isis. We'll see though. Maybe he has something up his sleeve. Maybe
I
he's
gotta say though,
practiced
the
this
Shenong
strat with Isis.
into Freyr would be difficult. Those flaming weapon berserks are just nuts, and Freyr, he might not have tier himself, right? But he still has some powerful Huskars. Anyways, game's up. Here we go with game number 5. This series is going to at least game number 6, but maybe 7. I did not expect the Isis here from Matador. That's a big surprise for sure.
All right, and on the bottom side, we've got Luki playing Freyr. And he's going to go out and start taking the whole map, I'd only assume. Norse tries to just expand wide, get some side builds, and against Isis, who Isis prefers to stay more on a one front, kind of slow tower push, mid-goal units. So we'll see how this game progresses. Will Luki decide to just fight one front with the large flaming weapons? Or will he decide to go for more of a crazy style, expanding around the map, side builds, getting some ram raids maybe? We'll see what strategies both these players employ.
It's going very light on buildings, so I'm already slightly worried about that because, well, Egypt does build pretty fast in Retold. And there's 2 pharaohs here to empower everything with, so that can certainly go a long way. And the initial Egyptian spam is already in. We've got a ton of axemen. Mythic Age is still a distance away. And he didn't go for flaming weapons, he went for Tempest. Iron Maiden wanted to see this. He sadly left, so that's that, Iron Maiden. You missed the best part.
Well, I haven't seen, admittedly, I haven't seen too much of Tempest being opted for, especially when you have the options of flaming weapons, which is extremely strong, especially,
yes.
In my opinion, I think flaming weapons is one of the best tools you have against Isis.
How
Isis
are you going to cast Tempest into an Isis that's empowering a monument?
Look at that range.
That's never going to happen, bro. Good luck. Also, the priests actually, with divine damage, absolutely hard counter the rock giants because they don't care about the high armor. If they get haunted, that's good news. Auto micro. So, yeah, I don't like the choice. I like my flaming weapons here. And in many other matchups, certainly it's not impossible to make this work, but
yeah, we'll see how he utilizes it. He does have extremely strong berserks now, so might not be the best choice of unit in a one-front fight against Isis with 10,000 chariots.
And also Freyr has really good ballista, but again, you're going up against Isis who has catapults. They still one-shot them. That might be tough.
Yep. Anyways, we do see Luki trying to get a second and third town center. So I'm gonna plop some hill forts, plop his bastion as well.
Yeah, this is great. Just builds itself, especially in the Mythic Age. It's pretty quick. The TC itself will come up in a reasonable amount of time, but the ballista now getting kind of picked off. Even the chariot archer shooting them will be doing some not unsubstantial damage. Maybe they can take out the monument and then cast the Tempest. Maybe the Bursty needs to come out and join the battle as well.
Situations like this where you really like flaming weapons, just send a bunch of raiding cav and maybe some Huskarl even. Just tank all that fire and dive right under all the mid goals.
Wait. Locust Swarm actually good against these? Oh.
Okay.
Oh, if they weren't Freyr ones, they'd be all dead right now. Freyr does get 10% extra HP, so good on them, but Matador has micro on his side, and he will be picking them off, I think.
Yeah, I do really like the wall off and the ballista in the back. Very strong against the chariot archers.
Yes. But here come the
at least-
catapults, so they can open up the gate in just one shot each. And then here come the elephants. These ballista have something coming to them, that's for sure. But what you don't want to do is send the Son of Osiris into that. You gotta be careful with that stuff.
So I don't think there's going to be too much progression in the middle right this instant. Let's go check on Luki's third, just to see what his plan is. Almost done.
Yeah, he's got a
Covers the
bunch
way
of hill
through.
forts to protect it if he needed it. He's gonna wall this off. And, you know, the hill forts meanwhile generate 1 food apiece thanks to Feast of Renown. Really nice little tech. Even the Asgardian hill forts, even his town centers do. So it does add up. He doesn't have to gather food anytime soon. Can just focus on the other 2 resources. Should be comfortable with that. But there's another of these empowered monuments. Where's Son of Osiris?
Right in the fight, just under that mid
here.
pole.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
The Ballista are probably gonna try to snipe him, but if Matador is on point with his might, he's dodging the shots. Is that a little brave, perhaps? Yeah, I don't think you can out-dodge that many Ballista. They are just gonna be staggered. So...
No, but all it takes is 1 or 2 shots and from that Son of Osiris for those ballista to go down. So both players need to be careful how they utilize
They sure
their key units here.
Man, that healing from the monument is certainly putting in some work, but here comes another anti-healing.
Ooh.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All the chariots are toast.
Drop Matador down to 160 pop.
He's out of wood though, Luki is. He will have to sell some resources or something. Got a counter-attack with some of those said wood units. Portable ram trying to make something happen. Is it possible?
Yeah, might have been better if he had waited, maybe amass a handful of those rams and then send them out. Having 1 ram on a town center might not be the might be a little ambitious, to say the least.
Yeah, Matador's gonna notice that, of course. Hey, there's a chance here for the mummies to be picked off.
Is there a chance? We're seeing it live right now. Yeah. But what
Good
happened
job
to
by
Luki's
Luki.
pop?
What pop? It's all gone.
It's gone.
Oh, here come the catapults, Ryuk. That's the real problem, because they one-shot the ballista even with the prayer HP. They're damaged anyhow. Oh, Tempest actually has range despite the monument protection. You can just cast it
There's
here
the
on
Golem
the
Bursty
edge.
too. I do like that combo.
That is neat. Tempest slows everyone down, and Bursty, well, he finishes everyone.
Yeah. And the further away he goes from the town center, the slower he gets. But when the opponent's fleeing units are all slowed down, it does give the Golem Bursty a chance to get in a couple more whacks than he typically would.
I gotta say though, chariots are really good at taking him down. He usually feels tankier than this. I guess he was alone. Anyway, prosperity is in, and there's plenty of gold gathering peoples to empower with that. No pharaoh on top of it, but I'm not sure that it's necessary. It's enough. With 26, you're gonna get some good returns on this thing. The catapults are continuously working away at this.
So, going back to what we were talking about, how Isis might be a little awkward with the remaining picks by Luki, or the remaining god picks that Luki had access to. It seems like Matador is doing just fine. Maybe we can attribute it to the lack of flaming weapons or a different strategy that Luki's trying to employ. Potentially we can consider it maybe the wrong one, I don't know. But Matador is making it look really, really strong right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I do think that Norse was the best case scenario here, to be honest.
Oh, wow.
South Osiris got sniped.
That was not expected. I didn't see him go down. Or,
Not a locust. Yeah, not many units getting hit by this. It's probably best reserved on the trade route or something where you know the guys are gonna run into it.
I'm pretty sure that was the third locust of the game too. Locust now costing 95, so I think we might have missed one, unless you caught it and I missed it.
I have no idea, man. I'm a
Yeah.
little knackered here, but these
No, for sure.
these catapults
It's been a long day.
tearing everything down. And there's plenty of them. There's plenty of support for them. The chariot's just kind of hugging them as well to make sure they're protected. And if the town center goes down, Luki would be in trouble because that's his straight TC. Doesn't have a lot of resources left either. Second sound for Cyrus or anything like that is not in play, but I'm not sure it needs to be. Like you said, Matador is making Isis look good.
Yep. And Luki taps out. All right, so 3-2 for Matador, now on match point. And we see Luki bring it to a 3-3. Or is Matador gonna let us rest?
I'm pretty sure Luki wants it. I'm pretty sure he wants it. Let's see what he can do there. He's got some really good gods left.
Yep, and if anyone has shown that they can go toe-to-toe with Matador, it's been Luki, so...
Oh, wait a second. Bike Rush just raided us with 225 people. Thank you so much, Bike Rush. Welcome, everyone. I'm guessing you were playing Tempest Rising. We're here in the finals of what is the biggest Age of Mythology Deathmatch tournament so far. This game mode starts with like high resources. It's very unorthodox, but there is like a separate little community for this that really enjoys it. And now we're dragging in the standard players as well, so it's sick to see. I think Playa was trying to share the Deathmatch Discord's link, actually. We will do that. As we're waiting for the next game to start. There it is. So everyone feel free to join that. We're gonna get Deathmatch games, definitely the best place to hop in. Now let's take a look at these god picks and what's left. Isis gets the crown. Freyr goes in the dumpster. Remaining are Fushi and Ra for Luki. Shenong and Hades for Matador. Let's see if we got map information. We do. It's Elysium. What do you think, Ryuk? What do you go for here?
Interesting. Elysium. It's a tough one. Putting myself in Matador's shoes, I think Elysium does have, or sorry, Hades does have a good map. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. I do think Elysium is a favorable map for Hades gameplay, especially with, you know, all of Hades's archers. You can find really good choke points within the Elysium gold mine areas. You can set up some forts, some catapults. You got really good siege options. So I do like Hades on that map for the choke points that you can create on that map. On Luki's side, between Fuji and Ra, it's a really tough choice. I do think that Fuji in general is pretty strong, but I haven't had enough experience with Fuji on that map specifically to tell you if it's really good. First instinct though, Fuji has access to the water dragons, right? What are they called?
He does.
The Kinglong. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do think those may be really strong in those choke points, the same ones that I was talking to you about with Hades. That being said, I have seen China absolutely dismantle Hades, both in my game against Luki, and I believe, was it, it must have been an earlier match. There's 2 games that I saw Hades play against King Longs, and it was tough. Oh, maybe it was earlier this round, actually.
It's just really difficult because against Hades, you got the strong front line of swordsmen with super high armor. Then they get dragons. It's what do you do? And then you got 2 superheroes on top of that.
We saw, sorry, I'm thinking earlier in the series we saw Nuwa versus Poseidon. Something similar in that sense, right?
Right.
So
No. Poseidon was going up against Gaia here. Nuva was fighting. I don't remember what Nuva was fighting.
I must be thinking of a different match, but anyways, here we go. It's a China mirror.
Ooh. Let's get in. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Matador is now up a point. He's just one win away from getting it all. And this time, he is Shenong.
All right. And we've got Luki here in the red. And he's playing Fuji.
Well, the build orders between these two should be rather similar. I don't think... Wait, what was the god pick? Okay, actually, Matador is going to be able to build faster because he gets the chasing of the sun upgrade from Hutu. It's nerfed, but it's still 10 extra %. It does add up, especially on something like Kuafu, who build really fast anyhow. I'm gonna see a mixture of all the different buildings. The Imperial Academy is already out for Luki, so he can make his heroes right away. He's got the baby Neza on the field. Don't see that often.
No, that's a very early Neza.
Yeah, in DM, typically you go Mythic first, but hey, that's already a Mythic pickoff. Neat.
Yep. You might be better to speak on this. What are the major differences between these two Chinese gods?
Actually, not much, Ryuk. You could go for the exact same god path. So I think what we're going to see here is really just the difference between the use of Vanish and Earthfall. Stat-wise, they're going to be rather similar. It's the major... It's the H4 gods that are going to be different. So we've got Firebirds and... not Inferno, but Blazing Prairie coming up. Versus the usual Great Flood that we've seen in pretty much every Chinese game. So yeah, no dragons then for Matador. That's gonna be the big difference. He can't go for them anyhow, so we'd have to... what's the other myth unit called again? Oh god, I forget the name. The thick ones.
Hundun?
Hundun, yeah, thank you. Struggle with the myth unit names in particular for China.
I'm learning them too.
Yeah, with the paper dragon cast, but no. The Chinese dragon is not as bad. He's slowing down enemies nearby so he can escape more easily. Anyways, we've got the Xinglong with great micro. Chinese heroes will have to work overtime to take them out, but there's enough of them to do it. And you can get this Jiangxia hero closer to them to nerf their attacks. And you can get your sages to stun them and copy them, which is even better. Bunch of heavy axe cards already working on the buildings, wow.
Earthwall was already deployed. However, those dragons extremely strong and still up right now.
Yeah, pioneers must be pumped throughout. Actually, Fuji's heroes are better than those of Shenong as well. That's like his major god technology. Ooh. That should be pretty good. They're not explosive, but they leave like damage over time on the ground, so it's like area denial basically. For both sides, both of these players should care about that. All these fire archers will be well equipped to take out the walls.
What's the status on the town centers for both players?
Well, they're only making Kuafu, so the TC should be relatively quick. Oh, wait. Actually, Luki swapped out of it to make the dragons. That's interesting. But 2v2 TC, wait, 2v3 TC actually. Matador is having a pretty good time with this.
Yeah, very good build. That Earthwall definitely denying some of the map that would have allowed Luki maybe to push up with some villagers and secure that town center. However, it looks like Matador has quite a few buildings already created. Just surrounding that, what was supposed to be Luki's third town center. It might be a little tough for him to secure that. However, his army is still looking very potent here. 3 King-Longs still alive, wreaking havoc.
So it's a pretty big
Very strong
deal
push
that
going right
actually Matador has so much area covered with his sacred ground, right? Generating him
Yeah,
a lot of favor for sure. Luki just doesn't have that yet. But he has a lot of very tightly built buildings.
We'll see how he uses the that amount of favor. Because he doesn't have access to those King-Long, so maybe he's going to start making a ton of Phoenixes instead.
Or he'll just keep doing the God Power combo. Drought plus Blazing Prairie could be pretty powerful.
Very potent as well, yeah.
Nothing wrong with just hitting the archers, of course. This is not a God Path I very frequently see, though. One thing it's really good at is it gives these archers this sudden fire upgrade, which, you know, adds a little bit of divine damage over time to them. Pretty good. Yeah, he's just gonna use it in the middle of the
Blazing
fight.
Prairie.
It's like a retreat
A
path
couple
denial.
units.
Is that enough? Oh, they're vanished.
Ooh.
Wait, did that vanish not hit them? Did they try to attack something? They revealed.
They might have misclicked something.
Yeah, that
And they
didn't look
walked
quite
right
right. They're
back into the
going into the
fire.
fire. Oh no.
Ouch.
Also, very interesting that there's so many of the regular cavalry, the white horse cav, as opposed to the tiger cav. But
Here
now,
comes Flood.
ooh, right into the army. Matador's losing everything there.
Ooh. Luke
Can
has
he
gotten so
afford it?
many of those. So many of those backwards floods. And it's so potent.
It's probably one of the best use cases.
Definitely.
And although
Definitely.
Matador has 4 TCs, I'm not sure he can hold. He has more villagers as well, but this TC is definitely going down. He has to rebuild
Not
an
good.
army.
PCs don't matter if you don't have food and you can't pop or get yourself to full pop. Down to 160, very low on food. Does have 22 food villagers, so will be going up. However, I'm pretty sure most of that food is being used to well, at this point, triple pump villagers. And I do see that Matador has started a trade, so going to be very, very low on food for the time being. Should be careful with all of those siege weapons getting taken out. We look on the right side there. Yeah, that's pretty expensive.
It is very expensive. They will get the ballet, but can this be afforded? I don't think so. So we might be back to being pretty even, to be honest, between these two guys. And to top it all off, all the dragons have died, Ryuk. This is not great. Trying to chase with the White Horse Cav is also not the best of ideas because they're running right into their counter. Tiger Cav just kind of owned them.
Yeah, Luki might have been a bit ambitious there, thinking maybe that Matador was in a checkmateable position. However, you know, still in a decent position.
Yes, I mean, he will be building up his third town center, and then he can put these people back to work and have more production of villagers. Of course, Matador, meanwhile, has been casting his, what was this called? Prosperous Seeds God Power. Making the farmers work faster. Ooh! There's a superhero in the middle of all that, but I think he's already gone? I can't
Nope,
see him.
he's still alive.
Oh, yeah, there he is, somewhere.
Creating a trail.
There he is. Our little Super Saiyan. We also have John Wick somewhere. I can't see him in the middle of all this armor. Okay, there he is. There's his bouncy attack. And he's still wrecking the front lines, although he doesn't have like 6 AoE. In this mod he has 2. That's still significant. Hurting multiple targets at once, and Luki is going to make it a real best of 7 with a 7th game. This is what we like to see. Beautifully done. Fushi might be better than Shenong, but we haven't seen the Huangdi late game, so don't discount him just yet. Maybe next time that is what Matador would try out. That's where you get your swordsmen that get more powerful as the others die around them. Maybe that could have worked. I'm not super convinced about the fire burbs or burning prairie.
Well played, well played. Those dragons extremely strong, especially in those chokeholds. Very difficult for the other player to snipe them if the dragons are being moved back, in and out of the fight, utilizing their special attack.
That's right.
And Luki playing around them very well, keeping them alive. And yeah, here we are, game 7.
And look at that KD, 417 versus 257. I think that really shows the power of those dragons and heroes.
Yeah, for sure.
Could have equalized it somewhat with the super swordsman, but probably not fully.
Yeah. And those fire archers too, we can't discount them.
Yeah.
Luki did have a ton of them in the backline, doing a lot of damage. All right, well, do we have map confirmation then?
Megalopolis, they just started.
Ra versus Hades. Exciting, exciting.
Ooh, that's a good matchup because it's so close. I can never really decide between who is going to win that. Yeah, that could be really interesting for sure. So yeah, Fushi gets crown, Shenong gets dumpster. Yeah, what do you think, Ryuk, for Megalopolis in particular?
Yeah, having that extra TC in the middle is definitely beneficial for the aggressive player. Now, Hades having access to Pestilence might be able to, be crowned that more aggressive of the two, and therefore maybe it's the Hades that takes control of the middle. However, I do know that Ra with a strong build order can flood pretty efficiently with those Horus Axemen if Luki decides to go for the Horus route. So we'll see how the dynamic plays there and who is kind of the aggressor between the two. Both players, I think both civs can. So it just depends on how both players play and how they initiate their build order.
Yeah, Pestilence can be such a pain, but if there's two Ra bases, especially if you do the Osiris path, and you use your chariots to snipe the Hades heroes, and you spam mummies, and you happen to go Eclipse, I think that's a really interesting take on it, although it's not conventional, and it's the exact opposite of what you said, but basically cosplay the legend Isis, right?
No, totally. Yeah. And
that can be potent as well.
Definitely. So we'll see which route Luki decides to go. I do think that the super slingers do really well against Hades archers, just in general. However, I never discredit the power of Son of Osiris and that combo between having a ton of mummies and Eclipse. It can be devastating on the opponent's army, spawning a ton of minions and just totally can swing a battle really, really quickly.
Well, let's see how it goes. We've just loaded in. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it, but Game 7, this is probably the most competitive deathmatch tournament ever. Definitely for Retold. Matty in the blue color is going to be going in with Hades.
And in the red on the left side, we have our Ra player, Luki.
He's doing a great build order. Several barracks getting empowered by this monument, of course. The priest already separating from the group. Wait, does he though? Nope, never mind. It's good though. It's good with all these barracks and the separate market.
Yep. Starting off slingers though. I see a few slingers queued up right away. Maybe not the maybe not showing that he wants to totally flood the opponent. Typically, you would see Axemen being queued up initially in order to get the flood going. In the Mythic Age, if you go through Horus, you do have Axemen that can siege down buildings with the upgrade. Sorry, remind me
Exactly.
the name of the upgrade.
Acts of Vengeance.
Acts of Vengeance, correct, yeah. And they do trade really, really well against if Matador went some hoplites, whatnot. They can even snipe some villagers, so Slingers is interesting. However, we do see that Luki is taking the initiative and starting to
Which is great.
flood despite all that I was talking about.
Another reason for the Axemen is because they're the only thing that can really handle the Hippas best. Obviously, the Slingers can, but they're not going to destroy buildings after that. So, yeah, you have a successful Axe Flood. You will win the fight, and you can take on some buildings at least. Maybe prevent the Fortress from coming up. It's really good if you can pull that off. But, yeah, Slingers are more for KD. That's also fine. Oh wait, the Scarab exploding will actually take all the infantry with it. Oh, neat. You don't see that every day.
Nope. How's Luki doing on the anti-pestilence front? Has he split his buildings at all?
No.
Like
that
it.
would hit really hard if Matador comes in at the right time. He has built up his own army now. He's got a bunch of Peltats ready to deal with the Slingers. He's got at least a handful of Nemean Lions, so chain stuns would be great, but I'm afraid they all got taken down. We got 2 Helicopter Avengers as well. They're life-stealing a bit Sequid here.
Yeah, great units to
Heroes
have in a
dead.
fight.
Dude, all the Greek myth units are toast. And the one myth unit remaining is attacking Priest. This is not Matador's moment, definitely.
No, you can just see the amount of slingers that Luki has created. Just going straight for that KD battle. Maybe we'll see a battle of attrition where both players just kind of go fist fighting to end the series. Fist fight to the death. Slings on Peltas.
He's getting in there.
Whoever.
This is going to be a huge pestilence. Fortunately for Luki, he is empowering some of this, right? So the units are still coming out at a reasonable pace. And actually the Migdos aren't fully touched, so not too bad.
Yeah. Well,
You
we'll
can
keep
definitely
an eye
feel
on Luki's pop. It's definitely going down.
Yeah, good
Might have to retreat
opportunity
here.
to pull back. But you can't rely on the building shooting because, well, they're pestilence. They can't shoot.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
Everybody is just quarantining. That's the lore. I've read it.
I do love the camels here, though. The rock camels.
They're a
Gonna be
good
the unit
addition.
of choice to
with
take out. Yep.
With the extra damage especially, that's nice. Siege towers will be a lot of help as well. Oh my god, did she just kill every single slinger? There's barely any left. The
micro.
Peltas went to work. Great
That micro.
multi-targeting.
Holy.
Oh my god, he's got a curse follow-up. This is brutal.
Luki going down to 125 pop.
Dude, Luki doesn't have any gold. What's he
Ran
gonna
out.
do? How did this happen? He just made slingers. They're the cheapest unit ever. Camels are 70 gold. I guess that's a part of it. Maybe this is why you tend to make elephants after the initial early flood, right? Because they can handle Helipolis themselves and you don't have to spend a million resources on them.
We are saying this, but he still has a lot of food and wood that he can trade for gold. So you can see magically he's back up to pop and has a huge army.
It's not
And-
bad, not bad. He's got a citadel.
On top,
That's why it's so big.
on top of that, yeah, exactly. He's got the citadel. He's also got, what's that, 15 more villagers right now than Matador. So he's not in a bad position at all. Oh, huge stun.
Wow. Yeah, this could be workable, maybe. Maybe. But my problem is these Helipolis are better than the siege towers. They will win the one-on-one.
Very possible that Luki might look for a shifting sands with the amount of siege that he has.
The big tornado, Ryuk! This is the answer. Oh, but Matador split is really good. A tornado has to choose between the pieces of army and it chooses the smallest piece. This is great news for Matador. What a beautiful split. He barely lost any population. Great job.
Bringing out the town center too. What is that?
That's a Helipolis.
Oh, that's all. Okay.
Or the 2D part left of it.
Yep. It looked kind of silly.
Ooh, big stuns coming in. Anytime now. Wait. He has them on auto. So yeah, it's just on cooldown. Yep. He's handling it. Ooh.
Oh, there's a big one.
So Luki has to be careful. The Earthquake is next. Just wonder where Matador is gonna hit with that. Maybe these... Yeah, the Migdal Strongholds. No, actually he targeted the barracks. He wants the barracks dead. Because he knows he probably can't afford the Migdal units. Oh my god, that's so smart.
A lot of siege output by Matador.
He's winning the siege war super easily with that. And it's also good tanks for the front lines. Ooh, Cyclops here to help.
Luki's out of food.
Oh my god, this might be the end, Ryuk. Matador has just a little bit left. Not enough for a pestilence or anything, but enough to keep pumping the villagers back home. Ooh, he's just barely building those town centers, my goodness. He's won this on 2 TC? There is no way. That's crazy. Luki can't stop what's coming his way right now. Those Peltas are too much. They poison everything they touch. Wait, no, that's me. Anyway, the Helipolis are going to destroy whatever's in the way, and that's it. Matador wins another tournament. He's the champ. Crown him right now.
Wow. What a series. Going down to the last game here.
Absolutely beautiful play. Didn't need villagers, didn't need town centers. He just needed to print, and print he did. Wow.
Yeah, it just shows you how strong the Greek army is, able to just go full Peltast with some Cav and some Helipolis, and that will handle a lot, if not all, that Ra can kind of send your way. And very nice use of the Alliance. We don't see too much of those used. Typically we see those Chimeras coming, kind of going in for raids and whatnot,
yes,
maybe being splashed into the army, but very rarely do we see the Lions being used, and very cool to see some very effective use of Lions, not,
Yeah,
they
are pretty fragile, right? But if the stun works, it can do a lot of stuff. He certainly slowed down Luki with it here. That was great. Okay, I think Ryuk, we can get an interview with the man. Let's try.
Awesome.
I'm really hoping for it. It's late right now in Europe, so it's gonna be like 1:30. Real quick. Alright, I've asked him. Hopefully he's going to be available. Guys, in the meantime, while we wait for Matador, you can just sign up for the next tournament already. The rules will change in that one, okay? So it's not fully up to date. Yeah, over here, we've got a £200 prize pool already ready to go. The other one giving us 200 bits. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, the signups are already available. I'm not sure how many people are signed up. This should be double elimination, by the way, but a single day event. We already have 6 signups. Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. Will there be a big raid? We do have a sponsor segment at the end for at least 20 minutes, so we're probably gonna bleed a lot of viewers there, but no worries. Domino Dreams, you can get it over there if you want, or with exclamation mark domino. I'll put that in the chat. No response from Matador yet, by the way.
Yeah, it's very possible he's just tired and
Yes.
wanting to retire to his bed here, especially if it's that late in Europe.
It's just gonna be 3 questions, or maybe 4, 2 each, okay? Hello, hello. Can you hear us, Matador?
Hello, yes.
Hi, welcome. Just let me increase your volume a bit. Okay, try now, please.
Hello, hello.
Oh, I'll just max you out, man. Okay, there we go. Welcome. Congratulations, Matador. How are you feeling, first off?
I'm super happy. I don't think I played too well, but Luki definitely pushed me to my limits. And I think it mostly came down to matchups.
Yeah, it was really good games, definitely. I don't think you played badly. Just, it's 1 matchups, 2 experimentation, like with Fushi versus Shenong. Who the hell knows what you need to do, right? They're brand new. So
to be
I'm
honest,
sure you'll figure it out.
that game, it was basically a throwaway game. I knew I couldn't compete with Fuji.
Yeah, I want to ask you about your Poseidon game in particular. You had to face all those jellyfish in the little pond, but you did a really good job of just trying to avoid them and sending in your heroes to deal with them. Were you worried that they were going to dominate that location and then you get a long grind or something?
Yeah, they were scary, but at the same time, I know they are quite expensive regarding favor, especially. So I just thought avoid that location as good as possible and try to fight elsewhere.
Yeah, cool. Then Ryuk gets 2 more questions and then you get to sleep.
Yeah, just two quick questions. First of all, congrats on the winning the tournament. Yet another one under your name. So I think you're now crowned the official retold DM king for now. So one of the questions that I have is you've played, I think, 2 or 3 series this tournament. Was there something that you learned during this tournament about DM or just about specific gods, maybe a strategy that you developed midway through that you kind of implemented here in the last couple games? Or did you kind of apply strategies and stuff that you already knew about? Did you learn anything?
I would say I just did what I know would work. In my opinion, you shouldn't try new things in tournaments and just stick to what you know works.
Yep, for sure. Especially in a best of 7 scenario where it goes all 7 games, it pushes your god roster to the limit. Is there certain god picks that you felt very uncomfortable with that you might have just played for the first time in DM? Maybe a Shanong especially, or were you comfortable with all of the different god picks here?
I would say I was comfortable with all, but Shenong into Fuji I really didn't like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's fair.
But also Isis into Freya was really scary.
Yeah, we were commenting on that at the start. Naka and I were kind of nervous about that Isis remaining when there's only a Freyr pick, a Fuji, and Ra, I believe, which I do think Isis struggles against all 3. So very surprised that you're able to pull out the win. I do think that Luki maybe made a little bit of a mistake, opting to go for the Tempest instead of Flaming Weapons, which could have been a bit more scary, I think, but really well played there. Playing clinching out the win with the Isis. And yeah, again, congrats on the overall win.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, to close out now, Matador, thank you for answering all the questions, but do you have any words for your fans in the chat?
Play Deathmatch, it's very fun. And the game has a lot more to offer than just standard.
Great advice. There's multiple game modes, there's scenarios that people make, there are mods. So yeah, go explore. Great advice. I agree. Thanks, Matador, for everything, for playing, for joining, for practicing, for winning, all the things.
Yes,
you've
thank
created
you
a great
for
show
hosting.
here.
Yep. Thanks,
Now,
Matt.
go sleep.
Yes, I will.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And Ryukyu as well. Thank you so much for joining me to cast. It definitely eased a lot of the of the difficulties of a 8-hour plus stream, double weekend especially. So yeah, much appreciate that. My voice is wrecked, but you've saved it, and great insight as well as usual into the games. Really hope you will.
Thanks, Naka.
Consider in the future, maybe you become a caster. I don't know, whatever you have energy for, but I'd love to see it.
We'll see. I enjoy doing both, but I'm a player first, and everything after that after. Thanks for hosting, Naka, and I'll catch you later.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone follow Ryuk. We've given him a shout out before, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be on cooldown. Hell, I would try. Ryuk buys Ada. It's working. Okay, you guys go and use that to give him a follow. And lastly, good question, player. I was gonna say that. So there's two main ways to support meta plays, either financially or not. You can, as for the or not part, what you could do is just hit that follow button on Twitch. On YouTube, you can subscribe. We have a YouTube channel. And other than that, you can like our YouTube streams as well, and the videos that we'll be posting later, edited down from these matches. And of course, we've got our website where you can make yourself an account and join up. Join in our tournaments and whatnot. I'm gonna click finish this tournament so these guys get their medals. It's actually a really cool thing. Now they got their little derpy dragon medals, and it's actually showing up on their profile as well. Matador will now have 2 things on his profile. Let's take a super quick gander at that. Here in the tournaments, he's showing all his rankings, and it's got all the medals in the bottom. He's won all our free tournaments so far that we've hosted this year, the Lightning one and the 2 Deathmatch ones, so that's pretty sick to see. And of course, you can directly contribute to the tournaments by either playing or by donating to the prize pools, which you can do so directly as well. Get a bunch of badges for it. You can become a patron of our entire project. We're doing multiple games, so we're also covering Halo Wars 2 and Company of Heroes 3. Busy bees over here. You get all sorts of benefits for doing so. And yeah, that just goes to our running costs, which there are unfortunately plenty of. We have lost most of our subscribers lately, so we need to probably look into why that is and what we're doing wrong. But I think for A1, it's obvious enough that we weren't active. For everything else, less obvious. Lastly, you can commission direct show matches requesting players. And we'll basically use 100% of the proceeds from that, obviously, for the players. So basically, you become the host of that. You tell us what rules to do, and we just do the casting. That's it. All right, gamers. Beyond that, we have a sponsor for the day. So, if people want to support us non-financially, that's another way to do it. We're going to be swapping over to Domino Dreams now for a 30-minute segments. Have to kill the music for copyright purposes on this other game, of course. And yeah, we'll have a quick 20-30 minute segment of Domino Dreams, our sponsor of the day. You can install the game with our link and basically just get a free download with that. Play the game, complete the chapter, and you'll be supporting the channel as well, kind of like as if you were a subscriber or patron. Okay. Dreaming of Dominoes is gonna be our title, just like yesterday. I think that was a good title. Domino Dreams. Swapping the category. There we go. And firing up the game on my little emulator that I've got. That's the wrong thing. That's the right thing. Hi, gamers. I'm actually showing myself here. Oh, Lukey interview. Do you guys expect interviews for second place? I usually don't do it. Should I have done that? Maybe next time. Maybe next time. I don't like interviewing the player that lost. It's I think it's not appropriate, but that's just me. I shouldn't bring up my Discord so that you guys don't see my secret messages. It was a really good final, but I do feel like that's not standard, and we at MetaPlays generally don't do that. So yeah, Domino Dreams, gamers. It is, well, it's a domino game, right? You complete levels with the dominoes, then the objective is to finish these chapters, which require stars. Finishing the levels give you stars, and this kind of stuff helps us pay for the tournaments. Like, this is a really expensive tournament that we just had for £1,000. Obviously, community support isn't going to cover that, so we're running sponsors for that reason. It's, oh my goodness, we just crashed the game. I didn't like that. It did not like that. Lukey making DOD proud. Yeah, he did great. Didn't lose, he won second. That's a good mindset. That's a good mindset. I'm not afraid that you're depressed. What? Sorry, Lukey. I hope I didn't insult you by not running the interview. I just think it's non-standard. It's a little strange. I was really happy with how you played. Like, I'm proud of you, buddy. If you guys want us to incorporate that, I'll take that feedback on, definitely. You all want to hear the interview. Fine. I will get in there right now. I will get back in there. Luke, if you join a voice channel in our Discord, I'll do it right now. Whatever the chat wants. I'm cool with it. Yeah, Fofuxaki did great admin work for sure. You're getting a private message about how Lukey wants to do interview. Yeah, there he is. Oh my god, we're doing it. Hello, hello. Sound check 1, 2, 3. I heard the beep. Nope, nothing. Can't hear you, buddy. Just little beeps. He's fixing it, guys. Don't worry. We're on it. Still no sound. Don't bully him, guys. Can't hear you still. He says it worked yesterday. Check your audio devices in your settings.
All right, can you hear me?
Whoa! Holy cow, that was loud.
Yeah, sorry, it's not my microphone, it's my computer microphone.
I got scared. Okay, everything's fine. How are you doing, Luki? How do you feel after all that?
Well, I'm feeling really well. I'm
Yeah,
quite
I mean, you
happy.
did well.
Yeah, I'm happy we did such a close series. And also, I almost lost to Mini Yeti, so I'm glad I made it to the final.
Yeah, was it stressful on that side? I didn't watch the games yet, so I'll have to catch
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
But
it was so stressful.
wow. Okay, well, I'll be very interested in catching up with that. Please, no spoilers.
No
But I
spoilers.
wanted to ask you about your four game. Like, I think that was definitely the highlight where you just kept holding on to dear life against Matador's crazy Kronos push. But then you kind of realized that, hey, he's running on fumes. I could hit him. Um, were you worried at any point that your mass ballista might not work, or any other thoughts about that game?
The Silk Road game, right?
Yeah, 4 versus Kronos.
Well, I thought I was losing at first, but I knew I was sore, so I just need to buy some time. And I had a great economy, so I could just buy some time, depush, take the TC, and if I take the TC, it's win. And I almost lost because I forgot to build buildings forward. So
Right. Yeah, there were. I think you build a little too little sometimes. Actually, it's
yeah.
it's a problem for many of the newer deathmatch players, but that game you realized it, and you fixed it real quick. You also did fix that throughout the series, like after that, like it never happened again, basically. So I think that was great to see.
Yeah, but
Uh,
I'm also often really poor. Like my macro is good, I think, but I never have excess of resources, so it's hard for me to build more. Sometimes I need to make more economies, maybe.
yeah, that's just that was just unit losses. Like I don't think you have bad macro. I watched your villagers getting printed. Um, I watched your trade getting made. I saw you putting everything in the right spot. I saw you refreshing your drop off buildings. It's good. It's good. Uh, just when you lose a lot of units, when you're a little too aggressive, I think that's what people really need to learn about deathmatch. Like, when can I attack? When can't I attack? But you're doing great with picking all that up, and you know this was really high level stuff. You beat Ryuk. Um, really impressive business overall.
Thank you.
Also wanted to ask you about your experience in deathmatch. Like, you started fairly recently, basically as Retold launched. The first tournaments happened, then you started DM. What was your how would you sum this whole thing up? Like, why play it over standard?
Well, one time I played you in Supremacy, and I lost the late game. Then I went to your stream, and people told me to play deathmatch because it would made me improve in late game. And then I liked the game mode, so I continued playing. And I like also the community. I played a lot with Western Long, and he hates me because I play flaming weapons, but I like him.
That's amazing, actually. Yeah, Vestalone does hate flaming weapons very much. So, oh my god, that's great. Uh, and yes, you're absolutely right that deathmatch helps a lot with the late game skills, because you're simply put in that situation more often. Obviously, deathmatch has some early game stuff to learn. Do you enjoy learning the build order business and all that?
Well, I
The
never really
matchups.
learned any build orders in deathmatch. I just do my things, and that's it.
You're chill. That's fine. Okay. Any words to your fans to wrap up here?
Well,
They
thanks
wanted you.
everyone for and the first guy that asked for my interview, Mildred in the chat. he's my brother, so he wanted to hear my accent on live.
Perfect. Now everybody can hear it, and nobody will ever forget. It's a great accent.
Well, thank you for hosting the tournaments. It has been really fun.
Of course. Thank you for playing, and I really hope to see you in the next one as well. Well, you
Yeah,
have
sure.
a good night for yourself and rest up.
Yeah, see you. Good night to you too.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. We did the thing. We did the thing. He doesn't have a build order and he beat you all. Take that. Take that, chat. We're going back to play with some dominoes. Oh my god. What, did you think I wouldn't do that? Anyway, no, I hope everyone's satisfied that the interview happened. I think it was definitely worth the time. And of course, Luke is a chill dude. Now we got some domino puzzles to solve. Easy. I love this character. Big time southern thing where you grew up. Me as a kid as well. I used to play them all the time with family, so it's just entertaining, and this is a cute little rendition of it as well. Plus, it's also a game that, you know, perhaps people with kids could play with their kids. Maybe with supervision so they don't drain your credit cards. Or just don't connect to Google. Where is... There's no 4 here. Just go with the 1s. There's no freeze. But we can do this chain and then swap over to the 2s to unlock more. Alright, that was clean enough. Go over to the 5s. There's no apple. Well, we take the 3 extra draws, I think. See if that works out. It kinda does. And it's enough. Nice. Yeah, this was a small instance of thinking ahead as well, but nothing too much. It gets a little bit more intense once they add in extra mechanics. So in the later stages, they add in a mechanic where Domino has a flipping piece of wood over it, where every turn it flips over and you can only access one side of the domino. It's also got some unfreezing mechanics, some frozen dominoes. You've seen those domino biscuit chips as well. So yeah, there's a bunch of mechanics to this game that make it a little bit more complex. And you know, just as I said earlier, this is a sponsored segment. So anyone grabbing our link will be supporting the channel by playing the game and completing a handful of chapters as much as you feel doing. If you just enjoy it in your free time, the offer will be available for essentially the rest of the month or something like that, if I remember the dates correctly. I probably should have used that one there, but too late now. All right, we still open this up, and hopefully we don't have to use up too many extra dominoes. We do have enough, I think, for our segment in terms of gold or coins or whatever that is. We should be fine. Do we gamba? I think we gamba. It's not going well. Yeah, I'm not gambling that. We use the golden one. The golden one can be used with anything. So I think that's going to be the pick here. By the way, huge shout out to everyone today raiding. That's Boyd, the Otter One, Iron Maiden, May Shadowfax, GG, as well as Bike Crash. Thank you so much for making the stream much bigger than it could have been otherwise. It's been a struggle, honestly, with Metaplace and AOM Retold. I really thought we would do better, especially with like Wrath of the Gods and whatever happening in the past, and then it's been just struggle bus really. So we're holding on to dear life. I definitely want to make AOM work, but it might take some different approaches. I'm just happy this deathmatch tournament worked out though. That was really good viewership here. Oi, what did I do wrong? Oh, there's an apple, right. 5 or 6er. What do I do first? You. Okay, you don't make this too hard just yet. I'm sure the time will come. We might not finish chapter 3 during this segment because we already served our time for the most part. But we will do the 5 more levels. The full chapter would take a longer amount of time, definitely. But we'll do another item at least as part of the sponsored part. Does it really matter what I do? It's all random from there. Free unlocks, not bad. Get rid of the blank one. Oh, unlucky. Now we'd want to open up the left if we can, but don't always have the opportunity. Unlucky. Luck of the draw? How about it? Let's try. Oh, that's quite lucky indeed. Not as lucky as I had hoped, but lucky. I just hope I have enough coins to finish this whole set that I wanted to do. Well, if the players are still here, Matador and Luki, the payout will be within 30 days. Just sharing. In case you didn't see the fine print. Need all this sponsor rep to come in. Oh, that's a good streak, but unfortunately it's broken. Ideally, you can fill these up and then you get like extra cards and whatnot, or even some extra free golden dominoes sometimes, which is the ideal case. Easier said than done. Very often you just don't have the luck of the draw for it. Oh, come on. No. Okay, I'm not gambling with the last one. Oh, spin to win. Spin to win. Let's go. 50k! Holy crap, that's big. Wait, isn't it gonna give me that? Oh, that's not what I actually gained. I am tired. I wasn't paying that much attention. That's not what we want. Okay, no worries. Let's do another one. What do we do here? Go into the sixes, probably, yeah. But that's not gonna be a streak. Go back into apples, I guess, because we can go back into this stuff, then the fours, then the six, into the five. All the fives. Oh, come on, one more. Ah, we're not getting it. We almost had the wombo combo, but just I'm too weak. Damn it. Okay, forgot that. This is better. And the last one. Clean up. Okay, 2 more levels. We can definitely afford it in terms of coin. And then there's this little trail, little mini reward system that you've got where essentially you do another spin to win of how many steps you take. And then you have multipliers. So, oh, it's forcing me to just use it. So we have 3 spins essentially. We have a multiplier. And we just keep going until we reach one of these gift icons or objects. You can pick up some smaller rewards on the way, but only if you hit the field, like on a board game. We're out of charges though, so that's all we're gonna get for now. And 2 more levels. Then I get to eat my dinner. At like 1 a.m. Hashtag working hard. It's difficult with all these time zones, you know, to put on an event that works for everybody across the globe. Like even like this, it mostly has to be Europe and America centric. The Australians would have a really bad time trying to participate, which is why also Boyd goes to sleep at the time that he does. So yeah, we're out a little early. I don't like this. I don't like our chances here, but we're gonna try. Swing into the sixes probably, because that will open up more of these, at least somewhat more. Not very lucky. We can pivot into that. Do we gamble again? Ooh, this might be close. Okay, that's all I can do, guys. The next one I will lose if the dominoes don't go my way. We will probably try it. Yeah, we gotta try it, right? I mean, oh, wait a second. We could be gaining some coin from the trail. I don't want to go out on a loss. That would suck. Whoa. Did I click the back button? Yes, sorry. Okay, you have these multipliers here that you can basically get triple the results. Oh. Well, that was underwhelming. And we skipped over the puzzle pieces too. We gained nothing. It happens. All right, guys. Last round. I hope we can win. If we can draw these, I think that gives us some bonus dominoes to play with. So basically makes things easier, but you do have to open them up. Oh wait, no. Is that what they do? I don't remember. For shame. Okay, they give you +1 charge for the trail minigame. That's right. Okay. Oh, I clicked it twice and incorrectly. Oh well. Well, we gained nothing from that and wasted our redo buttons. Oh, this is bad. Guys, I think we're gonna go out on a loss. Oh boy, that's terrible. Oh man. A small lucky streak, but it's not enough. Oh god. I can't afford a golden card. We're toast, I think, guys. We're toast. That's it, GG. No re. I've been owned. It's a defeat. No worries, no worries. If that happens to you, you gain more gold, like every hour or coin. And we're gonna be going out on a defeat here, unfortunately. Yeah, unlucky there, but thank you to Domino Dreams for doing the sponsorship with us. Appreciate it, and everybody looking to support. Much appreciated. It's on your phone. Again, the link is pinned in the chat, of course. And with that, I'll be bidding you all farewell for now and a good night. Let me see who's on Age of Mythology for the much needed raids, of course. Is there anyone on? I think not really. I think I've seen the name J-Red before. Someone playing ranked and looking for backseating. Sounds like something you guys could engage in. He's looking to learn. Age of Mythology, his name is. Go ahead and hop in. See what you can do there. Alright, everyone. Thanks very much for watching and have a good time. Join the next Deathmatch tournament if you haven't already. I'll see you there. If I don't see you earlier with the other games that we do. Halo Wars 2 and Company of Heroes. That will be with my friend Olvadi hosting. So yeah, bye bye. See you soon.